You.
So much has happened in the past 24 hours, it's insane. Poland have launched an investigation after a mystery object created a 10-meter crater in the ground overnight, and while there's no confirmation as to what it was yet, their Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said that all indications suggest it was a Russian missile which violated NATO airspace. Dr. Anthony Fauci exercised his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent a staggering 111 times yesterday during a Senate hearing into the origins of COVID and the handling of the pandemic. Authorities in the Spanish city of Ceuta are asking for a national emergency to be declared and military assistance after thousands of migrants from Morocco and Algeria stormed their border. In fact, Reuters report that in the last week alone, more than 1,500 migrants have entered the Spanish territory by swimming, representing nearly 2% of the city's entire population turning up in just a few days. The US are dealing with a crisis of their own after the American Red Cross announced that the blood supply storage in the country has reached a crisis level, which is only the second time in their 150-year history that this has happened. 4 women have come forward accusing Jared Leto of sexual misconduct, claiming that these incidents occurred when they were only teenagers between the years of 2002 and 2016. Jared Leto, on the other hand, has denied all of the allegations. It's hard to believe that the EA has declared that more than half of England is now in exceptionally serious drought, and satellite images show the striking color change in the UK and France from late May to late July. And lastly, Ghana's tallest man, Sulemana Samid, has died at just 33 years old from health complications linked to his gigantism.
Yeah, he ain't the first one. But all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get into this. Well, Trump's, his cabinet meeting with Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth and a whole lot more. So this is going to be a long reaction, but I'm here for it, guys. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. And yes, don't worry. After this, we will have war updates as well. And of course, other reactions that we'll get into. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. And let's start it off with Donald Trump.
And it's a long time ago, but never into this room. I want to thank all of you for being here. And again, this is a cabinet meeting. It's open. I've done a lot of open cabinet meetings, and I feel it's out very well. Everybody can ask questions. We'll let you talk about certain things we can't answer because they're ongoing and very important. But this is one of the most talented teams ever to serve the United States and in the United States. This is a talented group of people. Let's see, I'll go one after another. Yeah, it's a couple of steps, but that's okay. No, it's an amazing group, and America is safer and stronger and far more successful than it was 2 years ago, and I think, frankly, that it ever was. I don't think it's ever been anything like this. We're building more factories, plants in this country than we've ever built before, and we're going to be we'll be leaving this position. We're going to leave this country in very, very good shape.
Yeah, guys, going on my side too. Hold on, I got you.
Because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants, and I would blame it on Minnesota.
Oh yeah, so pretty much there was an alleged Iran cyber attack on over 30 water plants in Minnesota, but we can just leave that up to neglect. But apparently, yes, there were a cyber attack on our water plants, and they were trying to link it to Iran. Now, has it been successfully linked to Iran? We'll go ahead and get into that later.
And the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota, they like to say, oh, it's Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota. This month, it was announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. Walmart, Sam's Club, Giant Eagle, and others are slashing prices by hundreds of grocery stores, and all of the stores, I mean, throughout the country, they're slashing prices. Something for a long time, since my last administration. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election. That means all-time record highs.
Now, when it comes to grocery prices, no, actually, they've went up because fertilizer price went up. And then when it comes to the stock market, I mean, okay, yeah, that actually is looking pretty good. But I mean, that doesn't help Americans out with affordability. I mean, the Dow's over 50,000 doesn't really help your everyday American, afford, gas and groceries anymore. I'm be real with you. Well, at least your 401k does look nice, but you can't tap into that yet, right? All right.
33 days out of a very short period of time. And the typical 401k is up by more than $30,000. And when you think of that, if you add another $1,000 to it, it will be, we set the record in the last administration, a record still standing. This administration is going to blow my last administration away. When the factories that we're building at record, and we're not building them, all over the world they're building. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Germany with the cars. They're coming from Germany, they're coming from Japan, South Korea, Canada, from all over the world. They're building auto plants here because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. The tariffs have made our country rich and successful. And all of this, I mean, I'd like to say it was the election. On November 5th, it was the election, and that's fine. But without the election, you wouldn't have what I've done economically. So we have the most successful environment that we've ever had. There's never been anything like it from the standpoint of investment into our country. It's 5 to 6 times higher than anybody has ever seen, than any other country, not just us, has ever had. On July 4th, we launched Trump accounts, a key provision of our great, big, beautiful bill. And these tax-free investment savings accounts have already been activated by over 7 million children. These are investments made in our future, which is our children. Our children are the most important aspect of our future, with more being added each day. So it's a tremendous hit, over 7 million, and really just got going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was we got the final approvals. And we have over 7 million. Actually, there's never been anything quite like that. But millions of accounts are pre-funded with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury, or generous gifts from private donors like Michael and Susan Dell and others who have given billions of dollars.
Sorry, guys. What I was pretty much saying, I like the initiative with the Trump accounts, but it does kind of seem like we're just self-inflating the stock market at this point. Like, it's not like we're putting like hard cash into an account. We're just putting it into the stock market for these kids to, hopefully be able to prosper off of, depending if, our stock market does well. And hopefully this AI bubble popping is just, all fear mongering. But, day by day, I'm gonna be real with you, it's looking like more and more of the truth.
Billions. People are putting up hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into it and buying really a great future for children.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, let's get back to it.
When they turn 18 or when they turn 21, instead of having no hope, no future, they will end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars and maybe even more than that. So it's going to be something to see. With modest additional contributions, they'll grow by numbers that could be over $200,000. We're looking at the timeline. I wish we had an economy like we have now with the stock markets going up, but they will benefit by our country being successful. And we're going to give every child a head start on the American dream. So go to trumpaccounts.gov. They're really something. The whole world's talking about it, and it's far ahead of schedule. Nobody thought it would be as successful as it's been. It should be. It should be. And we start them off with $1,000. And this was part of the great, big, beautiful bill. With my most favored nation policy, you could say this is even a bigger thing, if that's possible. On drug prices, we're achieving record discounts on prescription drugs. The prescription drugs were going through the roof for many years. And now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we had the highest prices anywhere in the world by far. Most expensive drugs, prescription drugs, and others, the highest in the world. The whole world was laughing at us. We paid for the rest of the world. We subsidized the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that. And I started it in the first administration. I took it up. Obviously, Biden wasn't able to do anything about it because you had to get the consent of the drug companies and you had to get the consent more difficult would be the consent of other nations. The other nations had to agree, but they were paying a fraction, sometimes 10%, 20%, 40%.
I'm not gonna lie though, Trump pissed a lot of people off though, but it was for the right reason. Because he pretty much asked for most favored nation pricing, that mean all the other nations had to raise their price because our price is sky high, so it can only go down. But I mean, these drug companies aren't going to make any money if we all pay the same price, or the most favored nation price. So what they got to do is pretty much raise the price of the most favored nation and be like, oh, see, look, see, you're here paying close. See, it all works out. So yeah, we pretty much did raise drug prices across the board for other nations, but brought it down for ours.
And 70% less. So I had to call them and I had to get them on. And I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to charge you tariffs. And they all said no at first, very politely said, sir, we can't do that. We're not going to double our prices. They had to double their prices and in some case triple their price and we would come down. So a pill that sold for $10 in Germany would sell for $130 in New York. Same pill from the same company, the same factory, the same plant, same laboratory, from $10, and we pay $130. I say, no. Now the world is a bigger place, so it's not as bad as it sounds for them. So they went up to 20, and we came down to 20. So we now have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We're tied with the lowest, but we're basically its favorite nation. So we have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now, what that does for your health care, I mean, I see these fake polls where the Democrats have wonderful numbers on this stuff, and they are horrible. What they've done, Obamacare is a total disaster. It's a costly wreck. It's unaffordable. We call it the Unaffordable Care Act. It's a disgrace. They never even thought of being able to do something like this. They didn't even try. They didn't even try. So I got the drug companies first, and then I got the countries. And the drug companies agreed because they knew the countries wouldn't agree. And when I called Germany, France, when I called the UK, when I called all of these countries, I said, you got to do it. It's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you're paying for the same drug. You can't do this. And they said, well, we're not going to do that because we're going to have to double our price in order to make you happy. I said, no.
Yeah, pretty much what I just got done explaining. Like, our price is already sky high, so we can only go down. But I mean, hey, man, they got room to go up. And here's the thing, though: a lot of these, nations, their government pay for their medicine, so it is what it is on that. We actually got to bear the cost of our medicine.
Maybe you can have to triple your price. It is what it is. They said, well, we can't do it. I said, that's all right. If you can't do it, then I can't do something also. And I'm going to charge you very substantial tariffs, which are far more than we're talking about. And they all said, we'd love to do it. We would love to do it. It would be our great honor to do it. So nobody else would do this. This would have never happened. So your drug prices have gone down by numbers not even thinkable. My first term, I had the privilege of having lower drug prices from the beginning of the year till the end for the first time in 28 years. You remember. And I called the news company.
Oh, guys, if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want me to read out loud and engage with, go ahead and super chat it in for me, guys. Appreciate the support. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Conference to announce it. So the year had ended, and I was turned out 1/8 of a percent, 1/8 of a percent, little tiny this much. It went down that much during 1 year. First time in 28 years it went down. It was always like this, just up, more expensive. And I called the news conference. I was so proud of myself. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, the first time in 28 years, drug prices have gone down from January till the end of December. And I want to just congratulate everybody for being a part of this wonderful experiment. And 1/8 of a point. Now we're talking about 400, 500, 600% coming down. We pay the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. So, and I'll say it again and again because the press doesn't want to report it. The fake news doesn't want to report it. They don't want to talk about it. What that does for healthcare, Bobby, is unbelievable because medicine is a big part of healthcare. So I wish that people would understand that. And I hope they're going to vote for us in the midterms because you'll see some stuff that will be horrible because they can blow it very fast if they don't know what they're doing.
I mean, bro, Trump, you made inflation skyrocketed and it's low key kind of breaking even now with wages. But when it was 4.2, yes, inflation was outpacing wages. So all these savings that you're talking about, Americans aren't really going to be able to take advantage of because once again, inflation is outpacing wages. And if you look at it right now, I believe it's actually breaking even with wages at this point because I believe wages are at 3.6% increase, but inflation increased to about what 3.5, cooling down from 4.2, and that's only because we engaged in a ceasefire with Iran.
So your drug prices are great. You know, I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people, and that same thing's going to happen to us if the
yeah. So pretty much Spain. Well, a bunch of Moroccan guys. Well, guys, women, children, all that good stuff. They just stormed this little island in Spain. It's pretty, and here's the thing though. It's really close to Africa, but it's part of Spain. It's literally their territory. It's theirs. And this land has been contested for a while now. Like there's been talks about, oh, it should be given back to Morocco and all this good stuff. But I mean, Morocco's broke. I mean, they won't be able to take care of it, and Spain can. So it is what it is on that note. But for some reason, these guys thought it was a good idea just to try to literally storm this little beach or this little city, 80,000 strong. About 19 people drowned because they took it by sea. Some people came over in the boat, so other people grabbed onto the boat, and then other people swam behind the boat, all in desperation to come to Spain and risk their lives, just to come there. And then you're damn near thinking like, well, damn, Set, what made them want to leave Morocco like that? Well, the economic situation in Morocco is absolutely atrocious. It's terrible, really devastating. And anything outside of that, though, I couldn't really tell you.
Republicans don't get elected, except worse, much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do.
But no, though, we do like Spain should send their ass back though. But here's the thing though, Spain kind of cooked themselves. Do you understand what Spain Supreme Court did? These dumbasses literally decide, okay, well, if an undocumented immigrant comes through the sea, aka if they test their will and their determination and their resolve and they make it through the sea and risk drowning and dying, then yeah, we'll go ahead and grant them citizenship. So basically, if these guys play the survival game with their life, they can go ahead and be a citizen of Spain. I mean, shout out to the Spain Supreme Court. I mean, what were they doing? Did they have binoculars while watching the Death Fest? I mean, it's really kind of sick what they did there. Because what did you think was going to happen?
But we didn't have that. Forget it. But we have the safest border in the world. If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. And when I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David. And I said, that's going to be a talking point for the midterms. Because when you look at what happened to Spain, they don't know what to do. And it's happening again today. They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak law, bad management, but very liberal law. They passed a couple of laws, and people read. People are smart. They read from other countries, and they swam that 3-mile swim or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. So that will look good compared to what's going to happen to the.
That's literally what I was telling you. They was risking a 3-mile or more swim just to get over there, and everybody was trying to share one boat, but other people just took the risk. I guess it was just that serious. They was willing to swim 3 miles just to make it over there. And like I said, people did drown, sadly, and they died. But I mean, here's the sad reality, though. It's how bad is it in Morocco? Because look, like I said, I know the economic situation is bad, but that's about it. And here's the thing, though. You want to know why they committed to risking their lives? Because in Spain, the Supreme Court said that, well, look, if you make it through waterway and you get over to our borders, we'll accept you as a citizen or a refugee. So what did you think that inspired these people to do? now that they see a way out of their, well, I would see hopeless situation, and the way out of their hopeless situation is to risk their life going swimming through, like, 3 miles of open water. I mean, hey man, it is what it is.
United States. The biggest thing, the worst thing that Biden did is allowing 25 million people into our country, because many of those people are criminals. They're murderers. A lot of them, 11,888. A lot of them are gone now. We got them out. But they allowed people to come into this country that you can't allow to come into a country. We're also making an unprecedented investment in the United States Armed Forces, where we're doing great. And we rebuilt the armed forces. We rebuilt our military in my first term, but we are doing great with our military. They spent a lot of money in our military. They gave away $300 billion worth of ammo and everything else in Biden's term, but we're building it up fast, and we just have a great military. That's all there is to it. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term with Venezuela and other places, and Iran now. Iran is doing very poorly, just in case you read incorrect stories. They're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. They've been very dishonest. They've been very dishonorable to deal with.
I mean, bro, so the Iranian regime is still in power. They still got their enriched 60% uranium. I mean, they still control the Strait, and they're still able to lob missiles and drones throughout the Middle East. Yeah, I cannot say that they're doing poorly. I can't honestly say that.
But that makes no difference. They're doing very, very poorly. We're also making that investment and looking forward to getting, Pete, $1.5 trillion next year. People see now how important it is. We want to keep a safe country. We have to keep a safe country. And the good news is all of that equipment is made in the USA. So we're making it here. It's jobs. And each one of our defense groups are building literally at least 4 new massive plants as we speak, because we want them to move faster. We have the best equipment in the world, but we want them to move faster. We don't want to wait a year or a year and a half. We want to wait a week, maybe. So that's happening, and I think the results are very good. They're building at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we've had tremendous success, and our military was just proud of it. Again, Venezuela was a one-day war, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're partners with Venezuela now, taking out tens of millions of barrels of oil and going to Houston, going to Alaska, going to Louisiana, going to different places for refineries. And it's been very much amazing. The administration has done more in 18 months than most administrations have done in 8 years if you had a two-termer. We've done more in 18 months than anyone's ever seen before. Nobody's ever seen. This is the golden age of America. Right. And we have a war that's going on. I guess you call it a war. Maybe I call it a military operation, because they have no Navy. It's been obliterated. Their Air Force has been obliterated. They have no planes. Their missiles have been largely, they have some left. They have some, but they have.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Trump. But like I said, it's literally the Trump administration versus our CIA intelligence, which tells us that they maintain over 70% of their pre-war stockpile of missiles. So that's not even including the missiles they were making during the ceasefire, actually. So yeah, we do have a little bit of a problem here. It's like Trump versus the CIA, the intelligence community. I mean, who are you going to believe? The guys we got like Trump, or the guys we literally we're paying to get all the intelligence on this? But hey, it is what it is, though. It's kind of funny how Trump is pretty much going against intelligence and trying to lie to the American people, pretty much exaggerating the results of the Iran war, which are very few. Because like I said, as you can see, they're still able to fire missiles and drones throughout the Middle East. So you can't really say they're depleted while they're still out here throwing missiles and drones. And then also, they still control the Strait. The Strait is closed. And now they got the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and under a blockade through the Houthis. So, I mean, what's up with that? And of course, that's all being done by the regime that's still in power while they still maintain their 60% enriched nuclear dust, right? That we still need to go after. But we said that we obliterated last year.
Far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. The drone capacity is almost gone. There are very few, but they have some. If they have one, that's too many as far as I'm concerned. But we've done an amazing job with Venezuela. We've done an amazing job here. We're in there for 5 months. You know, I know people like to say, because we did a much bigger job, much more important job than we originally anticipated. So we're in there for 5 months. And if you look at Vietnam, they were in there for 20 years. You look at Afghanistan, they were in there for many years.
Trump, you got to conclude the war before you can compare it to wars that are over. I mean, you're comparing an ongoing war / conflict to wars that have been concluded. So come on, dog, don't do this. Just end the war, and then you can sit here and make these comparisons.
You look at any one of the wars, Korea, any one of them, they're in there for many years. We're in for 5 months, and we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left. So I just want to thank everybody around this table. You've been very special. I want to thank a lot of the media people, because many of you have been very, very fair. That's one of the reasons you're here, frankly. But you've been very fair. You've covered me this time much more fairly, I think, than the first term. The first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words.
It's tough because he could have really had some major successes if he'd have just not got into this war. Like what? Prices were going down because inflation was going down. It was at like 2.4%. Gas was $2.98, heading down in the right direction. Then he gets into this war. And now what? And now look at everything. Gas is at $4. Inflation's at 3.5%. I mean, are you serious? Like, you could have avoided all this. All you had to do was just fulfill your promise of staying out of war and focusing on domestic issues, which you just could not do because you just had to let the Zionists get to you. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that rhyme. But, oh, yeah. And make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, and subscribe to the channel as well. And like I said, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please go ahead and send in a super chat. Or if you just want to support the show, send in a gift as well.
Hi, Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, Jimmy.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I'm going to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team from Kelly Loeffler at SBA.
Damn. So is the hate for JD that real where they won't even give him no face camera? Do they hate him that much now? Damn, JD. All you try to do was just stop the war.
To Doug at the VA, to Todd and Bobby Kennedy. This really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the president's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people. And we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard. Once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back. But stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion. And of course, we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. And J.D. Vance is also the fraud czar as well. So he is also tackling the whole, oh, yeah, let's clean up the fraud that's going on in America. And right now he is tackling healthcare. And I mean, that is probably one of the biggest things that gets defrauded is our healthcare system. Why? Because we put a whole lot of money into it. We recklessly put a whole lot of money into something. I mean, people are going to find ways to get that money, especially when we don't really account for it. Let's just be real.
New anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims. So to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid, and that program ensures that low-income moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion poorer because of the fraud that this country has let go on. But I actually think most importantly is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the healthcare that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year. But we're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve.
I mean, I'll give him that one. You do got to give him that. Like, he definitely is tackling this whole healthcare fraud, and he definitely sent JD Vance after it. And the thing is, well, nobody was really tackling it. Actually, sadly, the Dems' ideas was to pour more money into it that can be defrauded. Not saying all of it will be defrauded, but most likely more of it will.
To have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed it.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know who They look like that group of people you have lined up behind you. They're doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Billions, think of not millions, billions of dollars is being covered, billions. And you haven't seen anything yet. We have things happening that people aren't going to believe. The level of corruption and fraud that took place under the Biden administration was unprecedented. And Minnesota, California, Maine, believe it or not, you think of Maine as this wonderful place.
Yep.
It's the level of corruption is incredible, all over. So great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, my turn. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing us out here. I got the chance to drive for the first time in a year and a half, which is the golf cart, but it was fun. It was great. And so just a couple points that we all know. We follow in the news, obviously, the events in the Middle East, and others who talk about that. Not that they're not important, but there's some other issues happening around.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Marco Rubio, the secret ruler of Venezuela.
The world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. What that literally means in the future is that American servicemen, political leaders, and others could find themselves under indictment by this International Criminal Court.
Let's be real. You're not going after an international criminal court because it can come after Americans or our soldiers. You're doing it because they're going after Bibi. And that's the only reason you're doing it for. You're doing it so, we don't have to abide by, actually having the whole Bibi accountable for the genocide that he's committing. So, it's not about, protecting American soldiers or American politicians or even Trump. It's about protecting Bibi Netanyahu. That's what irritates me about this whole, no, we must stand against the ICC, the International Criminal Courts? Like, shouldn't we want to help prosecute war crimes?
If you want to know a little bit about it, Jack Smith used to work there. These are the people that think they can go out and basically indict any world leader and haul them into The Hague. So we tried to get them to reform and listen to us. They wouldn't do it. They're very arrogant. We've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
By the way, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. But just so you know, if you're talking about it, I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at.
Hey, I love how we just said it out loud. Let's go. But if I say it, I'm anti-Semitic, man. Ain't that crazy? I literally just said, bro, he's doing this for Bibi, and Trump just comes out like, yeah, let's be honest, though. He is just doing this for Bibi. It's like, come on. Nobody here is under investigation by or actually has been charged of genocide or any type of war crimes here, but Bibi. Like, come on now. It's just him. No other world leader right now but him. Like, and yes, he is a world leader, so we do got to hold him accountable. People want to sit there and be like, well, what about Hamas? Hamas. Well, be real with you, Hamas doesn't run an entire country. Remember, you guys don't think Palestine is a state, remember? Nor does it exist. So stick to that logic.
That way, but there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
That's right. Well, and I actually think the people who are in biggest danger in our system are servicemen, people in uniform, that they'll try to go out for the rest of their lives, will not be able to travel anywhere in the world with their families because they can be arrested on one of these items. Imagine, again, you're a soldier, you fought in a war, and 20 years later, they try to come grab you. So this is a big problem. So we've had dozens of countries already join us since we started 2 weeks ago. 5 countries have already quit the ICC and notified them that they're leaving, and we think there'll be more. The second thing is we had an unprecedented ministerial. 60 countries came to Washington.
That's not a good thing. So that means when people out here committing war crimes, and who's going to hold them accountable? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So yeah, we're trying to make it free reign to commit war crimes so nobody can be held accountable. Because honestly, we should be upholding the ICC. I mean, we should be upholding and going after anybody who's committing war crimes. If it be, you know, Bibi or the head of Hamas or anybody else. Like, we should be doing this across the board, but for some reason we're trying to step away from it. I mean, all right.
And we're a part of an effort where we were shedding light on far left terrorism and violence. You know, the bomb goes off somewhere and it's tied to some right-wing group or what I don't consider neo-Nazis right-wing, I consider them Nazis, right? But you're going to get a lot of attention on that. But if it's a leftist group, an Antifa group, that gets no coverage, or they ignore the ideological spin and the ideological reason behind it. So we got 60 countries came up here and hopefully creating a strong to go after far left violent terrorism. Go after it, call it by name, and I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President, as you know, in the diplomatic front. The deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think
I mean, it's a terrible deal and it's not going to hold through. So you think the Lebanon is going to disarm Hezbollah when it's part of it's their strongest military force, sadly, and it is intertwined in their government. Like bro, they're a political party. Yes, Hezbollah is a political party as well. So you can't really disarm Hezbollah without popping off a civil war. And it kind of looks like Lebanon just did it just to get Israel to stop firing, because we've told the Lebanese government to make Hezbollah disarm multiple times and they never do it. Why? Because, well, Hezbollah is the strongest army there. And you're really going to tell the strongest army to disarm? I mean, you and what army? What, the Lebanese army that's weaker than the Hezbollah army and that's 50% Shia Muslims? Like, oh, you think they're going to go against their own? All right. So yeah, it is a hopeless situation with that ceasefire with
the first
Israel
visit
and
by a Lebanese president in over 30 some odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build up, but it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people thought would never happen. It needs to happen, but the fact that they even agreed to it is a real achievable. Last point is on the Western Hemisphere. For the first time in 15, 20 years, the overwhelming majority.
Yeah, so far we've gotten a ceasefire with Hamas. We've gotten the hostages back from Hamas, and now we're actually going to get Hamas to disarm. The crazy thing is, though, we're getting all this out of Hamas as Israel's still firing in Palestine. I mean, killing Palestinians, or sorry, but still firing off in Gaza, killing Palestinians. Like, isn't that crazy?
Of the countries and
getting everything they want, but not stopping the fire.
By pro-American leaders and pro-American governments. It's an extraordinary achievement. All of it happening through virtually every election that's happened in the world, you were elected president, has elected someone who is American. And I think this is an incredible situation. And last but not least, and I have to thank a number of agencies here, particularly the Department of War, after that terrible earthquake in Venezuela, within 36 hours, the full force of the American government was on the ground providing humanitarian assistance. It was a sight to behold. The USS Ford, I think, was in their port. Our Marines and armed service personnel were helping run their airport and their tower. It is one of the fastest, most dramatic, and most effective humanitarian responses, certainly in recent history, if not ever. And they came at the direction of the president. In fact, within an hour of that earthquake hitting, I remember because I was overseas, the president called and said, make sure we go in there and help these people recover from this. And we did. And thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, it's a great story. Enough needs to be told about it because the credit goes to so many agencies represented here today, but really the Department of War's effort was phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just before we continue, I want to just congratulate Jay Clayton. He's with us today. As you know, he just had a big victory. He's going to do a fantastic job. He's only done his whole life has been about doing a fantastic job. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's an honor for the War Department to help run this facility also, from the food to the fence line. It's an honor to have you, and it's great Americans here and all around the country and all around the world who are the core of what keep us safe. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that's willing to put them in a position to do it. And that's my takeaway, Mr. President, is sort of 3 points. One, it takes courage. 2, it takes restoring a spirit, which you have done. And 3rd, it takes investment, and not just an investment, but a generational investment. And I think people miss that. The courage it takes to seal the border, to say we're going to do it, and we're going to do it every single day, and we're going to do it on behalf of the American people. The courage to bomb the Houthis and say we will maintain freedom of navigation. I wonder why they're not involved in this conflict, the Houthis?
Bro, they're involved right now. Hegseth, what the fuck are you saying? Like, bro, the Houthis are involved in this situation right now. They're the ones closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Wait, are y'all lying to the American people about that? Hold on here. Like, for real? Yeah. Okay. So if you don't know, and all you listen to is the Trump administration on Fox News, yeah, the Houthis has closed down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This is what led to, well, Saudi proxy forces in Yemen striking the Houthis, and also drones being sent from Saudi Arabia into Yemen. So this is what you guys got to understand. Yo, the Houthis are involved, and it looks like the Iraqi-backed or the Shia-backed militias, the Shia militias backed by Iran and Iraq are also about to get involved as well. It's like, guys, this is turning into a regional war. Like, actually, it is a regional war. The entire Middle East is basically all in at this point. But it's insane how this man Hegseth is going, well, we bombed the Houthis. You see how they're not involved. Bro, what you mean they're involved right now? They struck a plant in Saudi Arabia. Like, what are you talking about?
Proxy of Iran, because they felt the weight of American power for 45 days. And you had the courage to do that. The courage to do Midnight Hammer, include the 12-day war by obliterating their nuclear sites. Something other presidents had the option on their table to do, but they never pulled the trigger because of the complications, because of the challenges, because of the risk. Courage. The courage to take on the cartels and drug boats, and now forming the ACCC, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, with all those friendly governments that Marco talked about, who want to be shoulder to shoulder, not just with America, but with a bold, strong America with clear leadership. The courage to go get Maduro in the most dangerous, most heavily guarded house, inside the most heavily guarded fort, inside the most heavily guarded town in their capital city in the middle of the night, and change.
Maduro people gave them up. Maduro people gave them up. So that's the whole reason why they was able to even stay in power, and they're pretty much being puppeted by, well, Marco Rubio, or just pretty much the United States. So let's just keep it real here, guys. The reason why we got it off so easy is because, well, Dulce Rodriguez and the rest of the Maduro regime gave Maduro up. Instead of getting a complete regime change, they said, look, we'll just give Maduro up, and you guys can just use us. We'll give you the oil. Just let us stay in power. I mean, think about it, guys. We took Maduro, and Dulce Rodriguez came into power so quick, so smooth, and quickly submitted to American authority. No fight at all.
The entire dynamic of that country and that region and the world saw what the American military was capable to do, but that doesn't happen unless a commander-in-chief says you're authorized to do it, and will take the handcuffs off when you do it to ensure that Americans come home. The courage to undertake epic fury and this Iranian regime and ensure they never have a nuclear weapon, which remains your commitment. And frankly, the courage to negotiate with people that have shown no willingness to do so honestly, with incredible negotiators who are the best in the world, and give them every opportunity to do it, give those things up peacefully. All of that takes guts. But that comes on the backs of the change in the spirit of our department. You talk about spirit all the time, and you're right to do so. When you rip out DEI, when you rip out social engineering and social justice, and you put in merit, and then you untie the hands of commanders to be commanders, to enforce discipline and accountability, to get back to basics, then you get historic reenlistment inside our ranks. Our best people, Mr. President, are staying because they want to be in that kind of department. And then historic recruitment record amongst young Americans. Every month, our department breaks records. And when did that trend line start? On election day, 2024, when the American people said, I want to serve under this president. And that new name, the Department of War, has become the ethos, the warrior ethos of our department. Again, spirit. And I will note, the flyovers will indeed continue until morale improves. But that's also spirit. Parades, 250, flyovers, the American people seeing and feeling their military in ways they have not in the past. That's spirit. And then finally, Mr. President, a generational investment.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I really got that spirit right now. I mean, the strongest military in the world couldn't remove the 16th strongest military in the world off the Strait of Hormuz, and that's Iran. Yeah, the strongest military in the world couldn't remove a military that's not even in the top 10. Well, maybe now you can put them in the top 10 now, but let's be real, though. As our current standing stands, they wasn't even the top 10 strongest militaries, yet we couldn't take them off the Strait. It's like, bro, God forbid China or Russia closed the Strait, we'd really be cooked. And I mean, bro, we can't even get Iran off. So China and Russia, it's just been a hopeless situation. And shit is looking hopeless with this situation. Unless we concede, and I mean, Lord knows Trump don't want to do that.
You rebuilt the military in your first term, and you've spent in your first year $1 trillion, and now we are committed in working with Congress to get $1.5 trillion. But this is not the same way we funded our department in the past. This is a businessman in charge. This is a deputy secretary of our department who's a turnaround guy, just like the president is, saying we will not fund money, we will not fund the department the way we have in the past. In fact, so far, $75 billion in private investment from defense companies who are now investing in new plants, new equipment, new assembly lines to build the munitions of the future faster than ever possible. That's saving taxpayer dollars because the companies themselves are investing. That would never, the arsenal of freedom would never happen without you. So just like, we use a lot of the things Ronald Reagan's buildup was a part of, in this administration and in future administrations, they will look back at Donald Trump and the buildup that he has done, and that will be the deterrence of the
guys. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, or smash that like button. And guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat it in. Other than that, I mean, please enjoy the chat and enjoy the show.
The future will be established because of your investment. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Scott, please.
I'm honored to be here in this historic place as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. And I think if we look back, our founders was President Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton could not have imagined the economy that we would have created. Mm-hmm. It is the envy of the world. And as you said, we have record investment coming in. We've never seen anything like it. And we're pulling away from the rest of the world.
Bro, us and the entire Western civilization are becoming the most unaffordable places in the world. Like, bro, our inflation is crazy. Like, bro, housing prices, the affordability. Like, I'm sorry, but are we really just going to base the nation on how the 1% is doing? Because that's literally how they're framing it right now. We should be basing the nation how your average man is doing. How can your average man afford groceries? Can your average man afford groceries, gas, rent? I mean, with a kid and all this good stuff, like, can your average man do that? Not really. It's actually gotten 10 times harder for your average man to do that. Well, that's why I say not really, because you can, but you really want to put in more work than then I say your predecessors did, and it is what it is. But you can't sit here and say that, oh no, this is the best economy ever. When I mean, like, dog, your average American can't afford assets really. Like, that's not good. And people are, oh yeah, and of course we got a stock market inflated by AI, which infrastructure is like outpacing its profits. So how long can y'all make that last?
Because of your leadership, the policies that you did from day one in terms of digital assets, in terms of technology, and bringing back American manufacturing. You've done it again. You had the incredible economy during your first term, and we are seeing that carry over here. And it is in stark contrast to the Biden economy, which was government jobs, government spending, and high inflation, the worst inflation in 50 years. And that with the working families tax cut, which I will add, every Democrat voted against. Every Democrat voted against. It is the perfect barbell for this economy. On one side, you have full expensing for factories, for equipment, for farm structures. On the other side, your 4 signature policies, promises made, promises kept, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans if you buy an American-made car. And the Americans are starting to feel it. Core inflation is low. Consumer confidence is strong. We have the highest consumer confidence, came up today, in 5 months, and Main Street is back. Small banks are linked thanks to your policy. Small banks, community banks.
Now, I'll give them this. Yes, there are like factories being built for sure. But to sit there and say that consumer confidence is up, that's a lie. And to also sit there and say, oh, yeah, American affordability, what you mean it's all good? This is the strongest, best economy ever. It's like, yeah, no, not at all. Now, if you're talking about how the billionaires and the millionaires are making money, then okay, sure, you got it. You got it. But let's be real though, those tax cuts and that, like in our take-home pay going up, yeah, it doesn't really matter if inflation's eating that and prices are outpacing our wages. So what does it really mean? It doesn't really mean anything. Like we see a bigger number on our check, but then we go to the grocery store, we go to the gas station, and we see it increase. I mean, you don't really feel like anything got really bigger on that note.
Are lending again, and the Americans are starting to feel it. As you said, these Trump accounts are the most successful program launch in government history. We've had 7 million families sign up for them. We're going to get to open enrollment, and we will have 70 million families who have signed up for this. 38% of American households have no exposure to our great equity market. And thanks to you, we're going to have an ownership society. An ownership society. You were one of the first presidents to create assets for the American people, not more debt. We had the biggest tax refund season ever. Trade deals, tax cuts, energy dominance, and the regulatory efforts. America is.
The national debt went up by $2 trillion. By $2 trillion. It was at 38 when Trump walked in. Now it's at 40 trillion. $40 trillion. So no, we've actually spent more. Y'all was supposed to cut spending with Elon. Remember Doge? But for some reason, y'all let the Dems like destroy that, and then y'all also was shooting him in the foot as well. So let's not play stupid there. But so yeah, as soon as he wanted to touch the Pentagon, he was cooked.
Ushering in the greatest reshoring wave in our history. In June, our manufacturing sector expanded for the 6th straight month. We've got construction jobs, and those are going to lead into manufacturing jobs. We've got Main Street prosperity. Real wages are up $1,000. And sir, what you've done again too is the bottom 25% of wage earners, just like in your first term, are outperforming the top 25%. This is a working families administration. In the past year, that group had wage increases of 5.5%. They have 3 times what the top end has done. So you've done it again, and these are private sector jobs we are creating. As you often say in these meetings, we could have created 1 million, 2 million government jobs, but we didn't. The private sector is creating. We've got incentives, we've got money coming in, and we are rebuilding. So, and then our energy dominance, thanks to you and these policies, you can come to the US, you can have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty. So it is the best place in the world to build your factory. And finally, I want to add, it has been a pleasure to be a part, or a privilege to be a part of, as we've gone from epic fury to economic fury to.
He's like, now that I've closed my talking points, let me conclude by saying I'm weak. You see how he just closed it after he got done with, spewing the propaganda? Because I'm like, bro, Scott, you're smarter than this. You're smarter than this. You know better than to quote core inflation. It's like, let's go to overall inflation, which was at 4.2, but then cooled down to 3.5. And how wages are only at what? Like I said, 3.5, 3.6. So we're either breaking even or inflation is kicking our ass on when it comes to wages. And right now, I think we can all agree that inflation is kind of kicking our ass still. And we had it at a good spot before this war. So look, Scott, I'm pretty sure before this war, you could have said all this and it'd have been true. But sadly, the war popped off, and all this just sounds like straight propaganda.
Strict on your orders, constrict the Iranian regimes, the financial tentacles all around the world. We started it on your orders. We started in March 2025. In December of 2025, the largest bank in Iran collapsed. The central bank had to print money, caused inflation. Now they got 180% inflation. They aren't able to pay their troops. And on your orders, we are searching for their assets all around the world. And that money will go to the Iranian people, Americans who have been harmed by the Iranians, whether the USS Cole or the barracks in Lebanon.
So yeah, shout out to your boy Scott Besson. I mean, who's known for, dabbling in currencies and, bringing them down to make a profit. But this time he didn't do it to make a profit. He pretty much destroyed the Iranian rial to pretty much force a revolution, or to force those protesters that you were seeing in early January. Now, as he did that, you had the CIA and the Mossad pretty much walk in and arm some of these agitators, or those who are actually against the regime, with guns. Now, these people with guns who are actually against the regime blended in with the protesters who are protesting the government, not the Ayatollah, because they're blaming the government for their economic woes. But that's not the point right now. The point is that we pretty much orchestrated our whole pop off, or that whole revolution in Iran with the CIA and the Mossad to give these guys weapons. So when you always hear these Fox News pundits say, oh no, we just need to send them weapons, arm the Iranians, bro, we already did that. And it failed tremendously. Bro, here's the thing. No, 50,000 people didn't die, but 3,000 to 7,000 did. And that's absolutely terrible, because we try to force our way on Iran and pretty much try to give agitated citizens and a couple rebels living out there on the coast who can't take advantage of no benefits because they're not citizens. Yeah, we pretty much give those guys money, send them into the city, and let them cause a ruckus. And here's the thing, guys. It's really easy for Mossad and the CIA to go in there and convince, of course, people who are against the regime and those who live on the outskirts of Iran, or on the outskirts of Iran, basically in the desert, who don't really get no benefits from the country because they're basically refugees and not seen as citizens. Really easy to get those guys, under your payroll.
Or it will go back to when the Iranians attacked the ships coming out. So it's been a privilege to be part of that, and I look forward to the rest of it.
Thank you. Just add that today there are more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. We have more people working today, and we'll think of that number. More people working today by far.
Okay, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Make sure you smash that like button. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, guys. Just make sure you send it in the super chat. All right, let's keep it going.
And at any time in the history of our country. So it's been something very special.
Here.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just take a moment to take note of the historical significance of this occasion. Before the press came in, you asked all the cabinet members who had been to Camp David before, and I think about 3/4 of them had. I raised my hand, but I haven't been here for 62 years. I came here on weekends, as many weekends as we could between 1961 and 1963. My father loved this place. My uncle loved this place. Nobody knows about this because it's on the history books, but he was resentful at Dwight Eisenhower for renaming it Camp David. If he had made it to his second term, he was going to rename it Shangri-La, which was the original name that Roosevelt had named it. But my uncle prided himself on being the most open, transparent administration in history. He was the first president to have press conferences. During his 1,000 days in office, he had about 30 press conferences.
Old.
You, Mr. President, have press conferences every day.
I mean, yeah, that's one thing you got to give it to Trump, though. He's actually out there talking to the people, even when he sounds dumb as hell, even if you disagree with him, or he's just out here to straight lie to your face. You got to respect the fact that you see the man, and he's out there pretty much trying to make his case, even if his case is complete BS. You got to respect that.
Nobody's done anything like that. And here you've opened the inner sanctum of the presidency for the first time in history, and I think that's a beautiful thing. Because you also face, although you gave these guys a lot of compliments, the most hostile press corps that any president in the United States history uniformly. So, anyway, I'm going to talk just briefly about a subject you alluded to, which is the MFN. And just so everybody has the background, you were here to every president promised to fix that disparity between what we pay and what the other developed countries pay. When you came into office, the list price for Ozempic was $1,350 for Americans. You could get it at any pharmacy in London, Hamburg, Frankfurt for $88. And this, every president, President Bush, President Biden, President Clinton, President Obama, have all promised fixes. None of them did anything. You fixed it. So today, every time you leave office, assuming that's in 2028, 95% of the drugs that are available to Americans, they will be paying the lowest prices in the world. Trump RX, just in the short time that since we put it out, has saved Americans $700 million. We now have 800 drugs on there. We have deals with Amazon, with GoodRx. We're adding more and more drugs every day. And I'll just give you one example. Praluent is a very popular cholesterol drug. Its list price is $522. That's what everybody is paying. We now have it on Trump RX for $237. That means that the 300,000 Americans who take that drug will be saving $3,700 a year on pharmaceuticals every year. And you can apply that across the board. This is going to change. It's making pharmaceuticals affordable, the most affordable in this country of any country in the world. Well, thank you, Mr. President.
How are you doing on the autism research?
We will have an answer for you. We just got
It's so important. Okay, we'll be talking about that. We'll be having something of interest. Such an important thing. There's a picture of your uncle right there on the wall. I know he's looking a handsome guy. And that's quite a picture. Did you see it?
Yeah.
So maybe that gave you the idea to start out that way, but it's quite a picture. Any questions?
Mr. President, Mr. President.
We've seen these strikes between Iran and the United States reviving the ceasefire and getting diplomacy back on.
Well, I think we just want to win. We just want to win. We're doing very well. We're trying to be nice as you can be in a situation like that. But they're being decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Doesn't mean they don't have any capability. They have some, but very little. We just want to win. We don't want to have them. It's very simple.
Hold on, I do got to comment on RFK Jr. though. I do feel bad for bro. All he wanted to do was just make America healthy again, fight these companies or these corporations that put these preservatives in our food that destroy our DNA, give us inflation and cancer. I mean, it's crazy what we allow to happen. And he pretty much, signed up with Donald Trump because Donald Trump said, yeah, I'm gonna let you go buck wild. Then he tried and he got restrained completely. It's kind of just like, he pretty much came in and Trump and said, look, man, Trump, we need to go ahead and knock these corporations out that's putting these preservatives in these foods. Like, we got a couple of them, but we need to get across the board with this. And Trump sat back and said, yeah, but I got that call from Nestle. And they're saying they're willing to fund some campaigns for the midterm. So, you know what? Maybe you should just stick to autism. There you go.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. If they did, the Middle East would have been wiped out by now. If I didn't stop the JCPOA, the Obama deal, if I didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon. I believe Israel would no longer be with us in big parts of the Middle East and perhaps other. These people are crazy. So they cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't.
Mr. President,
Over the next 4 weeks, 8
Well,
weeks.
we'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And, at some point, they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
Mr. President, on the disarmament deal that you
I don't know about that. I mean, look, when Iran was just sitting there waiting for us to attack, okay, yeah, maybe we can make that argument. But now that they're one initiating the attack, pretty much seems like they're trying to drag us back in. Yeah, I don't know if we could say they're ready for a ceasefire or, oh, they're just begging because they're just whooping their ass so much. Yeah, that's not the reality that's being played out on the battlefield right now.
announced, do you have assurances from Israel that they are on board with this deal? And what comes first? Does Israel pull back and then Hamas disarms, or does Hamas need to disarm and then Israel leaves Gaza?
We do have an understanding with Israel. Israel is very happy about it. Israel helped us. And they've been very good. They've been very good about it. Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable. Now, will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The people are very complex and difficult. Many cases wonderful, many cases not so wonderful. But that will be it's a great breakthrough. Nobody's ever thought that would be possible, to disarm Hamas. That shows you how much success we're having with Iran. Because if you go 4 months ago, 5 months ago, a deal like that would have been impossible. So it's a big step for the Middle East, and people are really impressed by it, and they're surprised by it.
And what comes first, Mr. President? What comes first?
I mean, here's the problem, though. I'm so happy about that, but the problem is I'm afraid that Israel's going to move the goalposts, like, again. It's like, and here's the thing, even with this ceasefire, even though Hamas has gave up the hostages, I mean, they've committed to a ceasefire, it seems, and now they're also willing to disarm. But here's the thing, Israel's still bombing them. So it's kind of just like, okay, well, how is this ceasefire going to prosper if Israel's continuously bombing them? And of course, they have the Israel-backed militia force that's pretty much attacking the Hamas, which was cool during the war. But now that there's a ceasefire and they're still doing it, I mean, come on now. It was like, do you really want to ceasefire Israel? Like, come on. So I'm hoping so. I'm just hoping that they don't move the goalposts and just start being like, well, you know, I know they gave us the hostages. I know they committed to the ceasefire. And I know they're saying they're going to disarm. But the problem is that they're alive. Hopefully they don't say that.
Mr. Infantino speak to you about their proposal to sell a stake in the World Cup, and is that something you support?
About who?
Did FIFA or Mr. Infantino speak to you about their proposal to sell a stake in the World Cup?
No, I never spoke to him.
Mr. President, you said this morning on Truth Social that victims of government abuse should be paid back.
Yeah.
Even if it's not the anti-weaponization fund, would you still want the acting attorney general to find a new way to do that?
Weaponization against large numbers of people in our country by the Biden administration and by Obama, but by the Biden administration in particular in this case. But large numbers of people, their lives have been ruined. They've been destroyed. Families have been, decimated. They've gone to prison for no reason whatsoever. There's never been a group of people, most likely, I mean, I can think of a couple that were treated pretty badly, groups, but there's essentially never been a group of people treated so badly as these people. And this fund was not for me. This fund was for those people that have been weaponized, that have been abused. Now, I was abused. They attacked my house, Mar-a-Lago, where I lived. And I was, big damages should have been given to me. I don't want anything. I'm not talking about myself. I think that there's a group of people in this country, history will show, that were treated like nobody else has ever been treated. So badly, so horribly. Their families have been ruined. Many, many suicides. They've committed suicide. People that were very successful that wanted to go to a rally or an event and ended up spending the rest of their lives in horror. No, so I mean, you can say what you want about the fund, and they've agreed to not have a fund. But there are a lot of people that are very upset about it. A lot of Republican people, a lot of Democrat people are very upset about it. A lot of people were covered. I wasn't covered by that fund. I don't want to be covered by the fund. I probably was abused more than anybody in the history of our country. But I wasn't looking for that. But there were a lot of people. And I'll tell you something, Todd Blanche is a very...
This was what was so sus about the fund, is that it was unnecessary. I mean, if these guys feel wrong and they want to sue the government, they could have did it through their, the regular means. Anybody can sue the government if they have a good case, of course. So why'd you have to set aside a fund for it? I mean, it was a bit sus. And then they try to cover it up with the whole, well, a Dem or Republican, they can both go in and make their case for it. Yeah, but it kind of sounds like you want it for yourself and January 6ers. But I mean, Trump already said, oh, no, it's not for me. It's not for me, just for those people who's been wrongfully charged under the Biden administration. I mean, like, okay. So you say.
Very good man, and he shouldn't be in the middle of this. He should get approved because you will never get anybody like him. You're never going to get anybody. And to make him a pawn in this whole thing, this is being done by a senator, and I don't really blame him, to be honest with you. I endorsed his opponent, and as soon as I endorsed his opponent went through the roof, and he won the primary election in Texas for Senate. And the man that lost, the man that I didn't endorse, has become very angry, and that's okay. I mean, I understand that. I probably would do the same thing. You want to know the truth? I think I do the same thing.
Mr. President, on that though, do you agree, just to be clear, do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-weaponization fund is dead? And why not just put that in writing?
It's dead, but I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused. This has nothing to do with Todd. This was me. Horribly abused. And I'd like to see them compensated for the pain. They lost their families. They committed suicide. Many people committed suicide. They went down for an innocent journey. And I'm not only talking there, I'm talking about not even having to do with that. The way they were treated. The Biden administration and the Obama administration weaponized.
I mean, how about this, Trump? If you truly care, then why don't you give up some of your crypto earnings? You earn $600 million. So go ahead and give some of that up to those families who, who family members committed suicide and ruined their life. I mean, look, you can go ahead and give $1 million each, bro. That's 600 January 6 families' lives that you can change today. I mean, since you're making the point, like, why use our money when you could use yours? They were out there for you. Let's not forget. I mean, we should lead by example. We're not saying do the whole 600, but show some examples here that you actually care about them really getting some type of, reciprocity. Like, let's be real. It don't really sound like you care. But all right, let's get back to it.
Government and destroyed lives.
But should they put it in writing?
Willing to accept limits on the scope of the audit immunity deal in order to get Attorney General Blanche confirmed?
Well, no, he should be approved forthwith. I mean, you're never going to get a person like that. Everybody agrees to it. Don't forget, Senator Cornyn thought he was phenomenal until he lost. When he lost, is that a correct statement? You come from Texas.
Yes.
I mean, he thought this was the most incredible person. Then when he lost because of me. I endorsed somebody else. And as soon as I endorsed the other person became a rocket ship upward, and he lost. And, I think I'd be the same.
But would you?
I shouldn't say that, but I'd be upset also. And so I fully understand it. He shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't be that way. But he is that way. He's become a very angry person. And I understand you have a couple of others that caused their defeat too. And, you'll probably hear from them too. Yeah.
Mr. President, that's not wrong. There's a report that you got a proposal from the military to go big.
Yeah, and that's the why. And here's the thing, though. It's like I said, Trump's, I ain't gonna lie, it does look like he got the golden stamp of approval when it comes to the Republican primaries, but that can quickly turn into a scarlet letter as well. And then it also shows the iron grip that Trump does have on the Republican Party at this point, where he's willing to pick the candidates of the primaries. Whoever he backs up, they win. I mean, here's the thing, though. This also might be the destruction of the Republican Party, because we're just saying, well, why would we want to vote for you guys in midterms when it's been shown that all of you just align with Trump and all of you are backed by Trump? Those are really Republicans that won. So where's the diversity of thought here?
And hit them hard over 10 or 14 days.
Well, we're going big.
Are you going to consider?
We've already gone big. Look, I mean, what's big? They had 159 ships. That was their entire Navy, 159. Their entire Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea. I'd say that's going big. They had 200 airplanes. They're all gone. Every one of them. They're not one airplane. They had anti-aircraft weaponry, very good, but it didn't work. And it's all gone. Their radar is all gone. Their leaders are all gone. Everything's all gone. But they'll fight onward.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, you said the other day that you're not sure about whether to grant Ukraine the Patriot missile license that had been discussed. Want to see more from Zelensky before you take that action?
Well, it's a big step. Look, we have the greatest weapons in the world. We have the greatest drones in the world. People don't know that. We have the greatest weaponry in the world. We have, in the case of President Zelensky, he'd like to have some Patriots. He'd like to have some Tomahawks. which are, lethal, one offensive, one defensive. But give somebody
I mean, the problem is though, like we can give this man the THAAD missiles, of course, we can give them those, but we don't got enough Patriot interceptor missiles to go around here. I mean, bro, we're running low when it comes to defending our bases in the Middle East. So Zelensky's gonna have to just hold on out, and hopefully NATO got some for him. But here's the thing: NATO buy them for us, and if we're not giving out any, then I mean, he's kind of cooked. Oh,
now think 8,600. Now a car, if you go 60, it gets to be a little faster. If you go 100, 8,600 miles an hour, and they were big missiles, and they were shot at Jordan, and our guys were there. Bing, 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 bing. 5. Bing, 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 bing. Right? I don't want to be like 666. I had to be very careful. That would have been a great soundbite. There were 5 missiles, and we shot all 5 down before they got close. Nobody else has that capacity. These weapons are incredible. And we have to be very careful about letting somebody build them. It's very important now. We are building many plants now to make those, and the Tomahawk missile is.
yo, Fox News, bro.
Nobody's ever said anything like it. You have to be very judicious, but you have to be very careful. Now, we have not agreed to that. We're talking about it, but it's a hard thing to give away that kind of technology. And I don't think this would ever happen. You give that technology, they can someday turn on you. That is possible. You look at war, it's happened a couple of times over the years, right? So we have to be very careful. I mean, we guard that. We have the greatest military in the world, but we have the greatest weapons in the world. Now we have to make them a little bit faster because we've given a lot away. President Biden, unfortunately, gave a lot away to Ukraine, and so did I. I mean, I gave them.
So this is Trump pretty much subtly trying to tell you that we do have a munitions problem, and it's definitely been exposed due to this war with Iran. And I mean, bro, it's kind of crazy because even Mike Walls, UN ambassador, even kind of admitted to it as well, because he didn't say that, the reports that our missile munitions is low. He said, no, you guys reporting it is treason. So he basically is saying that, oh, no, it's true that our munitions is running low, but it's treason for people who are it's treasonous of the people who are reporting it. I'm just like, or it's called honest reporting, but I hear you. I can see why. I mean, I can see exposing our munitions like that to the world and letting us know that, we're on low. Yeah, that can give the Iranians some thought right there. Like, all right, well, just keep firing missiles and we just keep dragging this out. Let them keep firing on us, and eventually they'll run out, is what you're saying. And that's kind of seeming to be the problem, because top military officials already came to the media and is talking about, we can't defend we can't defend ourselves against all of these missiles. We can only protect critical infrastructure and our servicemen. If it's not that valuable of an asset, we're actually just gonna have to let it get destroyed. One of the reasons why we're actually trying to force the ceasefire.
The javelins, the tank busters. Without the javelins, that war would have been a one-day war. It would have been over. They wiped out the tanks going up to Kiev when they got stuck in the mud. We're going very nice. It would have been over, but the javelins are unbelievable. They're the greatest weapons in the world. We have to be very careful about giving out the secrets to those weapons, and they're not. You can't copy them. It's a little like NVIDIA. They have a chip. They say you cannot copy. The complexity is so great you cannot. Most things you copy. China's known for it. Other countries, we do something, and I guess we copy also. Most things you can copy pretty easily. There's a chip that they made, their ultimate chip, and they always have the ultimate chip. And I say, well, why doesn't somebody copy it? Because they can't. The complexity. They can't copy our weapons. We have the greatest weapons in the world, many of them. Those are just 2 or 3 that I mentioned, but you cannot copy them. So we have to be very careful.
Mr. President, on Iran.
As Hamas disarms as part of this plan, who do you see as taking possession of those weapons that they have? Does that go to the new government?
That's going to be the Board of Peace, mostly. It's going to be run by the Board. This Board of Peace has been it's led by some amazing people. Board of Peace.
On Iran, Mr. President, you said they do have some capabilities left.
No.
Should Americans be prepared for these back and forth attacks to continue until Iran simply isn't able of striking back?
They'll get weaker. They'll get a little stronger maybe now, but they'll get weaker and then they peter out. Yeah, sure. I think so. I'm going to be foolish to say no. You know, you always have to keep your guard up.
What is the status of talks? Who from the administration
Well, they
is
always
talking
want
to the
talk,
Iran?
but they break their word so often. Steve is talking. Jared, we have very good people. JD's involved, very strongly involved. We have great people talking. Marco's involved.
Because they say talks aren't happening.
Very good people. We have the best people, but they'll make a deal.
Talks aren't
As an
happening.
example,
Yeah, the Iranians are saying talks are not happening, while we are pretty much saying, oh no, they're begging for a ceasefire. The Iranians are saying, no, we're not actually. And they're willing to pretty much fire at one of our bases to show the world that we're not, or that they're not.
talk about nuclear, and we'll be in there talking about nuclear for 7 hours. I say, why do you need 7? You can take 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes. You should solve it. But 7 hours, and then they'll go out, and I'll say, they discuss nuclear. And they'll go out and they'll say, we never discussed nuclear. And I say, why do they say that? All they do is make me angry. You know, you just make me angry. Any other questions?
Do you still believe that you can reach a deal with Iran, given that you talked about how disloyal they are?
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot.
I mean, let's just be real though, and we do bomb them during every negotiation. So I mean, why would they want to negotiate with people who bomb them like every time during negotiations? So I mean, let's be real. We're not really too faithful to our ceasefires or our negotiation. Really, we feign diplomacy while preparing to strike.
We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation. I mean, I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead, I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan. Mm-hmm. We have bases in Jordan. Fortunately, our people operated the equipment. It's also very complex to operate. You know, you talk about the equipment. It's you have to be, oftentimes you see, when did you go to school? MIT, Caltech. I mean, you know, they go to schools that are not as normal for the military, to be honest with you. We have unbelievably brilliant people operating that equipment. And when you don't, you know, the equipment, the shots miss, the safety misses, or the accuracy misses. We have unbelievable people. Think of it. We had 111 at one point, a couple of months ago. 111 over a short period of time, missiles were shot at the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Great, beautiful ship. One of the most beautiful ships to me, design-wise. 111 missiles going out. Out of the 111 missiles, 111 missiles were shot down quite a bit earlier than they got. I mean, long before they got there. They were shot down. It was almost, in a couple of cases, they were shot down almost as they were taking off. It's incredible technology. So you have a ship that costs billions of dollars, and you have missiles heading to it. 111 missiles were shot down, routinely shot down. And I spoke to the people. I like to reward people. I call them up on the president. And
so they're running out of missiles, but they got 107 missiles to fire off at our bases, and they're still firing off missiles. I mean, did you catch the double speak? They're running out, but they're able to send 100 missiles at us, though, all at this base. Yeah, that's the problem. Their missiles is still a threat, which you said you basically took care of, or almost took care of.
They were cool as a cucumber.
Mr. President, the last 2 weeks of strikes by CENTCOM has said that those were meant to degrade Iran's ability to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. How many more strikes will it take to significantly?
Well, you never know. Look, I mean, most people would have given up by now. You know, they've got no Navy, they got no Air Force. Most people would have given up. They haven't. So I give them credit for that. I mean, they're known as being tough. They're tough.
Back on Ukraine, what did you tell President Zelensky about the Patriots? Did you explain all that to him?
I did. I spoke about Patriots. I spoke to him about Tomahawks. I spoke to him about everything. I also spoke to him about.
Yeah, you should have told him we're low on Tomahawks, we're low on Patriots. So you trying to drag yourself into this war with Iran is like not the best idea. So what you're going to do is you're going to go back with your tail between your legs. You're going to apologize to Iran. We're all going to pretend like this never happened because Zelensky, we don't got the protection for you if Iran and Russia want to double strike you. Okay. I mean, look what Russia's doing to Kiev right now. You have no Patriot missiles or barely have anything to defend yourselves. We can't give nothing else to you.
Let's get this war over with. So last month, they had 25,000 people. It's averaging about 25,000 people a month die, mostly soldiers, almost entirely, but, you know, missiles are hitting areas also, but mostly soldiers. They had 25,000 soldiers. The month before that, it was 32,000 soldiers. I said, you got to get this war over with. I think he wants to make a deal, and I think Putin wants to make a deal. But there's a lot of dislike, as you probably noticed.
He seems very reluctant to make concessions, President Putin.
Well, nobody wants to make concessions, but they're both going to have to make some concessions. I mean, you got to make a deal. 25,000 young, beautiful people, soldiers, mostly soldiers, are dying a month. It's, I ended 8 wars. That was the war I thought would maybe go first. And it really hasn't. It's gone last. I mean, I ended wars that were, in theory, much more difficult to end. We had a couple that were into the 30-year category. Well, the Congo, look at the Congo and Rwanda. That was our nasty war. And peace, I don't know how long that one's going to stay, but we ended.
All right, then he's wrapping up on this one. Now let's go ahead and get into the media analysis. Go ahead and start on the right side of media here. As Fox News reacts to Trump's pretty much his cabinet meeting. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. And like I said, any question, comment, jokes, disagreements, make sure to super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support. But let's go ahead and get right into it.
Gathering his cabinet at Camp David as Iran says it struck more vessels in the Strait of Hormuz.
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And, you know, at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore. We just want to win. You know, we just want to win.
We'll hit them hard, but President Trump is keeping the door on diplomacy open, regardless of what Iran says.
They say talks aren't happening.
We'll talk about nuclear, and we'll.
And that's double speak. It kind of sounds like, bro, well, if they're begging for a deal, and that's what you've been promoting, that the strikes are so successful, they're begging for a deal, then, like, bro, what is all this then? What is all, well, you know, we're still going to push for a ceasefire. I mean, why we got to push for a ceasefire if they're begging for a deal? Like, what are you talking about?
We'll be in there talking about nuclear for 7 hours. I say, why do you need 7? You can take 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes. You should solve it. But 7 hours, and then they'll go out, and I'll say they discuss nuclear, and they'll go out and they'll say, we never discussed nuclear. And I say, why do they say that? All they do is make me angry. You know, you just make me angry.
Here with me is Tom Sauer, retired lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. First off, let me just ask you, big picture, where do you think things stand right now in the overall standoff between Iran and the United States?
Well, thanks again so much for having me back. And one thing I think that's important for your viewers to realize is the Iranians are following what they refer to as the Mosaic Plan. And what that came from is in 2003, when the United States took out the, Saddam Hussein's regime. You can say what you want about the occupation afterwards, right, but we completely took them out. We rendered Saddam Hussein deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah, pretty much we took out their entire leadership, damn near all of their key military assets. Bro, it's easy. Oh, you want to know why? Because they had the sad mistake of, one, not being able to defend their air, and two, everything's on above ground. So we were striking those assets with impunity, and we were able to pretty much render them damn near defenseless. But I mean, here's the problem, though. You can't do that with Iran, because they looked at that and they took notes. They said, okay, so missile storages are going underground now. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, okay. So, and they killed the leadership too, and the whole country fell just into disorder. Okay, yeah, let's make sure we got lines of succession set up just in case the Ayatollah gets killed. All right, guys, so we don't have that happen to us. So yeah, Iran sat over there and took notes, as the rest of the world did, while we pretty much devastated Iraq.
The Iranians saw that and they said, holy cow, we need to do something about that. And they did. That Mosaic Plan, there's 31 provinces in Iran, and they all have independent standing orders, so to speak. They have their own command and control, many of their own supplies, and they've got, standing orders that, hey, if Tehran gets completely taken out, the regime is taken no matter what, you're going to fight, and here's what you have to do with that, right? And so there's 3 provinces along the coast right now.
Yeah, like that's the problem. Like, we could take out all of Tehran, nuke Tehran, and the orders that will go out to those guys will be like, all right, guys, just go ahead and destroy all the water salination centers and all of our rockets throughout all of the most important infrastructures we can hit. hit them all, it's all cooked. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why just, escalating this is a problem, because they can actually jump to that before us just completely devastating an entire city, which I hope we don't do. But I mean, it's in the cards since we're trying to make Iran submit no matter what.
Now you have Hormozgan, Bushehr, and it's Khuzestan. And so that whole coastline is about the same length as California's coast. It's very big. Yeah. But those are the three regions, the three provinces that are the biggest threat to shipping right now. So when I hear from friends and I hear about our friends in the region, we're hearing about, hey, we're really going after it right now, you guys. And what that is primarily being focused on is completely cutting off those regimes. That's when or those regions. Right. So we talk about bridges, railroads, communication, and completely suffocating, strangling them. And then we're also looking at probably Pickaxe Mountain and everything else. We don't really care too much what happens to the regime. It would be really nice if they did go away. But right now it's about stopping their capability to harass shipping traffic and to make sure they don't get a nuke.
Right. The only thing that I can think of that would be,
here's a problem though. We hit over 100 targets, over 180 targets along the coast of Iran, and they're still able to fire off drones and sink vessels in the strait. Guys, they just sunk 2 vessels in the strait today trying to cross over. And every time we try to sneak a vessel over through the Omani Strait, Iran makes sure to attack it. So yeah, everybody's now stop listening to us. Nobody's taking America's directive to go through the strait because Iran is going to fire on them for sure and most likely hit them. And like I said, we can't protect these vessels, our military assets, and our Gulf allies all at the same time.
More maddening than trying to bomb those 3 different regions is trying to negotiate with those 3 different regions. But one of the things that I find kind of alarming is when Iran today, or in the last week or so, launches these strikes against our bases in, say, Jordan, or against some of their other neighbors, we're finding that actually they've got the munitions, perhaps even more sophisticated munitions than they had when we finished bombing them a couple of months ago, when we finished the hottest part of the kinetic fighting. Does that alarm you?
It might be troubling in some regard, but it's not, completely alarming. Much of that coastline, especially in those provinces close to Iraq and Jordan and whatnot, they are, they do have their own stockpiles and they're really well hidden, but that's not going to last forever. And I can probably assure you that these parts of Iran are some of the most closely watched pieces of real estate in the world right now. And, they could be hidden in caves and tunnels and whatnot. And every chance, every opportunity, we're taking them out. And on top of that, you put the blockade. We are absolutely strangling them. And yes, we have a midterm election coming up. The Iranian strategy is the same as Hamas. Hezbollah and, frankly, the Democrat Party is to wait this out, make it as long as possible until the midterms. That is their goal. That is their.
Whoops-a-daisy. My bad, guys. My bad. What I was pretty much saying was, now it's kind of crazy though. I was pretty much telling you guys this for a while now that, Iran has this mosaic defense. So even if you take out the leadership, that's not going to stop the attacks. And then, of course, 2, well, what was actually his last point? Sorry, guys. I lost my train of thought. I was cooking And I was on mute, so it sucks. So I gotta retrace my thoughts on this one.
And whatnot, and every chance, every opportunity, we're taking them out. And on top of that, you put the blockade. We are absolutely strangling them. And yes, we have a midterm election coming up. The Iranian strategy is the same as Hamas, Hezbollah, and frankly, the Democrat Party is to wait this out, make it as long as possible until the midterms. That is their goal. That is their strategy. And we're here to make sure that they don't get that.
Yeah. Well, and of course, they're up against somebody who cares more about the.
Oh, yeah. Well, this was also explaining, too, how he was also pretty much saying that Iran's coast is like the size of California, and pretty much finding military assets to strike that's actually going to hinder their ability to control the strait is like finding a needle in a haystack, except the hay is a bunch of mountains. So, yeah, that's the problem there. And as we can see, Iran is still able to control the strait through their relentless striking of vessels. And like I said, 2 vessels were struck in the strait today, and that's not good. I mean, like I said, all this shows is that, they're really serious about controlling the strait, and now they're getting more and more aggressive about it. But let's get into that.
Ships passing through the strait that it believes are either not honoring the.
Let's get into that real quick, though. Let's get into, what was it, Fox News? Oh, yeah, they're actually the ones covering it. So, yeah.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:07 on the East Coast and 5:07 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And right there on the right-hand side of your screen, an image that you've probably seen quite a bit since February as you're looking at the Strait of Hormuz. Once again, not a lot of movement there. I want to get you to the latest coming in out of the region as we see the.
I know, right? It's like, oh, we control the strait. All right, then why aren't ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz like we would want? I know that's within our interest, is it not? Unless we want the strait to be shut down like this. And of course we don't, because that skyrockets our gas price and fertilizer price. So if the strait is shut down, then what does that mean? That Iran is shutting down the strait and they control it, not the U.S. I mean, the only thing we can sit here and do is sit on the outskirts and put up a naval blockade that doesn't really do much.
Tensions rise between the U.S. and Iran. Take a look at this post from Iran International English. It says Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, said Friday that it struck and halted 2 oil tankers that it said had attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz via, quote, an unauthorized route under U.S. military air escort. In a statement, the IRGC said 4 other tankers turned back after the incident. The IRGC accused the tankers of ignoring Iranian warnings and said the vessels had attempted to transit the waterway after being, quote unquote, misled by the U.S. military Central Command, known, of course, as CENTCOM. A lot of that information here coming in within the last several hours. So what I want to do is bring in Jabhat Ali.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty much we're trying to make these guys go through the strait without Iran's permission and try to make them take the southern route of the strait, which is the Omanian side. The problem with having them take the Omanian side of the strait is that they can still strike that, and they're striking it with impunity, and we cannot get these vessels through, and nor do we have a way to protect them, because like I said, they're throwing like drones and missiles at it, and we don't really got time to protect them and protect our bases and our allies and all our assets in the region. It's a lot. So I don't even know why we're trying to do this. Like, we're low-key putting these vessels in danger, and we're kind of testing and seeing what we can do. And because we're doing this and these ships are getting damaged, I'm pretty sure they're asking for compensation, because they're like, yo, you made us go through that strait and we got struck. What the fuck? And United States were like, don't worry, bro. Don't worry. We're going to go ahead and give you some of Iran's, frozen assets. We still got like 12 billion over here. We got you, man. How much that cost? 300 million? Don't worry, we got you.
Over at the University of Michigan, always joining us to break down all of the latest developments there out of the Middle East. And as always, a lot going on. Jabhat, thank you so much for being here with us.
Josh, nice to be with you. Thank you.
And I have to ask you, so we're starting off by talking about the Strait of Hormuz and these claims from Iran, once again, the IRGC, that they have launched these attacks on those oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have a lot of information just yet, but to hear Iran doing this, continuing to do it, what does that say about maybe where things stand?
Josh, really good question. So I think it tells us that Iran will still fire on ships passing through the strait that it believes are either not honoring the rules that it has put in place, or are somehow violating these terms that it thinks that that all sort of shipping has to abide by. And perhaps some of these ships also haven't paid fees or tolls to Iran. That could be another part of the calculus. But I also think it demonstrates Iran's capability, operational capability, to continue to attack ships, even though we've seen the U.S.
Yeah, even though we've seen a large bombardment along their entire coastline, but yet these bastards are still able to control the effing strait. Why? Well, I mean, one, like, come on, guys, they're right there. And two, like I said, it's like finding a needle in the haystack, all the launch sites that they have along this coast. I mean, Iran's terrain is like a nightmare like to a military guy. It's a nightmare to a military target analyst. Let's just say that, because just finding these targets in these mountains, hills, and all this mountainous terrain is like, bro, it's damn near impossible. I mean, we could do our best. We can catch them slipping, but we won't be able to strike all of them. And if we, I mean, we probably could. I mean, but I'm gonna be real with you though. That's gonna be a lot of munitions that we don't got. So let's just get a key understanding here. It is really easy to close the strait because all Iran got to do is show that they're able to still fire off missiles and drones. What's extremely hard is opening up the strait, because not only do we got to defend off Iran, but you also got to keep defense of the vessels. And then if the vessels get hit, now you got to come out of pocket, because the insurance definitely didn't tell them to go through there. You did. So now these vessels are looking towards you. Man, here's Trump out here making us financially liable for $300 to $400 million vessels. And if he runs out of money, it is going to start coming out of taxpayer dollars. So let's not forget about that.
Attack Iranian
stolen funds.
Military capabilities for now months along that whole coastline where the Strait of Hormuz sort of follows. And despite probably hundreds, if not thousands, of strikes against different types of weapon systems and command and control facilities and other targets, that Iran still has this ability to attack ships. So there's a lot to unpack there, but I think there's multiple things going on at the same time.
And it's also important to note, you just touched on this, but one thing that we don't know too much about is how kind of things stand when it comes to Iran's military. We've heard from President Trump, we've heard from Secretary Pete Hegseth, essentially saying that Iran doesn't necessarily have a navy, any military at this point, but it looks like they are still kind of launching those attacks. Now, they're also claiming that they launched an attack, a drone attack of sorts, a bit earlier today on a U.S. base over in Kuwait. We haven't heard any confirmation from CENTCOM. We haven't heard whether or not there were any impact strikes, injuries. We've heard none of that. So the fact that we don't fully know what Iran is capable of at this point, I have to imagine that creates...
It's kind of crazy, though, because it's catching the right off guard, or it's catching Fox News for some reason. But, you know, I've been kind of preaching this for a while now. And like I said, I've even had talks where people were in disbelief when I told them that, yo, yeah, Iran got hypersonic missiles. Iran got underground bases, guys. This is not going to be easy. Like, everybody trying to frame this as Venezuela or it's going to be Iraq. But, yeah, actually, it's a whole lot worse. I'm like, well, Venezuela was easy, but Iraq, I mean, you guys get my point with that one. Hey, more people, bigger country, more sophisticated army. And how do we do against a less sophisticated army with less people? Okay, I hope you get what I'm saying now. But all right, though. Now let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. Let's get back into, well, stay on Fox News for a little bit. I do want to hear what they got to say and see what their angles are.
That is doing very poorly, just in case you read incorrect stories. They're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. They've been very dishonest.
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent.
President Trump at Camp David opening up that cabinet meeting, talking about a number of different topics, but Iran leading the way. And this is new reporting, including our questions to the White House about what started in the Wall Street Journal about a new round of attacks. pretty significant, at least forecast to be that, with the U.S. and Israel inside Iran. The White House press secretary responding to that, saying the United States signed an MOU with Iran and they broke it, shot at commercial ships, killed American soldiers. President Trump is not going to stand by.
No, that's debatable because we couldn't get Israel out of Lebanon, and that was like clause 1 of the memorandum of understanding, and we couldn't even get that done. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, you can't really say we broke the memorandum of understanding when we couldn't even fulfill like number 1. And then 2, we actually said in the memorandum of understanding, as ambiguous as it was, that they can regulate the strait. Now, I know in our understanding, we thought that they were going to regulate the reopening of the strait. Now, in Iran's understanding, they said, oh, no, we're about to lead people through the strait and charge them a service fee, which they were doing. And we were allowing to happen until we try to open up the southern side of the Omani, southern side of the Hormuz Strait, which is the Oman side, which is basically one of our key allies. And we try to send these ships through until, well, I ain't gonna lie, like, let's be real. Iran stopped all that shit. Let's be real. They stopped it by sending rockets and missiles into the strait, hitting 2 ships, hitting 2 ships and sinking 2 ships. What does that say? That they're still able to control the strait, still able to exert force. So yeah, these ships are no longer going to listen to us when we tell them, oh, it's safe to take the southern side. I mean, why would they do such a thing? And because because we're not allowing Iran to actually regulate or control the strait, and trust me, I don't want them to do it either, but sounds like that might have been the best option, sadly. But because we cannot allow that, or the Trump administration cannot allow that, because it'd be a huge L, we just pretty much engaged in a full-on bombing campaign trying to release their control of the strait that they still have. And we're still continuing this bombing campaign to this day. So this is like where we're at with it. Like, you got to remember, this war restarted off the craziness of 2 vessels taking a whole different route than the other vessels and not listening to Iran and getting their ass hit. And like, remember, we didn't know that was America actually leading them through at first. I honestly thought it was a false flag to get America back into it. But as you see, it was just us kind of being dumb and thinking that we can just sneak them through. And these ships are getting hit and we're pissed off because not only do we got to pay for these ships, but we got to save face.
And allow this terrorist behavior to occur, Iran will continue to pay until they come to the table in what President Trump deems a meaningful way. With that, let's start there and bring in our panel. Trey Gowdy, former congressman from South Carolina, host of Sunday Night in America with Trey Gowdy. Susan Page, Washington bureau chief at USA Today, and Axios political reporter Hans Nichols. Hans, it seems like the president has reached this frustration level. He essentially signaled that at the cabinet meeting today. And it seems like that's the pressure point to try to get Iran, after some point, to come meaningfully to the table.
The president, in his own words, Brett, said, we will be hitting them very hard. So I don't think anyone should be surprised if there are substantial and serious strikes in Iran, potentially jointly with Israel, over the weekend. What we don't know is...
Yeah, I'm not sure if Israel's actually going to join because, what was it? Their finance minister Smotrich, he pretty much came out and said that, well, Israel's in the perfect position. We got Iran fighting, not Iran, but we got the U.S. fighting Iran for us. And then they're also about to take care of Hezbollah for us. They're bragging about it on Fox News, how we're just about to relieve Israel of the problem that they started and go ahead and fix it for them. I mean, isn't that crazy? But yeah, I mean, bro, as far as things are going, not in the right direction.
We don't know the scope and we don't know the duration. And some of the reporting from CBS and others has indicated that the Trump administration wants it to be over by the weekend. Now, that's a difficult sort of runway. That's a very short period to have exceedingly harsh strikes, as some of the...
Oh, yeah, but sorry, to conclude my point, though, what I was pretty much trying to say was that, no, Israel's not going to get involved. They want us to take care of everything while they sit back and, reap the benefits of the aftermath.
Reporting suggesting, but also
to stabilize the entire Middle East and start taking land left and right.
Have it be ending so quickly, potentially before markets open back up on Sunday. So this is the challenge the president finds himself in, is that, yes, he wants to strike Iran. Yes, he wants to let them know that he means business, but there's also some regulators on it. And one of those regulators is the market.
Yeah, Secretary of State Marco Rubio sat down with Laura Trump for an interview this weekend, and he said that Iran has not really calculated President Trump. Tickles.
I don't think the Iranian regime has ever faced a president like President Trump, which is someone that actually takes action. You know, they got used to for 20 or 30 years, not just the US, but the broader world, allowing them to get away with things like lying, breaking deals, tricking people into agreements and so forth.
Trey, thoughts on that and kind of this growing frustration in the administration with the efforts to try to get to a negotiated peace?
Yeah, Marco's right. It's been 47 years. I don't know what changes if you get them to the table. I mean, assume you're sitting across the table from them, Brett. Are you going to believe what they tell you? I mean, you cannot rely on what this regime tells you.
And you kind of see how, bro, the language on Fox News is turning into, no, we need regime change. We need regime change because we can't trust the regime inside or outside of a deal. And I know that's damn near been my slogan with these guys, because it's like, okay, then what you're pushing for is regime change, aka boots on the ground, which y'all just don't want to say out loud. All you want to sit there and do is just repeat the line to the people is that, well, basically, look, we can't trust them inside, we can't trust them outside of a deal. I mean, how could you ever trust these crazy IRGC guys? It's like, okay, but we kind of do if we want to get to peace and or honestly give it back to some type of normalcy. But here's the thing, though. If we don't do that, then I'm gonna be real with you. We're gonna have anything but normalcy. And like, you're this whole initiative of just like what, finishing the job, yeah, it doesn't really get us anywhere. But hold on now, let me make sure I got his point all the way down.
If you get them to the table, I mean, assume you're sitting across the table.
Yeah, like I said, it's always about, oh, well, what if they lie? I'm like, okay, then just say what y'all want out loud. Say you want regime change. Say you want boots on the ground and stop beating around the bush.
From them, Brett, are you going to believe what they tell you? I mean, you cannot rely on what this regime tells you. So one of two things has to happen. That regime has to fundamentally change, which hasn't happened.
You know, so crazy. People like to sit there and say like, oh, it's not about regime change. Bro, we killed their leader on the first day and killed like an entire succession of leadership. Then Trump came out and told the Iranian people to take back their institution. Yeah, what the fuck was that? Then what was that? Like, come on now. They're just upset that it didn't work. So now they want to kind of take it back as a goal. But trust me, if it had worked, oh yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we got regime change, guys. Yeah, of course. I mean, you took out the leader in his entire succession, but little did we know that they have this thing called a mosaic defense, and they already had multiple lines of succession ready for that moment. Little did we know.
In half a century, or you have to change the regime. In the meantime, you've got to hit them so much harder than they hit you. Not only do they pursue a nuclear weapon from a military standpoint, they pursue a nuclear economic weapon, which is the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot allow that to happen. You cannot give this rogue nation that amount of power. I mean, if he still has patience with Iran, then he is Job, because the rest of us ran out weeks ago.
In the meantime, Susan, there's a lot happening.
Well, let's be real. Most of us don't want to crash out our economy because you want regime change for Iran. I mean, most of us don't want to face $10 gas per gallon because you want regime change with Iran. Like, nobody want to do that. Like, that's the problem, bro. And here's the thing. They always beat around the bush with it. We've lost patience. You can't trust them inside, outside of a deal. Bro, just say what y'all want. Y'all want regime change. Just say it out loud. Y'all know it ain't possible, but I mean, at least be honest.
In the Middle East, I mean, for a long time, we played this cat and mouse game with Hamas, as did Israel. Now the president is touting a disarmament deal.
Yeah. But, you know, there are some similarities, I think, between the situation with Iran and the situation in Gaza, which is that the devil is truly in the details. So you can announce a plan, and if it was implemented, that would be a huge achievement, a real game changer in the Middle East. But we've got 100 steps to go to get there. And as we found with Iran, you take one step forward, you take 2 steps back. So there is a lot of skepticism in the region that this is really going to be possible. But if it was, it would be historic.
Yeah, on that historic nature, here is the president today.
We'll have an understanding with Israel. Israel is very happy about it. Will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. Nobody thought that would be possible to disarm.
Honestly, I don't think Israel cares. They're still going to bomb the Palestinians. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, let's be real. Does Israel honestly care about the ceasefire? No, because they've been bombing the Palestinians. Do they care about Hamas giving back the hostages? No, because they're still recklessly bombing them and going out and still imprisoning Palestinians. They don't care. And then, of course, I mean, the whole the disarmament of Hamas. Well, will Israel care even then? Will they still continue bombing Palestinians? To be continued.
Hamas. That shows you how much success we're having with Iran.
Well, this is a huge step forward. It looks like a pretty good process. There's a lot of verification in it.
Now is the time for both sides to implement what was agreed.
So the president's touting this board of peace. All parties reaffirm their commitment to the comprehensive plan to achieve peace in Gaza. Israel fully complete without delay all remaining commitments. Progression from one phase to the following one shall be contingent on the verified completion. Hamas and other factions agreed that all civilian governance and security functions in Gaza shall be handed over upon fully assuming its responsibilities.
All right, so it's pretty much like I said, and this whole board of peace was supposed to allow a path for the Palestinians to govern themselves and police themselves, and it's looking like that's what they're doing. Like Hamas looks like Hamas is actually about to dissolve into their police force in a way, but we'll see how that works out.
This new entity shall maintain the continuation of civilian institutions and public services. I mean, it says a lot, Hans, but getting from point A to point B, as we know in that area, sometimes is very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a threshold matter, this seems like a significant accord. It seems like they have agreement, not total agreement from the Israelis, but, you know, they're getting there. And as the president himself noted, there will be ups and downs on this. But, you know, what surprised me the most about this, and I think it surprised most people, is that there's a lot going on in the world. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about fighting with the Senate. There are so many different issues. And then out of nowhere, this comes out. And obviously, diplomats have been tracking this. They've been focused on this. But it's a reminder that the Trump administration is doing so many things at so many times. And it's a challenge, but it's almost bewildering to stay up with it. Here, it seems like this is good news. You don't want to be overly positive on the first don't read.
I don't know. It is good news, but I mean, is that going to stop Israel's BS? I mean, who knows? Hopefully it does. Hopefully they don't move the goalposts. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this next video with the Wall Street Journal. And it's talking about one of Iranian's missiles and why it is so hard to stop. But all right, guys, let's get right into it. I'm main screaming for you guys. Oh, yeah, make sure to double tap that screen and smash the like button, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show, you can send a gift as well, guys. Truly appreciate it.
Hamas Shakan ballistic missile, and the regime has been firing it at U.S. bases across the Middle East. Iran has been using the missile throughout its war with the United States. But U.S. officials say Iran's attacks are growing more and more complex, and that's making the missile even more dangerous for American troops. The Hamas Shakan is a medium-range ballistic missile. Iran claims it can fly 900 miles, meaning it can threaten the entire Middle East and beyond. Iran considers the missile to be all Iranian, meaning it was designed in Iran and it's not a modified version of an older Soviet missile. It's named after the Battle of Habar in the 7th century when followers of the Prophet Muhammad conquered a Jewish enclave. There are a few features that make this missile challenging for Iran's adversaries. In some variants, the nose section, which carries the warhead, can maneuver as it crashes toward the Earth at high speeds. The missile also has solid fuel, unlike older missiles, meaning it doesn't need to be fueled up right before launch. That allows Iran to keep the missiles loaded on trucks and ready to fire quickly before U.S. warplanes can take them out. Experts also say the missile can carry a payload of more than 1,000 pounds and travel thousands of miles an hour, making direct hits incredibly dangerous.
موشکی خیبر شکن برای اولین بار در مقابل دیدگان شما نوع موشک بالستیک با سوخت جامد.
When the Hamas Shakan was introduced in 2022, Iran's military claimed its third-generation design made the missile one-third the weight.
Yeah, guys, and this is kind of what makes Iran like a little bit more lethal than you expected, because like she said, they build all of this in-house. All of this is built in-house and underground, and they can pop out about 300 missiles a month. You guys, you want to know how much we pop out? About 600 to 900 a year. They're doing that in 3 months.
Of previous models. and took about 1/6 the time to launch. Iran has been using the Habar-Shaykan alongside other missiles and drones, and it has been using a range of speeds, flight paths, and maneuvers to try to confuse defenses. The U.S. has shot down the majority of those projectiles, but some have gotten through. In July, 3 American soldiers were killed in an attack on a base in Jordan. Before the war started, the U.S. and Israel estimated that Iran had about 2,500 medium-range ballistic missiles, including the Habar-Shaykan. Iran also has short-range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and space launch vehicles. It has also fired intermediate-range ballistic missiles at the U.S. military base in the Indian Ocean, known as Diego Garcia. During Epic Fury, the U.S. tried to knock out Iran's missile and launch sites, but officials say Iran has been able to dig them out of underground facilities and reconstitute some of its supply. There's also evidence that Iran has shared the Habar-Shaykan with the Houthi rebels in Yemen. The Defense Intelligence Agency has published photos showing that the Houthis' version is nearly identical to Iran's. Iran hasn't disclosed the cost of the Habar-Shaykan, but analysts say it is far cheaper than the U.S. and Israeli interceptors that are used to shoot them down.
Yep.
Those interceptors.
I mean, bro, here's the thing, though. Like, bro, our interceptors are shooting down $20,000 to $50,000 drones, and these are like $1 million interceptors. And yes, also it does look like their missiles are probably about $200,000 to $300,000. And you got to remember, everything is built inside of Iran. They don't got to outsource nothing really. So it is what it is on that note. And you already know, and guys, you already know here, they're damn near building this shit for free. I mean, when all the supplies come from in-house and you building it in-house, even with your currency destroyed, you can still get a lot of these out.
Like Patriots, THAADs, and Standard missiles cost between $2 million and $15 million each, depending on the type. At the beginning of the war, President Trump and other U.S. officials said that a key objective of Epic Fury was to wipe out Iran's missile program.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
But President Trump has backed off of that objective and is now largely focused on getting Iran to drop its pursuit of a nuclear weapon.
Missiles aren't the problem. Missiles they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet.
Entering its 5th month, the conflict.
Yeah, that's what he pretty much saying. Like, what you mean? Iran can have missiles. They got a right to defend themselves. We just don't want them to have a nuke. And I'm like, you know what? I share that opinion. But here's the problem, though. Israel does not share that opinion, and neither do neocons. Because every time we try to get them on a deal with their nukes, they always come in between and be like, no, well, you got to take care of their missiles and proxies as well. And it's like, nah, I think our interest is start with the nukes and end with the nukes. Well, their nuclear program. Anything else we should leave Israel to tackle, since they really want it.
Between Iran and the United States has continued to flare up, with both sides launching attacks on strategic targets. And there's no sign yet that the two countries are ready to sign a deal.
But yeah, nice little clip right there. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it here because this is going to be a wild one. What was it? Actually, damn, it's about 2 months old. All right, we're going to watch this one real quick.
The New York Times citing classified assessments suggesting that Iran retains substantial missile capabilities. This squares with other CNN reporting, but not with what the administration is saying publicly.
Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble.
We've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles.
Their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed.
Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted.
We've knocked out their missile production. Their missiles are mostly decimated. They have probably 18, 19%, but not a lot.
U.S. intelligence has come to the conclusion that Iran, while having substantial missile capabilities damaged, they've regained a lot of those capabilities along the Strait of Hormuz, which of course directly contradicts what we're hearing from the White House.
Yep. And why do they do and why can they do that? Because they build all this underground, guys. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into international media. Let's start off on Al Jazeera.
Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Council is warning Tehran could impose tighter restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz. He says the continued U.S. naval blockade on Iran and what he is calling warmongering by American officials will lead to tougher measures. He also said other strategic maritime routes and choke points could also be affected if the tension continues to escalate. Mahmoud Abdelwahed has more from Tehran.
A fresh warning from Iran's National Security Council is raising the stakes in the regional confrontation. Now, Tehran is threatening that if the United States continues with its naval blockade on Iran's southern ports, the lock on the Strait of Hormuz will be further tightened, and also other straits could be also closed or locked. We understand that it did not name any other straits, but we understand that Bab el-Mandeb, or the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb at the Gulf of Aden under control of the Houthis, who are close allies to Tehran, could be also affected. Now, in the statement, it mentions that if the United States continues with the naval blockade, the energy market, the global energy market.
I mean, shoot, bro. It does look like we're trying to go for a land blockade, because that is what people are talking about. People are really talking about, well, Israel weighs on Iran land blockade, aka we're just gonna cut off their bridges and railroads and keep them isolated from, you know, shipments and all that good stuff. But the problem is, if we do that to them, then they might just do that to our Gulf allies throughout the Middle East. But here's a little segment on it.
But we begin with Anita Vogel, live with brand new developments on the conflict with Iran. Anita, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Trace. It certainly sounds like another large attack against Iran could be imminent, and part of that might be a land blockade. The British Telegraph newspaper is reporting a land blockade is under consideration by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to increase economic pressure on the regime after months of attacks have failed to bring them to their knees. The article suggesting the plan could require the U.S. and Israel to petition Iran's neighbors to restrict or close border crossings, which would limit exports and imports to the country.
Not doing that.
Earlier today,
they're not doing that, bro. First off, Pakistan, key ally of Iran, so that's not going to happen. So Pakistan's a key ally of Iran, and Pakistan was also helping Iran get shipments to China and from China. Yes, that's why the blockade didn't work, because of their ally Pakistan. So that's not going to work. And Azerbaijan and Armenia, yeah, they're not strong enough to do anything. Turkey, they're actually in support of Iran, and they want the war to stop, so they're not going to join in on it. Iraq, well, they're going to have to fight the Iran proxy groups there before they can even try a blockade. And these Iran proxy groups are on the border of Iran and Iraq. So that's going to be a hard task right there. And Afghanistan ain't going to want nothing to do with us. And Turkmenistan, I mean, I don't really know about those guys. So we'll see. We'll see, but I doubt it.
Media pressed President Trump as to how Iran still has enough missiles and military capability to continue to attack U.S. bases and ships in the region, and how he might respond.
They have far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point, they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
And as for that land blockade, Iran shares borders with 7 different countries, including Iraq, Pakistan, and Turkey, which all maintain economic and political cooperation with Tehran. So,
yeah, because it's for their own survival as well. Like, they need to maintain this economic cooperation, because they actually get key, key products to their lifestyle out of Iran. And so does Iran from them. So they're going to keep up their trade, because trade sustains their lifestyle, as it does for ours as well. So to sit there and pretty much try to cut that off, like I said, you'd be hurting more of the people than the IRGC. Like I said, this is why I say attacking like civilian infrastructure, energy power plants, and bridges. That's why it always tests the line. It teeters the line of war crime and military target. Why? Because more than likely, it's mainly going to be used by the citizens. Like destroying the bridges and cutting off their trade and all that crazy stuff. Yeah, that's mainly going to hurt the citizens, because who make money off that? Not just the IRGC, but mainly the citizens make money. Like what? You're saying the IRGC work all the jobs in Tehran? Like, how ridiculous did that sound? Well, my bad, not Tehran, but Iran. Iran. Like, come on now.
Trace that land blockade could prove to be difficult.
Indeed. Nita, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
But all right, though. We're gonna hop off the Fox News for a little bit, guys. I know. Y'all going like set, bro. You really about to hit me with another Fox News segment? No.
About some worrisome.
Let's get into this whole suspected Iran cyber attack targeted 30 Minnesota water systems, and I'm just like, I don't know about that. Honestly, I think it might have just been Minnesota's terrible handling of their own infrastructure and their welfare system.
CNN cybersecurity reporter Sean Ling is here with me in the Situation Room. Sean, I know you have some new reporting this morning about some worrisome cyber attacks on U.S. water systems. What more are you learning? I'm really concerned about this.
Yeah, well, so the problem with the water sector and other critical infrastructure sectors in the U.S. is they leave too much of their sensitive computer systems online. The types of computers that monitor water pressure and other safety parameters at water systems. And what happened here is that someone, possibly Iran, not confirmed yet, but someone earlier this week carried out this sort of sweeping cyber attack across.
Oh, wow. So someone, possibly in Iran. Okay, bro.
Potentially 6 states. The epicenter was sort of in Minnesota, where we had 30 water systems affected.
Can it be China?
And the hackers are going in and sort of accessing some of these industrial machines and potentially causing safety issues. Now,
guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or just want to support the show, go ahead and super chat in or send a gift, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's keep it going.
We don't have any reports of contamination or anything like that. Things were safely shut down, and there's no threat to the immediate threat to the drinking water. But this really has U.S. officials alarmed. FBI, EPA have been investigating all week and trying to run it down to make sure that there's been no threat to the drinking water. In some cases, water utilities have advised folks to boil water briefly, but this is something that's been sort of brewing for a long time.
Yeah, I should be drinking spring water anyway.
We got the Iran war. You have Iran threatened and weakened, and potentially Iran using their asymmetric capabilities over here to make us feel the pain.
So why are they suspecting, and the key word, suspecting Iran? They don't have any hard proof of that, at least not yet.
Some of the tactics match. They haven't played
dead man. I'm weak. I said the same thing, though. I was in my head. I'm like, why does that sound more like a China thing? That don't really sound like an Iran thing. That sounds more like something like China would do. Was mess with our water system. I mean, bro, they're already pumping fentanyl into the United States. I mean, why not F with our water system as well? I mean, we already caught them trying to put switchers on our satellite. I mean, not our satellites, but our solar panels. So, I mean, why wouldn't they do this? Like, it makes sense. It's up their alley.
Officially, they don't want to rule out a false flag or something like that. But given the geopolitical environment, it's the top suspect in many cases.
Could be if it's Iran doing this, could be very worrisome indeed. All right, thanks very, very much, Sean Lingus reporting.
Cybersecurity expert.
And look, I'm not saying that China did it. I'm just saying it just makes more sense if China was to do it. Like Iran, I don't know about that. But hey, I digress. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this. Let's get into the international media one more time, and then we're gonna get into these 50 to 80,000 migrants from Morocco just storming a city in Spain. Yeah, that was insane right there. That was insane. And there's a lot to get into about it as well.
This is America, and this is one small part of the world's largest naval base here in Norfolk, Virginia. Ships from here are out on operational duty in the Middle East. And from Jordan to Iran, from the Red Sea to the Strait of Hormuz, we are seeing what seems to be a real rise in tensions at the moment. As diplomacy stalls, I'll be asking whether or not we're starting to see a wider war and what the impacts of that will be. First, though, let's go to our Washington, D.C. studio and Alex Marquardt.
Thank you, Richard. For a moment there, it looked like the fighting between the U.S. and Iran might be slowing down, even ending. But that hope appears to be fading fast. The U.S. is now targeting Iranian industrial hubs, while Iran is expanding where it is targeting U.S. forces. At the center of this crisis are two of the world's most important maritime choke points, the Strait of Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb. where this military confrontation is rapidly becoming economic warfare. The question now is no longer whether this conflict continues, but whether it is expanding into a wider regional war that becomes far harder to contain. The U.S. is well positioned with military installations all across the Middle East. It's from some of these bases that they've launched their strikes on Iran. But Iran has retaliated. U.S. military facilities in Bahrain, Jordan, Iraq, and Kuwait have all reportedly been targeted. Iran has also hit oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, resulting in a joint U.S.-Saudi series of attacks on Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. And a drone strike hit a U.S.-owned natural gas storage ship at an Egyptian port as well.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Richard Gaseford in Norfolk, Virginia.
That they are pretty much trying to say was Iran, but here's the thing. Egypt is saying that it's not Iran. Iran is claiming that it wasn't them as well. And they're saying that it was a drone. And the problem is, I mean, look, if it was a missile, okay, maybe. But the problem with it being a drone is like, yo, you're going to send that all the way over Iraq, all the way through southern Jordan just to hit here, a drone only? Like, and nobody saw it. Nobody got no camera on it. Yeah, I don't think that was Iran, guys. And trust me, not like Iran wouldn't, but if they were going to do that, then why not just strike inside the Suez Canal and have that shut down and give these guys no way out? Like, if you were going to strike anything.
He has more details on how this conflict is potentially growing.
With the ceasefire broken, American forces in the Middle East are busy with daily missions over Iran. And last month, the president proclaimed Iran's military had been totally destroyed. Today, he's wanting to hit them harder.
We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point, they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
In the past weeks, Iran's attacks have increased, hitting U.S. bases in Jordan and Iraq with ballistic missiles. Defending against them is coming at a cost. The defense secretary has asked for more cash from Congress, with some questioning his leadership.
Mr. Secretary, you stated 4 months ago that Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. You stated we had, quote,
I mean, damn, you can see the sweat on his face from that call out. It's like, yeah, bro, you done told a lot of lies. You done over exaggerated the success of Operation, well, honestly, the military success of Operation Epic Fury. Completely over exaggerated. It's like, y'all said we took out most of the missiles. That wasn't true. You said you took out their navy. These guys are hopping out here in drone speedboats and regular speedboats that shoot missiles. It's like, what are you talking about? The only thing y'all actually took out was their Air Force. And guess what? Those were just old ass planes that they got back from the 60s and 70s. Like, those were never a threat. So thank you for taking out a museum artifact.
Have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them and we're holding that issue.
Central Command oversees more than 4 million square miles.
U.S. Central Command has been promoting its military might on social media, but each day of the war sees its inventory depleted. The Center for Strategic and International Studies estimates the U.S. has used between 1/3 and 1/2 of its reserves of 7 key munitions. That includes 65% of its Patriot air defense missiles, and it's fired 1,000 Tomahawk missiles since the war started. That's 1/3 of the total stock. It's not just the cost of the missiles that's causing concern. It's reported regional allies like Saudi Arabia fear an escalation of the conflict could lead to serious consequences, including attacks on Arab capitals, desalination plants, and commercial centers. With 2 ships hit in Egypt on Wednesday in a drone attack, there's concern about a wider war affecting shipping and trade routes away from the Hormuz Strait.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you've been watching for a while now. And also, if you have any question, comments, joke, disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage with it. Or you can just chill out or you can send a gift. All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Which continues to be the focus of conflict, restricting the flow of oil and gas and keeping prices high around the globe. The U.S. continues to move resources in and out of the Middle East. The world's largest warship returned to Norfolk, Virginia in May after an 11-month mission that included operational duties in the area. 50,000 American servicemen and women remain in the region, a number that could quickly grow if Donald Trump decides to use more force against Iran.
And Richard joins us now from Norfolk, Virginia, which is home to the largest concentration of U.S. naval forces. So, Richard, in this conflict that is so focused on control of waterways, how prominent is the U.S. Navy's role?
It's absolutely pivotal. They have 2 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Middle East, and they're being used to launch daily missions and patrols. But they also have ships like this one, USS Bataan, which is an amphibious assault vessel. And that will allow them to transition from a war based at sea to one based on land. And a land invasion is still very much a possibility, Alex. This place, as you say, the largest naval base in the world. And it's not just the ships they have here in Norfolk. There's a big...
Oh, really? Oh, that got me off guard right there. What do you mean? What do you mean it's still in this cards? Hold on now. Well, why? Why would we want to do a land invasion when it'd be damn near impossible? And all we're going to be doing is, bro, first we're going to be fighting the civilians before we even get to the IRGC. If you haven't been looking, they've been arming the civilians to fight us at these locations. So there really is no way we can just sneak on to Iran or set up. Well, we could set up a post in Iran, but keeping that post is going to be damn near impossible. They're going to be throwing missiles and drones at it all day, all night. Really just drones all day, all night, because we're within their country. So it's going to be a whole lot easier just to hit us. We just be there like sitting ducks in a mountainous region that we don't really understand that much. Well, I mean, we'll get to understand it, but I mean, guys, like I said, like we can win a ground war, but the amount of lives that will be lost it won't be worth it. Like, let's just keep it real. And then it's not for even a for sure thing that we could win. If it was a for sure thing, maybe, but it's not a for sure thing that if we put boots on the ground, we're going to reach all of our objectives. But Lord knows we're going to lose a whole bunch of lives, though.
Oceana Naval Air Station as well. They have large depots for munitions and missiles that are kept here, as well as the Navy SEALs and other key departments that are also based in this area. So it's very busy. Pretty much everyone you meet in and around Norfolk either has a link to this place or they have a view on the war and how it's progressing and the direction it should be taking.
In short, I feel that it should have been a very short engagement, if any at all. I think American interests should be put first. And maybe if we're going to be over there, maybe American interests are misaligned.
They need to do what needs to be done. They need to finish the job. Enough.
Oh,
Needs to end.
And does that mean going harder on Iran right now, do you think?
I trust President Trump to do whatever he feels needs to be done. It's gone on long enough. Too many presidents have...
Oh, she didn't hate the Fox News propaganda. Good Lord. God bless her, man. God bless her heart. But she didn't hate the Fox News propaganda. It's like we must finish the job. They've been a threat for 47 years. Donald Trump is just so brave. Just such a brave man. He just took care of what all the other presidents ignored for 47 years. Like, no, sweetheart. No. That's not it. No, it's not that he's a brave man. It's that he's a very gullible man, sadly. And the reality is no, they weren't afraid. It's just that they actually cared about the country, sadly. And I mean, getting into a war with Iran would have caused the same effects, well, back then as they're causing now. I mean, Bush decided not to do it after how Iraq went for him. I mean, why would you want to go ahead and go into a bigger country with more people after you've seen how Iraq and Afghanistan went? And then, of course, Obama didn't want to do it because he got common sense. Trump didn't do it in his first term, thank God. Biden didn't do it because, I mean, he wasn't all the way there. And I don't even think he'd have done it if he was all the way there in the first place. So I'm sorry, but Trump, he was just gullible enough to do this. It has nothing to do about bravery. It has nothing to do about, they were just kicking the can down the line or down the road. No, it has everything to do with it just was not, one, I mean, the goals just aren't achievable. And two, it's just not worth it. It'd be easier to get into a diplomatic deal with these guys, sign a deal like the JCPOA, get control of their nuclear facility. Well, not control, but get oversight over their nuclear facility and just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. I know some of y'all don't like to hear that, but I mean, that'd be more peaceful resolution than this. Instead of trying to take out a nuclear weapon program that you got no proof of. Oh, they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. Where's your proof, bro? You don't got it. So basically, we're all going in on the biggest trust me, bro, ever, right? Just like weapons of mass destruction. So once again, you guys have fallen for the same propaganda again, hook, line, and sinker. Isn't that crazy?
Walked this path and failed. Enough is enough. Needs to end.
I want the Iranians, the oppressed people, to live better, to have more freedom. But I don't know if this war will bring that, will make that happen. But I want our military men and women to not be a part of all of this. I feel like this war was started without Congress blessings.
I mean, shout out to grandma. Yes, grandma. No, you got it completely right. Just like the other grandma before you, you got, I mean, look, they both understand the situation, but got a completely different view. And she's like, yo, this didn't go through Congress. This is a war of choice. This wasn't a war of necessity. It's like, what are we doing? And the other one is like, well, you know, threat for 47 years. They've always been a threat. Ex-presidents kicking can down the line, Fox News propaganda. It's just like crazy. But no, she got the right attitude or the right take on this one. It's like, well, I mean, let's be real. Like the whole it being the war being decorated by Congress, dog. I mean, that hasn't been done in ages. In ages. A war has not been decorated by Congress. Every time a president just pops off and we all accept it for some reason, I don't know why. But it's just something that we accept. Well, they have war powers. That's really why. But I ain't gonna lie, that needs to be called into question as well. Considering that presidents tend to have their ego involved and engage in this crash out nature, which, you know, puts other people's lives in danger, not their own. And the only thing that's in risk is the president's ego. We had that same problem with Lyndon B. Johnson when it came to Vietnam, and it looks like we're suffering it again under Trump. And I think we might have had the same thing with George Bush as well, actually. So, yeah, these presidents' egos get caught in, and at a certain point, they honestly stop caring about the life or the cost of life.
And that shouldn't be how we start wars in this country.
I think they need to hammer them and get it done. That's all I have to say.
When really, what you do?
Yeah.
And do you think that would actually have the desired effect?
I do. It's a regime that needs to be gone. And they don't need to pussyfoot around with it. They just need to take care of it.
Yeah, well, brother, I wish that was a easy possibility. Look, I mean, we already tried. We went in there with Operation Epic Fury, and we got no regime change. I mean, the missiles and drones are still operational. They're straight. So trust me, brother, we already tried. But now they want to try again. I know it's like all the neocons got is just to recycle like bad ideas.
To further discuss this dangerous moment is Charles Kupchan, a former National Security Council official under President Barack Obama, and Kenneth Katzman. He is the former senior analyst on Iran at the U.S. Congressional Research Service. Charles, Kenneth, thank you both for joining me at this really pivotal moment in this conflict. How dangerous, Kenneth, is this new phase of escalation that we've seen in recent days?
Well, thank you for having me again. The entire situation is dangerous. Basically, the U.S. is at a strategic dead end. And in my view, it either has to escalate or basically acknowledge that Iran is going to claim control and probably exercise control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so Mr. Trump, in my view, either has a choice whether to escalate, probably with ground troops, as unfortunate as that choice might be, or just simply acknowledge that he cannot achieve his objectives and come home.
Back down and hand over control of the Strait to Iran.
Those are the two choices as I see it. That's correct.
Charles, how do you see it?
You know, I think that we are in a escalatory phase, but it's limited escalation. I think that neither the Iranians nor the Americans really want to go to the mat and just let everything go. And I think that that's probably a good thing because it's already
because we destroy all of the entire global economy doing that. That's the problem with going to the mat and going all out. We would literally take out the entire economy with it.
Region-wide war, but it could turn into a region-wide explosion. And right now, I think there's a certain amount of cat and mouse, tit for tat, where the United States is trying to increase
I mean, no, it's already too late for all that, bro. It's already too late. It's already a regional explosion. I mean, guys, let's just keep it real here, guys. I mean, we got Iran and, of course, Iran, Then there's us all involved in this like nice little conflict or this regional war. Then we got Iraq getting thrown in. Of course, we got Israel thrown in the mix. We got Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and then of course we got Yemen, who just pretty much entered the chat like what, a couple weeks ago, just to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Yeah, this is a regional war, guys.
Heat. The Iranians are responding in kind. They're looking for an off-ramp, a breakthrough at the negotiating table, but neither side really seems to be willing to make a compromise, to back down. So I think we're in a bit of a stalemate right now. I'm not sure I would agree with Kenneth that the only option other than full-scale war is letting Iran have the Strait of Hormuz. I hope that there is some kind of compromise that can be hammered out, a regional consortium, some kind of plan that gives Iran more control over the.
No, I'm not gonna lie though. That's been my worst fear to eat too. It's just like, bro, that might be our only real way out of this is just letting Iran have it. Like, bro, all right, bro, you got it. We can't take it away from you, and you ain't willing to give it up. You got it. We're just gonna walk away from this. I mean, it'd be the best thing to do, but it'd be the worst thing politically for Trump to do.
Straight,
good for us, bad for Trump.
Still leaves it an international waterway.
How much do you believe, Kenneth, Iran is directing its proxies to step things up?
Oh, absolutely. This is how Iran always planned to exercise
direct orders
power.
To those proxies?
I believe in the case of the Houthis, they asked the Houthis specifically to close the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Houthis have started to act to do that. They directed their militia allies in Iraq to attack Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and others, and that's exactly what they're doing. So they are using these allies. I don't necessarily call them proxies because they have their own leaderships and their own ideology too, but they are using their allies to ratchet up the pressure and show that they can exert pressure all over the region.
Have you been surprised, Charles, at seeing some of the U.S.'s Arab allies, the Saudis, the Bahrainis, the Kuwaitis getting involved in some of these strikes?
I'm not surprised. In some ways, I find it more surprising that it took this long, in the sense that Iran retaliated from the get-go against a wide range of Gulf partners of the United States. And they weren't just hitting U.S. bases. They were hitting hotels. They were hitting energy installations. They were hitting civilian targets.
And for the most part, those allies were holding back.
Completely holding back. I mean, the strikes that the Saudis got involved in Jordan.
Oh, guys, like I said, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements for me, feel free to super chat that in. If not, and you just happen to be going through a financial situation, hey, don't cry about me about it. Cry in the chat. But you're not going to get my attention by spazzing out in the chat and misrepresenting my arguments. Like, trust me, it's not going to happen. But all right, though, let's keep it going.
Excuse me, in Iraq, they're the first time that you've really seen one of these countries that have been the target of Iranian attacks push back. I still don't think that we are at the point where you're going to see a region-wide conflagration with everybody getting in. But even if that's the case, even if both sides are being deliberate, wars have a tendency to spin out of control. And I think the Iranians are a little bit too cocky. They may overstep the bounds. I think that Trump is tempted to go for broke and start hitting a wide range of civilian targets. If that starts, we just don't know where it goes.
President Trump was asked about the prospect of further negotiations, and he said this earlier today at a cabinet meeting at Camp David. Take a listen.
Do you believe that you can reach a deal with Iran, given that you talked about how disloyal they are?
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot. We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation. I mean, I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead, I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan.
Pete being Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense. So Trump saying there that he's losing faith in these talks. Kenneth, do you expect this escalation to last for a while, or do you think we can see these officials back at the table soon?
Well, even if it's back at the table, I mean, we've been back at we were back in the table in early July. The Omanis were talking with the Iranians on a compromise on the Strait, and then Iran shot 3 ships. Then the Omanis were back at it last week, again talking about a compromise, and Iran shot the 5 missiles at Jordan. So each time Mr. Trump tries, in my view, in good faith, to bring this to a conclusion. And he offered a lot of compromises in the memorandum of understanding. The Iranian hardliners, who are dominant in the regime, continue to press for full control of the strait, and they do not seem to want to de-escalate. So I'm not optimistic that there's going to be any solution to this.
Yeah, because the Omanians did come to the Iranians and said, I mean, look, guys, let's split the strait up. You can control the northern side, we control the southern side, you know, and our side will be free, and you can go ahead and charge a service fee on your side. And that's what the Omanians proposed to the Iranians, and the Iranians said, yeah, we're not doing that. Actually, we control all incoming traffic, and they will be all paying that tax. So it's like, AKA, if they come inside your route or our route, they will be paying that tax, and they will be checking in with us. But how about this? You can control the exit. I was like, yo. The audacity they're showing right now. And they pretty much just told Oman, is like, look, bro, look, we gave you our chance at the beginning of the war, but now we're just about to take the entire strait. It's ours. We control it. Is it you going to get down or lay down at this point? And remember, at the beginning of this war, they were willing to share it with Oman, give them part of the reparations. But now they're like, look, if you want to sit here in the line with America, bro, we'll just take it from you. You can just sit there and be salty about it too. And it's like, okay. Yeah, they're getting more emboldened as we see.
The memorandum of understanding was, of course, that multi-point plan that brought about a ceasefire a couple of weeks ago, and then it fell apart. Charles, do you think that MOU can be resurrected in any way?
Not that same MOU, and that's probably a good thing because it was more of a memorandum of misunderstanding,
right?
Where different parties read the various provisions differently.
It was not very specific.
It was not very specific, and I think that's in partly because they couldn't find common ground, so they kicked the can down the road. I do think that the possibility remains for a deal. It's probably not going to be a deal that Trump is going to like. And that's simply because the Iranians have discovered newfound leverage, and that is they can shut the Strait of Hormuz at will. Trump is heading into midterms. The price of gasoline is going back up. I think he wants and needs a deal for his political survival, his political future. That having been said, Iran risks overreaching. I think shooting at those boats that were hugging the coast of Oman, launching 5 missiles in a surprise attack, that suggests that the hardliners are really running risks here. And so I hope that cooler heads prevail and they go back to the negotiating table and try to find a deal.
And it is, of course, not just the Strait of Hormuz. Kenneth, you mentioned that other critical waterway. I want to take a closer look at that because
now, from what I've been hearing from the Iranian side is that they no longer trust us to make a deal, and they're trying to make it hurt until we're forced into a deal with them. That's pretty much a deal of concession, which, I mean, look, like I said, I don't see either side giving up anytime soon. So it looks like both sides are ready to crash out. And that's what and the problem with, both sides being willing to crash out is that we're going to take down the entire economy with it. Like us crashing out, guess what? We're going to crash out the economy too, the entire global economy. And that whole little fiasco you've seen in Spain? Yeah, you're about to start seeing that all over the world.
Attention is turning to what is known as the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Al Jazeera's Eva McKend explains its importance and how it could become the next flashpoint.
By now, you're familiar with the Strait of Hormuz. But there is one narrow waterway off the coast of Yemen, which is one of the world's most important economic choke points. What happens here can affect the price of everything from groceries to gasoline. Bab al-Mandeb is between Yemen in the Arabian Peninsula and Djibouti and Eritrea in East Africa. It's the southern entrance to the Red Sea, connecting it to the Indian Ocean. Ships traveling between Europe and Asia through the Suez Canal generally pass through here. Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi movement has launched attacks threatening commercial shipping, raising the risk of a worsening oil supply disruption and pushing the global price of crude oil higher. The group is also considering charging commercial vessels.
Bro,
it's only about 20 miles wide or about 32 kilometers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's really small and it's easy to control. All they just needs is drones and missiles, just like the Iranians. And it's going to be a whole lot easier to control than the Strait because it's smaller than the Strait. Yeah, that's a huge problem right there. And also, it's like, bro, you know what pisses me off about the Houthis? It's like, bro, these guys are literally just the dudes in AKs and flip-flops walking around bare feet in like 90 to 100-degree weather. And they're able to, like, bro, fight off Israel by closing down and bankrupting a port. They're able to stay around after we bomb the shit out of them, and not over here causing ruckus in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. It's just like, God damn it, these guys, the fucking Houthis.
At its narrowest point, around 10 to 12% of global maritime trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, including millions of barrels of oil every day. Saudi Arabia is forming a military coalition to protect shipping in the Red Sea as attacks by Houthis imperil a crucial route for Saudi oil exports and further threaten the global.
And I really want to understand the logic here. So what, y'all all gonna navally line up and try to force open that small little region as you just stand out there and allow yourselves to be target for the Houthis and Iran? Like, are you sure y'all want to do that? I mean, you know, Saudi Arabia and all y'all Middle Eastern countries, you know, y'all never really been in a real war. Y'all been in internal conflicts, but that's not really a real war. Leave this one to the professionals.
Global economy. Now, 14 countries affirm their support for this coalition, including Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. If shipping companies decide it's too dangerous to sail here, vessels could be forced to take a much longer trip around the southern tip of Africa, adding weeks to travel and upping transport costs. And here is why all of this matters. Iran and its regional allies don't necessarily have to defeat the United States militarily to continue ramping up the pressure. By threatening some of the world's busiest shipping lanes, they can raise economic costs all over the globe. That's why this narrow strip of water should be one of the most closely watched places in the world.
So when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, Kenneth, the Iranians have said that it will never return to its pre-war situation. Pick up on some of what Charles was just saying. Where do you see a middle ground where the U.S. and Iran can land, and which the Gulf allies could stomach as well?
I don't see a middle ground. I'm sorry. That's.
And guys, here's the thing, though. Now, it's not like, you know, this blockade is going to cause like the same effect as the Strait of Hormuz. We just got all these ships pretty much trapped. No, they're going to go through the Suez Canal, which is like pretty much in Egypt. So we can just go to our map over here of the Middle East and maritime traffic, which is updated right now. This is the this is pretty much the Suez Canal right here over here by Egypt. And this is what they're going to take instead of going through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is easier and cheaper, by the way, as you can see. And here's the thing. It's kind of funny because Egypt is over here raking it in. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. Egypt, they raking it in right now because they actually make money off people going through the Suez Canal. And people rarely go through it. I mean, because, you know, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is just such an easier access, an easier way out of the Red Sea, depending on where you're going. So, yeah, trust me, it's kind of funny. I don't really see Egypt really complaining, especially with the strike and all that. You kind of see how they like just brush that off, like, oh yeah, strike happened. Nah, it's all good. It's cool. But keep that blockade going though. We out here making money. People using the Suez Canal like never before, and we charge fees. So makes sense now. I guess that's why Iran and the Houthis are trying to charge fees too. Like, you imagine this entire region being literally controlled by, well, fees, all trade routes. Yeah, you gotta pay a fee, bro. It's gonna start looking like the toll roads in New York, and we all know how much we hate those. But all right, though, back to it.
Statement that they keep making, that's not the only statement to that effect that they've made. It does not leave much room for a middle ground. You know, the Omanis are their closest Gulf quasi-ally, and that's not really an ally, but it's not an enemy. And the Omanis have been at it, negotiating. They've even attacked Oman. Can you believe that? So it's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough to get a deal that's acceptable to Mr. Trump. We can discuss, you know, maybe he blundered getting into this. That's a widespread view. We are where we are. I don't see him getting out of it that easily with an easy compromise. There's not an easy compromise to be found here.
We are.
Oh yeah, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, especially to the naysayers, put your money where your mouth is and go ahead and send in a super chat, or you can just sit idly by in the chat. But and other than that, for all you guys who are enjoying the show, make sure to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel while you're doing it. All right, man. Appreciate it. Let's keep it going.
We're now in the 6th month of this war. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of reporting about stocks of some pretty key weaponry running low, especially when it comes to missile interceptors. How much do you think, Charles, that has played into Trump's calculations here?
I think it matters. There's no question that this war, from Donald Trump's perspective, has gone sideways. I think it's pretty clear that this was a war that was originally intended at regime change. It didn't work. It's turned into a long war. And if you just look at how many Patriot missiles and Tomahawks and precision-guided missiles have been expended, including those for the Gulf allies, and then you add those that have been sent to Ukraine, there can't be a lot left. And a Patriot missile, for example, costs a lot of money and it takes a long time to produce. It's not as if you can pick up the phone and say, hey, can you send me another 1,000? So there's no question that the Pentagon is worried about stockpiles. It's weighing on Donald Trump. It's one of the reasons that I think in the end of the day, the United States is going to be looking keenly for some kind of diplomatic solution.
And on the flip side, despite these grand claims of the decimation of the Iranian military, they are...
No, I'm sorry. Somebody said something so erroneously, bro. Oh, my God. It was so erroneously incorrect, bro. I had to laugh. I'm sorry. This is why I always say to the disagreeers, bro, put your money where your mouth is, because I'm not going to do it to you for free, bro. I'm honestly a nice guy. But if you really want to hear my thoughts and opinions on your pushback, please go ahead and super chat it, because I swear to God, bro. Bro, you do have to pay me to answer the stupidity sometimes, bro. And I'm not saying I won't answer good questions, because if it's a good question in the chat, trust me, I'll answer it, especially if you're asking it like, honestly, you're not trying to be a dick or anything. I got you, and I'll do it for free. But, if you're trying to sit here and say that I'm wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, put your money where your mouth is.
Showing some pretty significant fight. Kenneth, give us a reality check, if you will, as to the strength of the Iranian military today.
Conventional military, their conventional military is indeed very, very badly degraded. Combat aircraft, they don't really have that many tanks, ships, but they have this unconventional capability, which is missiles and drones. But the thing is that is getting played out. I mean, there's sort of a one-dimensional threat, missiles and drones is sort of all they have in their playbook. So that could...
Well, it's not about that's all they have in their playbook. It's about what they can hit with these missiles and drones. That's the playbook. It's not about, all they got is missiles and drones. Yes, missiles and drones that can hit the water salination centers and energy infrastructure that can make Gulf countries unlivable. Overnight though, they can do this, and it will cause a mass famine, and of course people are going to start fighting over food and resources, and we're pretty much going to cause like civil wars to pop up all through the Middle East and Northern Africa. It's not going to be pretty. And all the refugees are going to come here, and then with all the hate in their heart of realizing that the war we popped off is the reason why their country got pretty much decimated, and they pretty much had to leave to find some type of survival, they will come here and sadly commit terrorist actions. I'm just going to keep it real. Yep. I know, right? It's like we kind of play into what we avoid. Like, we want to avoid the terrorists or the Islamic terrorists. Yeah, but we do everything to pretty much get their ass over here, though. Do everything in the world to destroy their country, and then, boom, we're taking them in. And then we want to be surprised when it's like the jihadists, the Muslims are taking over. It's like, nigga, you invited them in. And here's the thing, I like the Muslims. Like, not all of them are bad. Like, you want to talk about your radicals for sure. Yeah, your radical jihadist groups, okay, but just don't put that on all Muslims. But here's the thing, though. You guys are bringing in members of these jihadist groups from your wild actions in the Middle East and destroying and destabilizing these countries. And you're bringing in these people with all the hate in their heart for America because they blame us for destroying their country. But a lot of people don't want to get that or accept it. It is what it is.
Run out on Tehran, if Mr. Trump decides to apply pressure. The problem is the pressure he's applying, the regime can stand up to it. They don't care. They don't care if Iran turns into looking like Gaza. They don't care if the population starves, as long as they can say that they have upheld their resistance ideology. They are all about resistance ideology, and it's not going to be bombed out of them. They're not going to give up on that.
Is there any indication, Charles, that the Iranians are really stepping up in terms of asymmetric warfare? There's been some reporting about a cyber attack in Minnesota against water
Oh yeah, and before I hear all the regular complaints of, well, what if the outbreeding us, nigga? That's your fault. Like, hold on, I'm supposed to be feeling bad about you getting outbreeded, nigga? Have more babies, have more white Christian babies. Like, that's all you got to do. Have more American babies instead of trying to abort them. Or yes, start more families instead of trying to send fathers off to war. But then, oh, they're gonna outpopulate us. Yeah, because they're actually having families. Like, duh. Stop bitching about that. Actually correct your own fucking community and stop crying about another. It's pathetic. But all right, I'm sorry for going off like that.
Facilities. Trump today said it was not the Iranians, but that is out there. Do you get the sense that they are stepping things up in different ways?
Surprisingly, no. I would have expected by now attacks on U.S. sites or Ukrainian sites.
Oh no, shout out to my man Dead Man though. Make it cheaper to have babies though as well. Like that too though. We do gotta actually that's to be the main thing we fixing. The fuck you worrying about Muslims when Muslims ain't the problem, ain't the reason why we're dealing with the unaffordability and the reason why you can't have more babies. So you stop bitching about Muslims outbreeding you. Like, you see the problem here? You focus on the wrong damn thing. And sorry, the reason why I'm a little bit passionate about it because I get irritated when I literally see Americans falling for the bullshit. It's like, oh, you're going to sit here and hate Muslims when they have nothing to do with our top major issues in this country? Yeah, you're an idiot. I'm just going to be real with you.
Or Israeli sites somewhere out of the region. I would expect more indications of cyber attacks. Iran has not hit Israel, even though the war has started back up. So that suggests to me a certain level of strategic restraint. They're being somewhat careful. And I agree with Kenneth that this is a regime that doesn't really care what the state of life is for the Iranian people. But at some point, if Trump goes ahead and he hits power plants and he hits desalination plants and he hits bridges and tunnels, the military itself begins to lose the capability to fight, to launch drones, to launch ballistic missiles. So I do.
Now, as true as that is a true statement. The problem is, though, is when they start striking water salination centers in Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, Oman, is like, then what about those countries? Because they're going to be cooked as well. That's the problem. Iran is saying straight to our face, like, look, you could take us out, but we're going to destroy the entire Middle East with it. And so, of course, try to maintain control of the strait. It's just like, there really is no way to escalate this without saying I'm okay with taking it out the entire global economy. I mean, if y'all want to take that risk, go ahead. But I disagree.
Think that even though they're hardliners, there is a point at which they feel that they can't keep going. And that may be the moment when you say, okay, let's go to the negotiating table.
I do want to ask you about something you just mentioned a moment ago, the politics, the domestic politics in this country. How cognizant do you think the Iranians are of our political calendar?
Extremely cognizant. They watch what goes on here. The United States, like it or not, is extraordinarily transparent. You can see what's going on in Congress. You can see what the American public is saying about the war in Iran. I think that they know, the Iranians know, this is not a popular war. They know that Trump has his back up against the wall. And that's one of the reasons that they are pushing ahead. But again, they have to be careful. They have to be careful not to overreach. Otherwise, as Trump has said, he could well really hit them hard.
One of the most striking things for me in this memorandum of understanding was that it really kicked the can down the road on the nuclear issue. It was basically, we'll get to those discussions at some point. We are so far away from a real ceasefire here or any kind of agreement on the Strait and various other issues. Kenneth, do you think that this administration, with the more than 2 years it has left, will get to any kind of nuclear agreement with Iran?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, and this is one.
Yeah, not without Iran surrendering. At this point, they're not going to give up their enriched uranium because now they might just be actually going towards a nuke at this point, because that seems to be the only way they can assure that we won't strike them. If they got a nuke, they're going for the North Korea strategy at this point. If you got a nuke, nobody F's with you. If you don't got a nuke, well, you're going to get bullied by a country that does, or forced to kind of simp and, kind of simp for a country that can give you protection because you don't got no nukes. And they do. I mean, let's be real. If you want to be a country with any real sovereignty, I guess you got to have a nuke.
Mr. Trump is so frustrated because the Iranians insisted we will defer the nuclear issue until there's a ceasefire. Mr. Trump gave them that. They insisted on a ceasefire in Lebanon and the rest of the region. He gave them that. In his view, he gave them everything they wanted. And in his view, the one thing he had to have was an open Strait of Hormuz. And they didn't give him that. This is why he is escalating. This is why I think he is going to escalate further. And I think we have some agreement because I think the type of strikes that
because one of the goals of Iran is to literally ruin this man's like presidency, ruin his political stock so he lose the midterms. The Democrats take over and they pretty much get this man up out of here. They stop the war because they don't want to fund it. And that's that. I mean, yeah, that's one of the main strategies. They're trying to wait Trump out and make this as worse as possible for him all the way up to the midterms.
would discuss civilian infrastructure if he absolutely,
just one of the many goals, not the only goal, but one of many.
Will not use ground troops, which it appears he will not, that could be a roadmap to bringing Iran to the table seriously and getting this over with, possibly.
I was struck, Charles, by something that you wrote about this war, but this was back in March in the early days. You wrote, quote, "The way this war ends will ultimately determine whether Trump's decision to attack Iran goes down in history as a rash act of folly or a courageous strategic success." The war, of course, is not over, but which is it looking more likely?
I think we can safely say folly, in the sense that even if you get a deal, even if the Strait of Hormuz gets opened, this is a war that didn't work. This is a war that has been enormously costly. I would go so far to say I'm not sure that Trump can recover from this politically, because not only is it unpopular across the political spectrum, it is unpopular among Trump's own MAGA base. In fact, some members of the Republican Party have left the party because Trump said no more wars. And what did he do? He launched yet another failed war of choice.
And here's the thing that MAGA is refusing to admit to, that I thought we was all, I thought we all agreed on, to be real with you, that, we can't have Trump's Make America Great Again agenda, America First agenda, if we get into foreign entanglements. It don't work. We can't have it both ways. It's either we choose foreign entanglements or we choose America. And sadly, Trump chose foreign entanglements over America. And I thought that's what we voted for him for, but apparently, he had different plans. That Marion Adelson, I guess what, $250 million really came in clutch for him, but not us, who got him elected. Ain't that about a bitch?
To the Middle East.
When you look at the regime today, there's a new supreme leader, the son, who we have not yet seen. The IRGC seems firmly in charge, at least of the negotiations. Do you think, Kenneth, that Trump has weakened or strengthened the Iranian regime?
There is no supreme leader. There's no supreme leader. He was appointed March 8th.
In name only.
As I said on this network, the sister network, Al Jazeera Arabic, this week, he's the Wizard of Oz on a screen with somebody pulling dots.
No, I'm not gonna lie though. I also was coming around to the thinking as well. Like, what if this guy is being used as like a puppet? Like, this guy is like, bro, literally a vegetable, and they're just using his face to, form a morale around the Iranian people, make them feel like they still got a leader and all this good stuff. And, when the war is over, they're like, oh yeah, the leader was sick and he succumbed to injuries and he died. And yeah, I know y'all never saw his face or anything, but things happen, man. But yeah, hey, here's the Ayatollah that we can show you. I feel like that's coming up next.
There is no. This is why the Iranians can't bring themselves to resolve the issue, because there's no arbiter. There's no one who can resolve the basic dispute. Do we reach a deal with Mr. Trump, or do we keep fighting and embarrass Mr. Trump? They can't resolve it because there is no supreme leader like Ayatollah Khomeini, who formed the regime, Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed the first day. They cannot bring themselves to resolve this basic contradiction in their position.
Only 10 seconds.
Well, here's the thing, though. We're all looking from the outside. We don't know if this guy's alive. Only they do. Only the Iranians know if this man's alive or not, or if he's like a vegetable, or if he's actually, able to speak. from reports that I heard that, yeah, he was actually injured in one of these strikes and was it singed his lip, took a leg out, I think he got a prosthetic leg or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't honestly know. Like I said, he could be dead and they're just using him as a figurehead at this point to rally the Iranian people. But we'll see. We'll see how things play out further down the line.
Charles, has he strengthened the regime or weakened them?
Strengthened. And that's one of the reasons that he's having such a hard time bringing this conflict to an end.
All right. Charles Kupchan and Kenneth Cass.
I mean, yeah, there's a rally around the flag event. Like, people tend to rally around the flag when you attack their country. Even if they don't like the government, they don't agree with the government, they're going to get down with the government because, okay, look, I know I don't like you, but we got to protect the country first. Then we can get back to our disagreements. And that's how most people get down.
Where is Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I'm weak. I know, right? To the next video, we're going to stay on international media for a little bit. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and make sure to support the channel with a super chat, with a question, comment, joke, or disagreement, or a gift. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Where is Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei? That question lives rent-free in the minds of two of the world's most powerful spy agencies.
Boy.
America's CIA and Israel's Mossad.
Man, look at that man. He out here chilling underground somewhere. Okay, that's where I think he's at. He's either chilling underground, probably highly injured somewhere, or whatever. But no, that's the crazy thing. All we've gotten is written statements, and that's it. Nothing, no real appearance. We got cardboard cutouts, which was cute, but nothing. Oh, shout out AJ for sending 10 jewels. And guys, like I said, you can also send gifts as well. But appreciate the support, AJ. Shout out there. All right, let's keep it going.
The United States and Israel have been on the hunt. They're desperate to get to Mojtaba. Reports say the CIA and Mossad are using everything at their disposal, including satellites, drones, artificial intelligence. And yet, Mojtaba is extremely difficult to find. A new report by the Times UK spills all the details. Several CIA and Mossad officers have given insights on account of anonymity. The report says Mojtaba Khamenei has gone completely off-grid. He supposedly doesn't use a mobile phone or a laptop. He communicates only through human couriers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why? Because we can track him. Like, guys, you got to understand, we have an excellent intelligence community, like excellent, especially when, I hate to admit this, but especially when we're combined with the Mossad. I mean, we can low-key find you, like, for real. And here's a problem. As long as you got any type of electronic on you, we can find you. Like, bro, as soon as bro picks up a phone, we will know where he's at. If he goes online and makes a tweet, we'll find out where he tweeted from. We're just that type of people. I mean, really, we're just that smooth with it. So, yeah, and the Iranians know this. They know this very well. I mean, bro, if this man was to come out and make a public appearance, it wouldn't, I'm gonna be real with you, it wouldn't be outside of the possibility that we just strike that whole little, like, facility or the whole little get together. Why? Because we are trying to take this guy out. I mean, we are trying to kill him. Not gonna lie. And as soon as we find him, he's done. But I'm gonna be real with you, most likely underground, chilling somewhere, or he's just already dead and he's just being used as a figurehead to, rally the Iranian people. No, either or. But let's be real though. If he is alive, he's not going to be on no phone, no computer or anything like that, because we will be able to track him.
Khamenei has gone completely off-grid. He supposedly doesn't use a mobile phone or a laptop. He communicates only through human couriers, people that physically deliver his messages. Communication is passed from one person to another, then another. So think of it like the game of Chinese whispers, but Iran edition. And after months of trying to penetrate Mojtaba's firewall, the CIA and Mossad are returning to one of the oldest tricks in the playbook. Because even in the age of technology, your best asset is still a spy. First, let's tell you about Mojtaba Khamenei. Where is he? The short answer, we don't know.
Nobody.
You'd expect the CIA and Mossad, two of the world's top spy agencies, to know, but they don't seem to have a clue either.
I mean, here's the thing. We thought we killed him. That's the problem. It's like we thought we took him out in the strike with his father, but I mean, apparently he survived, but we don't know that he survived. We ain't see the man, but I guess we know that he's alive because we're looking for him. Yeah, I mean, you kind of see the confusion here. I mean, he probably is alive because, well, our intelligence agency's looking for him, so they probably got a note that he's alive, but now they're looking for his ass. And at this point, the only way to find this man is to find out the guy who's you're giving the messages, and that's going to be a pretty tough task right there.
Mojtaba Khamenei has not been seen in public since the 28th of February, the day his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in a joint US-Israeli strike. As per US officials, Mojtaba survived the attack, though he could be badly wounded. Mojtaba was made Iran's supreme leader after his father's death. Since then, he has not made one peep, no televised addresses, no public rallies. Mojtaba was even missing from his father's funeral.
Yep.
That was a multi-day procession that lasted from the 4th to the 9th.
Yeah, and you would think, and that's where everybody's like, bro, this guy even alive, man? Because let's be real. It's like, come on now. Who wouldn't pull up to their father's funeral and their daughters as well? Like, bro, yeah, like the little box that was on top of Khomeini's, or the little casket that was on top of Khomeini's. Yeah, that was Khomeini's granddaughter, aka Mustafa's son. So yeah, in that strike, we took out bro's father, mother, wife, and daughter all in one strike. So I mean, I'm be real with you, probably best that he is dead, because I mean, bro, this guy has all the vengeance in his heart, all the hatred in his heart right now. So it'd be best. But for him not to pull up to this funeral of the burying of his father, his wife, and his daughter, I mean, damn, is it that big of a security risk for him to be seen? Or is he just not there?
July. Now let us look at what the CIA and Mossad are up to. They've largely penetrated most of Iran's networks. The Times report says Mossad and CIA can control the traffic cameras in Tehran. Satellites are constantly tracking vehicle movements, and patterns of Iranian officials are being watched. Internet towers across Iran have been tapped. Mobile phones are being geolocated. And yet there is no trace of Mojtaba.
Damn.
The Times report suggests Mojtaba hasn't touched.
It was like, bro, we tapped into their cameras, bro. We damn near tapped into everybody's phone. Like, we got their names and all that, bro. We got family members, and we still can't track this guy. So it's just like, damn, is he even alive?
An electronic device for more than 150 days. Talk about a digital detox. Only this is a matter of life and death. Mojtaba continues to use human couriers for communication, and he is certainly communicating. His official statements are being read out by state media. The most recent one was broadcast on the 26th of July, where he accused Israel of committing a genocide. Take a look.
Today, as the nations of the world have reached their limit with the oppression and tyranny of the remains but jihad and resistance.
And that is how Mojtaba is getting his word across. People see a still image of his face and hear the voice of a news anchor, but nobody sees the face of the presenter. Nobody knows who's written the message. This is how Iran is trying to prove that Mojtaba is alive. And the CIA and Mossad want to get to the bottom of it. They want to infiltrate Mojtaba's human courier network. After all, these are people. They can make mistakes. They can talk or defect. Some could even get recruited to rat on the supreme leader. This is what human intelligence is about.
Yep.
And the CIA has done this in the past. When they tracked down the terrorist Osama bin Laden, the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks. Bin Laden's most trusted courier was eventually traced down by the CIA when he was reportedly making a phone call, and that led the CIA to Osama bin Laden, who was hiding in a compound in Abbottabad in Pakistan, just over a kilometer away from Pakistan's military academy. And the CIA wants to replicate that success in Iran. The United States and Israel want to break Mojtaba's human chain. The Times report says CIA and Mossad have a simple plan: rewards. They are incentivizing snitching. Anyone who can lead them to Mojtaba Khamenei could win a bounty. And Iran knows this too.
Man,
but they have
if you could find this guy, boy, the CIA pay you $100 million real quick. If you said to go into the CIA right now and say, look, man, $100 million, and I can get you to this guy, bro, they will cash you out so quick, man. And bro, the Mossad gonna go throw half on that. Actually, the Mossad might throw an extra 20 for your troubles. If you got any location on this man, you can become a millionaire overnight. I just want to let you know.
limited options. Bunkers can hide Moshtaba, but not the entire government. For now, Moshtaba Khamenei is the supreme leader and Iran's commander-in-chief. He still has enormous sway in the Revolutionary Guard Corps. As per Iranian officials, Moshtaba dictates the foreign policy and nuclear ambitions. This is why the United States and Israel are desperate to get to him. The truth is that technology can be switched off, but not human beings. So Moshtaba Khamenei will have to constantly look over his shoulder and treat everyone with suspicion as the CIA and Mossad deploy their spy network in this high-stakes game of cat and mouse.
And I mean, here's the thing, though. One of the reasons why they're hiding the Ayatollah is because they realized that there were leaks inside of their own intelligence. That was the whole reason why we were able to find the first Ayatollah. It's like, look, they kept that a secret too. The problem is, like, somebody leaked it, and we found out where the Ayatollah was, and we bombed and killed him. They're not trying to fall for that again. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they kind of tightened things up, or like I said, they could always be lying and pretty much just tricking the Iranian people. Never know if that's all that is possible. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. And before we get into the next video, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's go ahead and talk about the 50K immigrants that just pulled up out of nowhere on the shores of Spain. Make sure I got the right video. In the meantime, though, guys, make sure to support the stream. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'm going to go ahead and get into them. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take about a 9-minute break here. So please enjoy the video. And like I said, any question, comment, jokes, disagreements, please send it in. I'll go ahead and read it after the video.
Welcome back to the United States of Corruption. Here's what the President of the United States had to say.
Not for war crimes. I think that's hogwash. I mean, what they say genocide, right? Okay. Well, first of all, who says genocide?
Hello? Anybody with eyes, ears, and a fucking brain? Real quick side note, if you want to go down a crazy rabbit hole, Spain right now, a bunch of people from Morocco and different immigrants are flooding into the country illegally. And if I were to tell you that it was our greatest liability behind that, it would sound like a conspiracy. I'd probably be called anti-you-know-what. But let me tell you, an immediate price would be paid by Spain. They ain't new to this, they true to this. They said, oh, we're committing genocide? Watch this. Take these immigrants. And it just so happens that on the same day that all these immigrants are arriving from Morocco, our greatest liability is giving them a shout out. Congratulations on this glorious throne day. I mean, these people are fucking Mephistophelian.
Genocide is the attempt to wipe out a people. The actual attempt and plan to wipe out a people and the actual action that you do. In Gaza, they accuse us of genocide. We sent millions of text messages and millions of phone calls and millions of leaflets telling Palestinians, civilians, get out of harm's way so that we can take out the Hamas terrorists who are embedded in your schools, your hospitals, your communities.
So you sent texts to your open air prisoners saying, we're going to bomb you because of Hamas. And then, not knowing if they left or not, you bombed them anyways.
Hamas stopped the civilians from leaving at gunpoint. Clearly, and that's how we got civilian casualties that eventually went down, I'm happy to say. Why did we do that? If we had this genocidal intent, we obviously didn't. It's the exact opposite. The genocidal intent was Hamas.
So you do understand we've all been watching you bomb them since October 7th and continuously killing them during the ceasefire. And you mean to tell me that Hamas is the one with the genocidal intent of their own people? I mean, that's one of the stupidest arguments I've ever heard. And then, are you telling me that when the bombs were coming, Hamas was quickly like, oh, let's shoot all the civilians first? No. You knew Hamas has been holding them by gunpoint this entire time. And you still bombed every city into a fucking oblivion because you're a genocidal maniac.
They wanted those civilians killed so they can go on TV or go to the corrupt international criminal court and accuse us of war crimes. But that's not us. We value every civilian life.
Exhibit A, this is a hospital that had just got hit by a missile with paramedics and civilians that you supposedly care about being double tapped by your missile.
Allow journalists in, independent of Israeli forces.
Yeah, we do, I think, sometimes. But the problem there is it's a war zone. Still, rockets are flying, mines are exploding. There are terror tunnels out of which terrorists emerge. And what do you do when journalists get killed?
See, it's not supposed to be a war zone because you guys are supposed to be in a ceasefire, but I like that you admit that you're still setting rockets over there. And then journalists, well, as you can see, you've killed more journalists in your year and a half than all of the world wars combined. Because in every other war, journalism was seen as, oh, you cannot bomb or kill them. As you can see, y'all don't give a fuck because you don't want them preaching the wrong narrative.
People, you know, you can see what's happening. We don't hide it. I mean, anybody can use a Google map, find out exactly what is happening.
Stupid bitch really just said out loud, yeah, fuck journalists, just use a Google map. You can see everything and all the destruction that we're committing from there. That's all the journalism you need. Nigga, what?
This war was prompted by the worst assault on Jews since the Holocaust, with you know, the raping and beheading of women and the burning of babies.
First things first, there were no burning babies and no beheadings. But then, victimization, is that what they live off of? October 7th, Holocaust. Oh my God. Why don't you talk about the Hannibal Directive that you carried out on October 7th, where your own people killed your own people?
יש חטופים.
ואז מה עושים? איך מבצעים ירי על מי שחוזר לכיוון הגבול?
זו שאלה טובה.
Palestinian civilians, they don't care about Palestinian civilians. You know, they have this whole tunnel network underneath Gaza. They wouldn't let the civilians go in there.
I've been asking to see this extensive fucking tunnel network for years now. And I would only get one video every 6 fucking months, and it's like a 20-foot tunnel. I know about them tunnels y'all do in New York, though. There's a lot of questions. Soiled beds. I do remember that.
Where's the world? We're fighting these horrible, massacring terrorists. And I find in New York that the mayor of New York, his family, they don't condemn them. I understand that members of his family actually celebrated the October 7th massacre.
Donnie got these niggas spooked. That's why I'm rocking with bro, because what the fuck does he have to do with any of this? And it's funny how now you're switching your lie, because before you said he himself celebrated October 7th, but now you're talking about his wife liking one post.
What? Against this democracy, Israel, that is being vilified, lied about, described as war criminals? We're fighting your battle. You know, Iran wants to destroy you.
You pussies are fighting our battle that you dragged us into and are now putting 0 boots on the ground. And Smotrick is on record saying, we're not going to help out with Iran. This is the best situation for us. Let the Goyim do it. I mean, come on, son. Like, I don't even understand how you are allowed to get away with these type of fucking satanic lies.
American public opinion to keep the war going on. How do you respond to that?
Well, we're not actually. And I had a very good conversation with the vice president this morning, and I think we straightened that out, because we're not. That's not our policy. Individuals in our system can have their opinions, but government policy is dictated by me, and that's not our policy.
Damn, Cuckboy Vance, he put you in your place, but you could tell by like how he started getting manic all of a sudden that there was definitely some shit that happened between him and Vance's conversation in the morning, because we do know. You guys are trying to manipulate us to stay over there forever. We could have been left. Straight could have been open. But Double Epstein, man, that's a good motherfucking agent. Well, bad, but like good.
Those who hate America hate Israel. And I think that it's a larger issue that is a larger battle that is being waged here for the soul, the heart and soul of young Americans.
He had to add the heart in there because he knew how fucking insane he sounded, knowing that he's battling for the soul of young America. It's like, well, first off, y'all lost that fucking battle a long time ago. It's going to be very hard for you to win over anybody that's over the age of fucking 30.
Palestinians in the West Bank, many of them say that they're at a breaking point because of increased violence. As you know, a number of Palestinian Americans have died in some of those clashes. Why can't your government prevent that from happening?
I think we have. I mean, look, there have been about 1,000 terrorist attempts from Palestinians in the territories.
Immediately diverts about the people like Palestinian Americans dying and saying that, oh, it's Palestinians that are sweeping through with terrorism in the West Bank. You see how they don't say West Bank anymore because they're trying to call it as part of Israel? These people are fucking genocidal and ethnically cleansing people in live time right now. We cannot let them get away with that. But this is just to point out, he can never take accountability. The West Bank has had no terrorism. They're going in there with guns and fucking IDF and telling people, leave your house or we'll kill you.
Against our civilians, men, women, children, families that drive along the roads, and they're machine gunned by these terrorists. So we've been able to prevent a lot of that. Sometimes they're hot-headed, basically juvenile delinquents, about 150 in number, that try to, I don't call it take the law into their own hands, because I think vigilantism is against the law. And we're taking action against them.
Another lie that we can call out happily in real time, because right here, settlers can be seen with guns. There's the IDF. soldier in uniform, and then they end up fragging themselves, shoot their own person, and then in return they're like, oh, we think one of the Palestinians shot up, so we're gonna kill their entire family. All 4 of them executed.
But put it in proportion, the vast majority of the settler community, like 99.9%, are law-abiding citizens. We have to live in peace side by side.
Settlers, you guys are colonizers. Even the way you say it, we have to live in peace side. Like it's like some sort of like, oh my God, we really have to live in peace side by side. Not we get to live in peace, we have to. Very specific word.
Why are you studying Arabic? He said, because I want to be able to go to London and Paris, you know? And that's all right. You can have Arabic immigrants, that's Arab immigrants, that's not the point. But if you lose control over your borders, you lose control over your fate.
And there we had bringing it full circle, where that's basically a warning of, hey, no, if you don't fuck with us, next thing you know, overrun by immigrants you don't like. But no, Arabs, they aren't the problem. While he simultaneously sent a bunch of them to Spain because Spain called them out for genocide. I'm telling you, people, they are moving very vociferous and militant. And this is our president. So we got to figure out how we gonna get out of this. And unfortunately, I don't know if we can vote our way out of this. Hopefully, but it's like, you know, the entire younger generation, we're all on the same page here. But these old fucks are running things. So it's really ruining the motion like the ocean that we have.
And alrighty, guys, we are back. All right, now let's go ahead and get into 50,000 to 80,000 migrants just rush a Spanish city. All right, man, let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. And like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. And also make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's go.
Now, Spain is trying to defuse the migrant crisis in its tiny territory in North Africa. The Spanish government says an estimated 50,000 people crossed over from Morocco to Ceuta in a single day. Local officials say at least 34 people died, most by drowning, as crowds came across by land and sea on Thursday.
Bro, the way that crowd look, I'm not gonna lie, it might be trampling too. And bro, why does it look like there was like a ready, set, go initiative? Like there was like a fucking race that started.
Use the migrant crisis in its tiny territory in North Africa. The Spanish government says an estimated 50,000 people crossed over from Morocco to Ceuta in a single day. Local officials say at least 34 people died, most by drowning, as crowds came across by land and sea on Thursday. Just take a look at these extraordinary images. I mean, Ceuta now juts out into the sea from Morocco and has long been a target for migrants trying to reach Europe. Here's a look. We saw a look of the chaotic scenes there. It's unclear what caused the sudden rush. Spain's prime minister suggesting it was fueled by a recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling on migrants arriving by sea. The surge is already deepening.
Yeah, so what the Spanish Supreme Court said is that I guess they're giving either refuge and basically a chance for citizenship by any migrant that pretty much can get over by sea. So yeah, these Moroccans heard that and said, yeah, I guess I gotta go, you know, to escape my hopeless situation in Morocco. I guess I gotta go swim across the sea. And yeah, a lot of people drowned. People came over in boats and you couldn't get over on the boats and you were desperate enough. Well, you were gonna try to swim over. And yeah, like I said, people drowned. Oh, and shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. Sorry. And the Fed Gov. Appreciate the support, my man. You get a celebration for that. Hey, yo, appreciate you being here for 4 months. Razor blade. And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it. Oh, yeah. And if you guys want to see Dancing G again, go ahead and send in a GIF, or you can send in a super chat as well. As you know, if you just want to see my man, not just Dancing G, but Dancing Kim. If you want to see my man Kim get down like that again.
Visions over migration in Europe. The crowds, mostly made up of young men, celebrated as they entered Spanish territory. Take a listen to what one young man was saying.
Very happy to be here. It's been a very tough experience.
Boy, that man just jumped out the sea. You can tell. And so, wait, I mean, damn, I guess he took that trip all the way over here. Risk his life. And pretty much was saying, look, if you risk your life, you take this strenuous journey, you deserve citizenship. That is wild. That is wild as hell. how about just help them in their own country instead of just trying to, make it worse and give them access into yours? Here's the thing: Spain really did nothing to Morocco for them to even get this. Like, this was all just this all popped off because of the economic situation in Morocco and the fact that it's looking a bit hopeless there. So as soon as the Supreme Court of Spain kind of give them a legal route into the country, yeah, they took it, saying that, oh yeah, if you come by the sea, we'll go ahead and give you a way towards citizenship, which is insane, by the way. But then again, apparently this city right here has pretty much been up for debate as pretty much either being a part of Spain or Morocco. Apparently, there's been talks to give it to Morocco and to concede it because, Spain is supposed to be against colonialism, and they see this city as, I guess, remnants of colonialism, which is a bit unfair, but I'm just telling you their arguments.
Yes, to go from the ocean.
Hey, man, it doesn't mean that 80,000 people would just rush your seeds, though. That is insane. This should have never been allowed. But guys, this was allowed by their own government.
It's very tough. The police officers tried to stop us, but our will and our determination, we could came here.
CNN's Nada Bashir is joining us now live from London. And Nada, I mean, we've seen significant numbers of migrants cross over into S.E.T before, but nothing like this. 60,000 migrants, I believe, in just a matter of hours. What are you learning about the reasons for this surge that we've seen?
Well, this certainly was unprecedented, and you could see that in how overwhelmed Spain's border guards and officials were in responding to this current situation. Officials on Thursday calling for the Spanish government to declare a state of emergency, and the government.
Hey, shout out AJ for sending what'd you send? Oh, a press F. Sorry, it didn't show me for a second there. Send a press F for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis, and shout out to you supporting it. All right, and appreciate the support, sis. All right, let's keep it going.
Deploying additional troops to Ceuta in order to support in that response effort. As you mentioned, with regards to the cause behind this surge of migrants attempting to cross the border, and the figure at this stage is an estimate, but the government has put it now at around 50,000, they believe, crossing since Thursday. But as you mentioned, Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister, did give a statement just in the last few hours. He believes that human traffickers, smuggling rings have exploited and misunderstood a Supreme Court ruling, which was handed down earlier this month in Spain, which essentially prohibits authorities from immediately returning migrants who have crossed into Spain via a sea crossing.
Okay, that's what it was. So it pretty much kept them from immediately returning them. AKA, they're going to rush it, and these guys can't even immediately return them. AKA, they can just rush the border and just try to flood in. And there's really nothing they could do about it in a way. It's like, because once they're in there, now they're going to have to spend all that time doing what? Immigration. And Lord knows Spain do not like doing immigration. I mean, they'll keep their borders up, but I mean, once you're in there, you're in there. And that's just the sad reality. So pretty much they took advantage of the lax immigration enforcement that would happen if you came through the sea. Okay, that makes sense.
Without due process. Now, it is understood that potentially individuals who crossed yesterday and even today may have been misled, that this meant an automatic or immediate acceptance of status within Spain, if indeed they.
Yeah, somebody tell your favorite progressive leftist that yes, countries do have borders. Yep, we do. They sure do. So can we have one too? Can we have borders too, progressive? Is that wrong?
Do cross over by water, and the vast majority of those who did cross over yesterday are believed to have travelled by sea. And of course, we've been hearing from some of those individuals speaking to reporters on the ground, some saying that they were at sea for 2 to 4 hours even. And this was a very risky crossing as well. More than a dozen people at this point confirmed to have been killed as a result. So certainly a very worrying development. And this has drawn backlash, as you mentioned, from some European leaders with regards to the security of Europe's coastal shores. We've been hearing, for example, from the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, who has threatened, in her words, to take extraordinary measures, potentially, including...
One thing mix in is just like America. It's like, you don't know who's when you're looking at a Hispanic community, it's like, damn, now I don't know who's undocumented and who's legal. because we have so many undocumented people here from Mexico. It gets to that point. It gets like, damn, when they mix in with the crowd, you don't know who's who, and there's bound to be mistakes in immigration. I mean, yeah, that's why enforcing internal immigration is so unpopular, because you do have to do a lot of racial profiling.
Excluding Spain from the visa-free Schengen travel zone if the situation is not handled. France's Interior Minister has also said that France is stepping up its security on the border with Spain. But at this stage, the Spanish government has said that they have maintained communication with the Moroccan government and authorities, that the communication has been smooth. And important to note, the Spanish government has said that already they believe around 25,000 of those migrants have returned back to Morocco, and they expect that figure to rise.
25,000. All right, that's good. All right, they stormed 50, 80,000. Mrs. 50, then half of them have returned back already. But yo, that Supreme Court ruling definitely left them open, and I'm pretty sure there's probably like hundreds of thousands of them has pretty much made it into the country already, and is already blending in with the Moroccan community there.
Extraordinary.
Or the Arab community. It's too late. They're cooked.
Incredible pictures, images that we've been seeing. Nada Bashir, thank you very much.
Viva España! Viva España!
Let's bring in Judith Sunderland. She is the Senior Associate Director in the Refugee and Migrant Rights Division at Human Rights Watch. Judith, thank you so much for joining us. Firstly, just because the numbers here are so staggering, I just want to get your understanding of why so many migrants chose to make this crossing in just a matter of hours.
Right. Well, at this point, we can really only speculate as to how this came about. It is a very significant number of people, and that obviously poses enormous challenges for a very small autonomous city and for Spain in general. And we are going to be monitoring very carefully the response going forward. But it is, again, it's difficult it's impossible to know exactly why. Obviously, there are always people who are eager to cross irregular.
Oh, and shout out to my man. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He says, open the call-in lines. I mean, well, how about this? If we could reach halfway through the goal, which is about $50, then sure, I got you. I got you on that one. So right now, that'd probably leave us at around 47. Yeah, about 47. And yeah, I know Venmo. I think my Venmo is down, I believe. I'm not really sure what's going on with that one. You can check, but I'm not really sure. If not, I'll probably just have to switch to the PayPal if you guys want to double your support through getting it directly to me. But other than that, dog, bro, I got you. I'll go ahead and bring it down to 50, so it's more attainable. Or you can always super chat it in. It's all good. Either way, dog. Either way, I appreciate the support.
Regularly, either because they need to seek asylum or because they see it as their only option to improve their lives. And so a number of these people saw an opportunity, were told there was an opportunity, perhaps, and perhaps there was some facilitation. It's very hard to say, but the numbers are unprecedented, and I'm sure many are trying to figure out exactly what allowed this to happen.
Yeah. And our reporter earlier was saying that, there may have been a lot of human trafficking involved in this, which could also account.
Oh, yeah. My bad, guys. Yeah. Yep. The Venmo is pretty much temporarily shut down for now. Sorry, I had to do some identity verification. Yeah, no. Apparently, when you get like money from different locations and all this good stuff, they're going to flag the account for scam. So, I have to pretty much send in identification, which is going to take a little bit. But for now, we'll just replace it with the PayPal if possible.
For those numbers. But Spain says it's been working very closely with Morocco to ensure the safe return of people as soon as possible. And as we were saying just now, I mean, thousands apparently are returning of their own free will. What do you make of how the Spanish authorities are handling this?
I mean, hey, if they returned like over 25,000, I can't be too mad at them.
Well, the first thing to say is that the borders of Ceuta and Melilla with Morocco have long been sites of violence and of summary collective expulsions, all of which is unlawful. and violates the rights of people trying to reach Spain. We have not seen that so far as we've been able to ascertain, and that is a good thing. We know that Spain is saying that they will be setting up a temporary reception facility to try to process those who remain. And we hope that that process does allow for proper individual assessments as Spain is obligated to perform before they return anyone to Morocco. And we hope that in all of this, the messaging and the handling of the situation in Ceuta is such as to minimize the risk of xenophobic reactions by the local population or any kind of, extreme tensions given the situation.
Yeah. Judith, thank you for your reaction to this.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into Fox News and let's see what they are talking about. The right opinion.
All new at 2, the Democrat Party's socialist wing is gaining momentum with a new poll finding 3 out of 4 Democrats would consider voting for a socialist for president. This is a brand new hour of America Reports. I'm Sandra Smith.
And that makes sense. Like I said, I mean, guys, if you're going to let this crony capitalism take over, you're just going to build more and more socialists. And you're just going to sit there and gaslight them. You're just only going to make them more hardcore. So maybe the older generation stop trying to gaslight the younger generation on affordability. Like maybe y'all should stop doing that before you create a whole bunch of socialists. And actually, hear out their arguments and try to help out with that instead of pushing them into war and making things more expensive for them. Like, are you serious? But I mean, hey, you can keep up with the rhetoric, but you're only going to make things worse on yourselves. And I mean, trust me, it's going to pop off in the Republican Party as well if things keep going in this direction. I mean, of course, the Republican youth. But yep, like I said, I'm going to keep on saying this too. Like the more you let this crony capitalism persist and you just let the 1% make more and more money and just gut out the middle class, you're going to create more and more socialists, like every single time.
Bill, great to spend another day with you.
We roll into hour number 2. Great to see you, Sandra. I'm Bill Malugian in for John Roberts today. That same poll also highlighting a really sharp political divide, with most Republicans and independents saying they would not support a socialist candidate. The DSA now claim more than 120,000 members across the country as the group is pushing policies, including amnesty for illegal.
And the reason why this is happening to the Dems is because, well, Dems have failed on affordability. I mean, let's just keep it real. It's funny how Dems were like, knocking on Donald Trump about affordability while running the most unaffordable states and cities in America, most likely the world. So it's kind of crazy how they was trying to, ding on that argument of affordability when you kind of look at them, you're like, well, when have y'all made it? Well, hold on now. When have y'all ever made anything more affordable? I mean, bro, look at Obamacare. It quickly got more unaffordable as time went on. So please remind us when you made something affordable. So yeah, they're not doing so good on that either. That's why these Democratic socialists are coming in, because look, the Republican don't got an answer or are not willing to give an answer, and neither are the Democrats. They don't got an answer, nor are they willing. Why? Because their pockets are lined by the, I'm gonna be real with you, the crony capitalists. Yeah, their pockets are lined by these guys, by the big corporations that they use that they lobby through to push their interests and to pretty much undermine yours.
Aliens.
Similar pro-migrant policies are in place under Spain's socialist leadership. And this is what we are seeing happening there right now. You're getting a glimpse of what they may end up looking, what things may end up looking like here if socialists got their way and had open borders. Mobs of migrants are rushing into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta in Africa. They're coming over from Morocco into Ceuta, which is the Spanish enclave, as they seek asylum in the European nation. Let's bring in former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz. He's also a Fox News contributor. Jason, welcome to you. That video is incredible. And Bill and I are sitting here going over a lot of the video that is coming in. It's going over social. This is obviously out there. They're estimating the number to be in the thousands right now. And we have recently seen some of the video of these migrants already breaking into homes. I mean, mostly what we're seeing is grown men.
Yeah, this looks like Bill Maloogian down on the Texas border under Joe Biden. Yeah. That's what it looks like. I mean, look, this is crazy because
it was funny, the propaganda, all fighting age males. They're all fighting age males. It's like, I'm sorry, but can you like give an age group, please, while saying that? They're all fighting males ages from when? Because, I mean, you know, a kid can fight at 12. I mean, shoot, a kid can fight at 10 years old. I mean, shoot, they can also shoot a gun and all that good stuff. So what do you mean by fighting age male?
Remember, as part of the European Union, you get into Spain, you get in everywhere. You can go anywhere. These people are coming over. They have no resources, no money. A lot of them don't even have a shirt on their back. So what are they going to do? I mean, they get to a point of desperation. This is no way to rule a country. I mean, this open borders policy that the Democrats are now advocating, have advocated in the past. I mean, look at it. That is just chaotic. And the poor citizens who actually pay the taxes and live there, I mean, this is what they got to deal with. That's coming to a neighborhood near you, folks.
Yeah, and those that live locally are asking for Spanish leaders to declare this an emergency, send the military to the border, and they're rejecting those calls. At the last that we've seen, the White House is now responding, Jason.
Yeah, according to the Supreme Court, I mean, they're not allowed to take immediate action on these guys. So, the Border Patrol is catching who they can. I mean, when you storm 80,000, you're probably only going to be able to catch about 1,000, while about 79,000 get in.
I have a brand new statement just in. President Trump has long warned Europe what would happen if they continue to implement far-left globalist policies, including enabling mass migration. Spain and other countries who have adopted these destructive philosophies should immediately reverse course or risk their own demise. Do you think Spain's going to heed that warning?
Nope.
Well, it doesn't look like they are. I mean, you look at what's happening to Spain, France, the UK, but compare it to Eastern Europe. You know, they don't put up with this garbage in Estonia.
I'm gonna be real with you, Nana. They're being pretty damn stubborn.
And Latvia or Lithuania.
Like, Spain has always been like very antithetical to us. Like, bro, we support Israel. They support Palestine. I mean, you know, we're all pro-capitalist. They're a little bit more socialist. I wouldn't even say we're more conservative. Yeah, I would say now we're a more conservative country since Trump won. But, and of course, they're more liberal. I mean, low-key fire and ice when it comes to America and Spain. And different values, of course. So, yeah, of course, we take this time to shit on Spain. It's the perfect time because I ain't gonna lie, their border policy is absolute trash. And the fact that their Supreme Court even came out with that, they should have known something like this was going to happen. So hopefully their Supreme Court goes back to the drawing board. But don't forget to, you know, make sure they slap each other for ever doing something that stupid.
I was just there a couple of months ago. It's pleasant. Everybody, the economy is doing well. People are thriving. Estonia is a great economy. And they're right there on the border with Russia, but they don't put up with this garbage of this illegal immigration coming across. And the people are happy. They're doing well. They're thriving. Compare Estonia to Spain, and you're going to find Estonia kicks their butt every time. Maybe not in soccer, but everything else.
Well, very often Republicans are pushed to provide an example of how socialism doesn't work. It's obviously easy to come up with many answers, but to see that happening today, Jason, that's a clear example of what happens when you have open borders. The Washington Post did a poll on socialism in America to take the temperature of where people stand today. The demographic of those most likely to consider a Democrat socialist for president. Liberals top the list at 82%, Jason. A Harris 2024 voter, 76%. White college graduate women, 48%. College graduates, 47%, Jason, would support a socialist for the White House. Those ages 18 to 29, the younger force, 46%. And those...
I mean, are you serious? Why does... Bro, you people are so out of touch. It's insane. It's almost disrespectful to that like generation or that group of children. Well, I'm sorry, but a group of young adults. Let's just keep it real. It's like, first off, you don't understand what they're looking at. They're looking at the economy that you guys are saying that's doing oh so well. They're looking at the job market that you guys are low-key lying about. They're looking at the fact that they're about to graduate with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and their degree don't mean much no more because AI is taking all the jobs. Or they're able to do their white collar job that they went spend 4 years in school for while doing what? Yes, committing themselves to get that degree. that they won't be able to really utilize because AI done took their job. And we're about to just tell them, well, I guess you just better learn AI. Now, you don't think they're looking at that? You don't think they're seeing these AI billionaires making like billions of dollars and are not really like producing profits themselves? It's coming from venture capitalists. So yeah, that's what they're seeing. It's not that they're full-on socialists, is that they understand that the crony capitalism is getting out of control. Like, y'all gotta hear us out. Just because we're sitting here calling it out, I'm not a socialist. Trust me, I'm a capitalist. But I gotta understand that the way we practice capitalism right now is extremely corrupt, and is honestly, it just undermines the American people. We put corporations over the American people, and that can no longer be allowed. And this is what our college graduates are looking like. And they're saying, bro, if the socialists are the only people that are going to get these people in order, then so fucking be it. Because you guys are just letting them run rampant and let them walk all over us. So I get where they're coming from. I'm not voting socialist, though. I'm going to be real with you, though. I'm not.
With an income over $100,000 annually, 41%. Are you shocked at this level of support in this country for socialist policies?
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party of old is just gone. I mean, it's shocking. These people want to get rid of and dismantle and totally get rid of borders, prisons, the United States Senate, the presidency, ICE. I mean, it is crazy town over there on the left. The Democrats this is the worst case scenario for Democrats. They have no leader other than Mamdani, which you see there, Bernie Sanders and AOC. And somehow the people that are remaining in the Democratic Party, they think that's their future. They have no money.
Yeah,
nobody's donating to them.
Now I understand that PayPal can go F itself. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get the fuck the PayPal mafia. I'm low-key kind of with you on that one. I'm low-key kind of with you. I'm not even gonna lie. But all right, I guess the direct payments are a bit suspended until Venmo opens up my account. But it's all good other than that. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. Raise a blade. All right.
They're run by NGOs, these non-government organizations, which are very opaque. They have no leader, and they got policies that independents and Republicans, the majority of this country, just absolutely, totally reject. It's that independent number that really is devastating to Democrats going into the midterms.
Add to that list that they want to replace the Supreme Court with something that works for them, apparently. When asked, what do you think Democrats, socialists stand for? Also in that Washington Post polling, 16% said not sure. Well, guess what? Pull up that DSA playbook and it's all right there. Listen to Shannon Bream's interview on Fox News Sunday. They're saying it out loud, Jason.
Yeah.
I will finish off with this. Here's Democrat Senator John Fetterman taking on his own party on this issue. Listen.
As a Democrat, I'm call this out who they are.
I mean, you're not really taking them on, bro. How about this? Go debate Zoran Mondani or go to guys, the establishment Dems. Instead of losing y'all party, prove that y'all got the better argument. Instead of bitching about these Democratic socialists, go debate them and destroy them in a debate. Until then, shut the F up, because you guys are losing to them because you're not walking up for a debate. You just think that you're oh so better. Well, how did that work for you with Trump? Okay, yeah, you might want to get your act together.
You know, they should run under their own party. They are not Democrats. Why aren't more Democrats willing to call this out? I don't understand that, but I'm going to continue to do that. Democrat Party has to decide, what party do we going to stand for, and what kind of parties are we going to tolerate, especially these kind of people.
To his point, why are there not more, known moderate Democrats, a few of them that are left, speaking out loud and clear about this and against these socialist policies?
Yeah, look, John Fetterman is the voice of reason. He's about the only one who'll do.
Sadly, that's the voice of the base, and they're starting to realize it. Look, when Zoran Mondani won, that shook the Democratic Party. They started realizing, like, oh shit. I mean, yeah, we might actually have to go with what Zoran is doing. Why? Because that seemed to be the popular narrative, and everybody and all the other Dems in their Democratic base is going along with it. Like, even some of my liberal homies is like, they're not socialists, but I mean, they don't hate Zoran Mondani, and they kind of agree with what he's trying to do, or I guess they agree with the mission. They agree with the mission, maybe not the execution, but the mission. And even I agree with the mission of making things affordable, even though I hate the execution of what he's trying to do. But like, I think a lot of people understand it. At least somebody's trying to get something done, even if it's something that's socialist as hell. Is like, all right, well, at least you're providing some type of solution instead of telling us that you got something, getting in office, and then telling us to kick rocks. Like, you kind of see how that's gonna mess with people. Because now, like I said, you even got Republicans, conservatives, even thinking about, well, damn, bro, maybe we need to have some socialist tendencies as well, because this crony capitalism is not working. And for some reason, it's only the younger generation who can really see it, and not so much the older, because they low-key benefit from it. But it is what it is, Well, what is it? The privilege, like, blind is the privilege. That's what they say.
That because they know that they'll get their heads chopped off politically if they dare say anything against one of these communist type of ideals. This is where today's Democratic Party is. It's where Pete Buttigieg is. It's where Chuck Schumer is. It's where AOC is. And you know what? To their own demise, they should be kicking Republicans' butts. Historically, they're not even coming close. It's a jump ball going into the midterms, and the presidential election does not bode well for them. You can look at it on the scorecard right now. Where's all the money flowing? It ain't going to Democrats.
I urge everybody. I keep it with me now. So I have it on set with me, the DSA platform. If you haven't read it, do. It is shock. I mean, they lead with, you'll have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage. You don't have a landlord because housing is a human right. Your retirement's publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They're common goods and utilities. I mean, they want to completely, radically change the country and life in this country as we know it today.
I mean,
I forgot about no private businesses.
Yep.
I mean, that is the craziest thing. More than 100 million people. No profit, no insurance.
You know what? I actually talked to a socialist, and I'm like, no private business. And, I still disagreed with his argument, but he hit me with the, well, have you seen what private equity have done to these businesses, the mom and pop ones especially? And I'm just like, yeah, I have. Yeah, they do take them over and start like devaluing the product, or they put chemicals to prolong the product. So I get what you mean by private equity and how these businesses low-key fuck up good brands. Like, I get you. But like, come on now. That doesn't mean we just start stripping people's like ability to own like a business. Then he starts going into, people are greedy and wah. It's like, couldn't hear the rest of that, but I heard him out on the whole private equity guys being evil. Like, I agree. But the rest couldn't agree with him on.
You used to have, you got to get that for the government, because you know how good the government is at insurance and taking care of healthcare. I mean, every single one of those things. And remember, Republicans have not started running their ads on this. And also, the candidates that are running, every single one of them has to answer every single one of those. Tell us what you're for, what you're against.
I'm weak. He's like, okay, hold on. I got to go back on some of them. Some of them was actually kind of funny. Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. Doesn't that just sound like a wonderful place that, like, in America, if you let the Democratic Socialists take over, you have no bills no more. Doesn't that sound amazing? It's like, oh, man, nothing is truly free, but I'll tell you that right now.
One of them has to answer every single one of them.
Hold on, let's see here. I actually got to read that out a little bit. I really do. Hold on.
The candidates that are running, every single one of them has to answer.
Let's see here.
Every single one of those. Tell us.
All right. It says you have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord, because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for profit businesses. They are common goods and utilities. Doesn't that just sound so nice and inclusive? It's like, oh God, spare me.
What you're for, what you're against. They have got to answer those questions. This could not.
Like, okay, more about bills. What do you do on your day off? Maybe in the morning you would walk your kids to school, run errands, or go to a doctor's appointment in the afternoon that'll be paid for by the government. You might play a sport, practice a new skill, read, plan a trip in the evening. You could go meet with your friends or family and eat together and maybe go to the movies. It's like, whoa, so to explain what you do after you're no longer working? Huh. I mean, at least they got an exit plan. Like I said, I disagree, but it is what it is. Yo, these guys are wild.
Tell us what you're for, what you're against. They have got to answer those questions. This could not be a worst case scenario for Democrats.
Okay, Jason, appreciate the discussion.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. But all right, though, man, let's go ahead and get back into it.
50,000 immigrants pour in from Morocco to Spain, and we've had 50,000 immigrants pour in from Morocco to Spain in their province called Quetta that they control, and 34 have already died. Interestingly, half have already returned. I'm going to tell you why all this happened, give you a couple of reasons, and a surprising country that might be involved. Now, if you're thinking, hey, is that the same country we're always talking about? Well, we'll find out in a minute, isn't it? Okay, so first, let me show you what's going on here so you have a sense of how this is working, and then I want to tell you the reasons behind it. So look at Quetta on a map here. So even though it is part of Spain, it's actually in North Africa. And so it's right next to Morocco. It's disputed territory. Morocco has said for a long time that they think it's theirs. And so could the Moroccan government have been involved in instigating things there? Well, that's almost certain, as we're about to show you. But you see, it's not connected to the mainland in Europe. But since it is part of Spain and hence technically part of Europe, people that are there and have legal citizenship can go anywhere in the EU. So it is a very relevant place to be, especially if you gain citizenship. Okay, now let me show you how people are pouring into that area. And this is from the Wall Street Journal. They did a good job of showing you. So the area is up on the north there. You see the dotted line. And a lot of people rushed through on land, but a lot came through the sea. And that's where, unfortunately, 34 of them died. But there's a reason why they went through the sea. I'll explain that to you in a second as well. But did people just wake up one day and go, hey, you know what? I think I'll bum rush Spain. Probably not. More likely to be organized. In fact, there's videos like this that we want to show you that shows you that literally people were brought in by the truckloads. So people don't randomly walk into a truck and then walk out and then rush into Spain, especially with
authorities,
police that are watching them. So there's no question this is organized. And it appears that there's almost no question that the Moroccan government is at least allowing it to happen, if not encouraging it to happen, but it does appear to be encouraging. So what are the possible reasons why that might be? Well, that's what I wondered. And I'm sure you're wondering why it's happening all of a sudden. So let's try to dive into it. First, we start with the Wall Street Journal. Spain's hold on Quetta has long been a point of friction with Morocco, they explain. Morocco doesn't formally recognize it as Spanish territory. At times it has dropped controls on its side of the border, allowing people to surge forward and overwhelm border defenses in Quetta. So this is a tactic that Morocco has used before, including as late as 2021 over different disputes they've had. So now this is done on a much larger scale than in the past, but it's not like the Moroccan government's above it. They've done it before, and like I said, almost certainly involved in some way now. So Wall Street Journal continues. This time, analysts who study the region suggest Morocco may have loosened its border controls as a warning shot to Spain after Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez showed a desire to improve relations with Algeria, Morocco's historic rival for influence on Africa's northwest coast. So that's a plausible reason right there. Might be Algeria. Okay, they're angry about Spain's relationship with Algeria. But there are other possibilities. Moroccan lawmakers have said the influx was more likely to have been triggered by a recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling that made it more difficult to turn back migrants if they arrive by sea. Okay, so that's a potential reason as to why now. So Spain's courts rule, and then people go. But again, if it was not organized, it would be a little burst and another burst and a couple people and a couple of families and maybe a couple hundred people. But it certainly.
Yeah, so apparently all this was pretty much orchestrated. Like there were outside forces at play for sure, obviously. But let's find out more about these outside sources.
It would not be an organized 50,000 person basically raid, right? But it's certainly the Supreme Court decision there in Spain could have made a difference, and definitely in how they arrived through the water, because if they go through the water, there was a special ruling saying that they're more likely to gain citizenship. So
Crazy.
That gets into the details of the Spanish court system.
It's like if you played a survival game, if you survive the treacherous swim all the way over here, you know what? You're a real champion and you deserve to be here. It's like, wow. So you got to go through a survival test to be a citizen? That's kind of fucked up.
But relevant as to how they arrived, but maybe not necessarily as to why they arrived. So one more from the Wall Street Journal. They explained that still other European countries are nervous. France said it was tightening security at its border with Spain, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said her country might consider suspending the Schengen rules. And the Schengen rules are what allow people to go anywhere they want within the European Union. So they are saying, from now on, at least Italy is beginning to wonder if that should not apply to Spain. France is closing its borders with Spain. So this has had dramatic effect on Spain, and it's hurt Spain in a lot of different ways. So now, as we told you, one possibility is just Morocco's randomly mad at them and over Algeria. There's a second possibility. Does it involve Kazakhstan? Well, of course it does. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's about Israel. Unfortunately, I didn't think so, but we have overwhelming evidence, which I'm gonna share with you in a second. But first, John, before we get into if it's Israel, what do you make of all of this? Relatively normal, hey, yay, immigrants going to Spain, there's nothing wrong with it, or all of this is problematic? What's your take?
I mean, none of it seems like totally normal in any way. The sheer numbers, the fact that it occurred basically inside of a 24-hour period is unlike anything that I've seen. Bearing in mind that I will acknowledge what very few people talking about this topic in the news today won't acknowledge. I know basically nothing about that. I didn't even know that Spain had this sort of city that they control right there. So I'm learning about this in real time as everyone else coming to the story is. But yeah, the fact that it happened in such a short period of time makes some of the explanations, as you pointed out, hard to believe. Like the Supreme Court decision, okay, I could see that having effects over time, but that would have to filter through. And even if it led to a bunch of people in different countries wanting to come through, they all got there on the same day. That doesn't really make sense to me. None of those explanations necessarily make sense. Just the sheer quantity all coming at once.
Look, you guys know how I feel about this. If you're only listening to one side, you're not getting the truth. You're getting their version of it. That's a big reason.
Yeah, that's why I listen to both sides. Shoot, that's exactly why. Because I got to hear both sides spin, and then I think for myself, and then I give you my analysis on it, and I let you guys think for yourself. I ain't trying to tell you how to think, man. That's your job.
Tragedy that so many people would want to, let alone that dozens would literally die, would be trampled to death or drown in a sea of other people swimming. And that's, like, it's easy for us to focus on the politics, and we should, because going forward, that's what's gonna matter. But that's a horror movie that basically we saw acted out with dozens of people dying just for a chance to get through. That said, you can't overwhelm a small city with more than its actual population of migrants inside of a 24-hour period. That clearly isn't tenable. The entire thing is an absolute disaster. It's also fascinating when you showed that video, like obviously when Donald Trump and Republicans talk about border crossings at our southern border, they often talk about it almost exclusively through the lens of this is an organized thing, that they're emptying out their prisons, they're emptying out their asylums, and they're all being sent, rather than it being an organic thing where people are coming in every day. And there's many different reasons for many different populations drawn from decades of American foreign policy and the economic devastation of the area and everything. And it feels like there's more evidence in one day for this one than I've seen presented by Republicans for the American southern border in years of them talking about it. And so, yeah, none of those explanations make sense to me. Maybe the next one will, though. What do you got?
Yeah. So just to point out a couple things there. Yeah. So every accusation.
Oops, there we go. Hold on. I got to stop this from lagging.
And there's many different reasons for many different populations drawn from decades of American foreign policy and the economic devastation of the area and everything. And it feels like there's more evidence in one day for this one than I've seen presented by Republicans for the American southern border in years of them talking about it. And so, yeah, none of those explanations make sense to me. Maybe the next one will, though. What do you got?
Yeah. So just to point out a couple things there. Yeah. So every accusation is a confession, right? So if we're organizing or Israel's organizing mass migration events, they might assume that others are as well. Like, oh, well, then Mexico must be doing it or Nicaragua must be doing it, but not necessarily. So, all right. So let's dive into what the Israeli papers are talking about. Because if you want to know what's going on, don't turn to American media. They will lie to you 100% on Israel's behalf on almost every instance. But if you go to the Israeli press, they're actually quite terrific. So,
oh, I know, I love Israeli press because they're really honest. It's like, bro, they tell you the truth every single time. It's like, bro, would they call you anti-Semitic here for saying the Israeli press just say it out loud? It's like, you gotta love it. You gotta love the honesty that the Israeli press have over our own government.
And part of the reason why they're so good at getting us information is because a lot of their local officials and politicians and policymakers brag about how well they've done in manipulating certain situations to get what Israel wants at the cost to others, including in this article at Ynet, where the person writing the article is in favor of all the actions that I'm about to read you that Israel has done, like attaboy, way to get Spain. Now, if you're wondering, wait a minute, wasn't there somebody who said something about Spain? Oh, right, Netanyahu. Remember when he said this?
ישראל לא תשתוק מול מי שתוקף אותנו. ספרד הכפיש...
Israel will not remain silent in the face of those who attack us.
ספרד הכפישה את גיבורינו, את חיילי צה"ל, חיילי הצבא...
The soldiers of the most moral army in the world. Because remember, Spain says that Israel is committing a genocide and they stand with Palestine.
מוסרי ביותר בעולם. ולכן הנחיתי היום לסלק את נציגי ספרד ממרכז התיאום בקריית גת לאחר
Basically, it's like removing the Spain embassy in Israel. They're pretty much saying they're pretty much breaking all relationships with Spain. Like, yo, get all your representatives up out of here. We don't want them here because we don't even like you guys no more. And the feeling's mutual on the other side.
ספרד בחרה שוב ושוב להתייצב נגד ישראל. מי שתוקף את מדינת ישראל במקום את משטרי הטרור, מי שעושה זאת, לא יהיה שותף.
Yeah, so pretty much he's saying those who attack Israel instead of terrorist regimes shall not be our partners, because pretty much, like I said, Spain is pretty much calling them out on the genocide.
שלנו לגבי עתיד האזור. אני לא מוכן לסבול את הצביעות הזאת ואת העוינות הזאת. אני לא מתכוון לאפשר לאף מדינה לנהל נגדנו מלחמה מדינית בלי לשלם על כך מחיר מיידי.
So for those of you who are listening to the podcast, he said in Hebrew, and he always talks in Hebrew when he wants to hide his message from the Western press, not that they'd report it anyway, but he said that Spain will pay an immediate price for daring to care about the Palestinians and saying that maybe they shouldn't be slaughtered. He was enraged. We're to slaughter anyone we like, okay? And if Spain objects, there'll be consequences. Well, now let's check out the consequences. Amin Yayoub wrote in Ynet Global, Spain's refusal to allow the United States access to its Rota and Moran military bases during the Iran campaign, its consistent failure to meet NATO defense spending targets, and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's confrontational posture towards the Trump administration have collectively generated something rare in North African affairs: a genuine crack in Spain's strategic armor over Ceuta and Melilla.
Wow.
And into that crack, Morocco's most consequential new partner is.
Yo, I mean, whoa, bro. They just said it out loud. They pretty much just said, yeah, just because you disagree with us, NATO, and the Trump administration, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and orchestrate something, something crazy to happen to those two little cities that are not very protected. Remember, he's saying your strategic armor is breaking. And it's not, I mean, trust me, it's not because they disagree with Israel. It's probably other reasons, like their terrible leadership. But they're pretty much saying, yeah, because you disagree with us and you stand against us, don't worry, we got something for that ass. I was like, I'm reading it too. Like, well, damn. I mean, damn, talk about holding a grudge. Like, is that serious? So where you gotta like try to push 80,000 people into their country? Like, is that serious? The beef is that real? Well, I mean, damn, at least you know what happens to you if you stand against Israel. They try to overthrow your whole country. Huh. I mean, Venezuela also had the same stance. Look what happened to them. Makes sense.
Israel is uniquely positioned to press. So they wrote this a little while back, previewing what might come next. And Melilla is another city that Spain controls in North Africa. And they're saying, well, look, there's some issues that America has with, Spain paying NATO dues, but mainly, how dare they not allow America to use its bases to bomb Iran on behalf of Israel? How dare they talk about the Palestinians as if they're humans? There's going to be consequences. So how does this actually get done, though? How does it get executed? So they explain in March 2026, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute, writing through the Middle East Forum, called on Trump administration to formally recognize Ceuta and Melilla as occupied Moroccan territory, branding Spain, quote, a colonial power running colonies across the Strait of Gibraltar. So now Israel is a settler colony that has colonized the Middle East, and it continues to attack and take land. But when Spain pointed out the occupation and the brutal treatment of the Palestinians, they go, oh yeah, all of a sudden we care about colonization. But it's only connected to when Spain criticized Israel. Then all of a sudden, American Michael Rubin at the American Enterprise Institute writes a policy paper about, we got to do something about Spain and this land they have in North Africa. It's time to do something against Spain. Obviously, just because he cares so much about America, Connecticut, Alaska.
Oh man, lunatic, you wild. I don't think that's really gonna incite no revolution from the capitalists. Like, not really. I ain't gonna lie. Apparently, to get any type of revolution from the capitalists, they got to see this entire economy crash out first. The socialists, yeah, they kind of see where things are going in a way, and so but they're going about it the wrong way. And the capitalists, well, they're kind of living in a bit of denial and living and kind of staying out of or steering away from the fact that they are living under crony capitalism and basically an oligarchy. Like, we basically live under an oligarchy, guys. I'm not even gonna lie to you, we really do. I mean, what? So few companies control what you eat, what you hear. Well, I mean, shoot. Bro, the water you drink, all that good stuff. Like, we live in an oligarchy, guys, not a free market. Honestly, we can make it a free market, but you can sit here. But come on now, don't sit there and lie to yourself that we're in one. I mean, yeah, they let us play a little bit with capitalism, but not fully. It's like you guys honestly get my point here. And like I said, I'm not a socialist. Trust me, I believe in capitalism, but capitalism done correctly. And I do believe in breaking up monopolies and all that good stuff. Trust me, I think you guys do too. But here's the thing, we ain't been breaking up these monopolies, and it's been getting out of hand. And then, of course, the immigration and the undermining of American workers and scholars, like, that's also a problem as well. But I digress.
Okay, so days later, look at this coordination. Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, a chairman of the House Subcommittee on National Security and one of Marco Rubio's closest congressional confidants, declared publicly that the enclaves are, quote, not in the geographic territory of Spain, but rather in Moroccan territory, and that their fate should, quote, be established, negotiated, and discussed between friends and allies. So all of a sudden, a so-called American think tank writes a policy paper attacking Spain right after Israel ordered them to, at least publicly. And then an American congressperson then attacks in the same exact way, using the same exact talking points. But I'm sure there was no coordination at all, except for the fact they're about to admit it. They write in YNET Global, this was not the fringe speaking. This was the architecture of a coordinated, strategic.
Yeah, I know, Josh. I know that. That's why I always say, man, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can send in a super chat. Honestly, especially with the disagreeers, because some of y'all be saying some dumbass things that I mean, like, what, put your money where your mouth is. If you truly believe it, super chat it in, please. I'll be happy to dismantle it. But bro, it's like I can't, bro. I've seen so many like erroneous like posts in the chat. It's like crazy. I'm just like, oh wow. Some people really don't know what they're talking about, or they're just really too aligned with Trump to really see the truth, or really just see reality for what it is. It's like they'd rather listen to Trump than to look what's right in front of them.
Repositioning. But wait, he's not done explaining how much this is Israel yet. He says it over and over again in the article. He continues to say, this is where Israel enters the equation and does so with unusual leverage. Now, of course, if I said that, everyone in American media would say, anti-Semite, what do you mean that Israel's doing a coordinated attack against Spain? That's a conspiracy theory. And what do you mean they have unusual leverage? Are you implying that they have more power than any other country? Are you implying that they somehow have more influence than Bolivia or Malaysia? But there they are in the Israeli press bragging about it. We have unusual leverage over the Americans. And now we'll be using it to punish anyone who dares protect the Palestinians. Okay, well, we appreciate the confessions. They continue. The Abraham Accords.
And guys, like I said, if you want to understand my argument, you can always super chat in and just ask me which you want me to clarify on instead of misrepresenting my argument. This is why I said some of you guys really sound retarded in the chat because just because I criticize the right doesn't mean I'm in full support of the left. Like, come on now.
Transform Morocco from a quiet interlocutor with Israel into a formal military partner. So if you didn't know, Morocco is part of the Abraham Accords, and that led to Israel and Morocco having a military partnership. So Morocco is in bed with Israel. So if you're wondering, wait, what did Morocco and Israel? Okay, maybe Israel might want Morocco to do this, but why would Morocco do this? It turns out they have been a very close strategic and military partner of Israel. So when Israel wants something from Morocco, they get it. When Israel wants something from America, they get it. When Israel wants something from almost any country, they get it. In fact, when they wanted Spain to bend a knee and to join the war, and they didn't, they're like, no, that's unacceptable. We have to send a message to all countries on planet Earth. You are not to ever defy the Israelis. Okay. They continue. Israel's voice in the triangle carries disproportionate weight when Israeli officials signal alignment with a partner's strategic interest. That signal registers powerfully in a White House that has placed Abraham Accords expansion at the center of its foreign policy vision. In that case, the triangle is America, Morocco, and Israel. But basically, there's only one point in that triangle directing both, as this article clearly explains over and over again. Israel's in charge. We have the leverage. We tell America what to do.
I mean, yeah, they said it out loud. Like I said, in the Israeli media, they just said, look, because Spain stands against us, I mean, they stand against the Trump administration, and they don't want to pay up on NATO on their military spending. I mean, look, they got cracks in their armor, right? In these two little cities that, mysteriously all of a sudden had like 80,000 immigrants just pull up to it, by sea and dropped off in a truck. It's like, all right, that sounds a little sus. I ain't saying that it's Israel, but it sounds like Israel. That's all I'm gonna say.
We tell Morocco what to do, and then they do it exactly as we order them. Now, if you weren't absolutely sure yet, then here comes Ben-Gvir right after the event happens, and they rush the border, and he can't help but brag with glee on X, and he says, my congratulations to the president of the government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, for his profound commitment to the welcoming immigration and human diversity. In other words, ha ha, you messed with Israel, and we're gonna unleash terror inside your country. And if dozens of people get killed along the way, we're Israel. We don't care. Were they Israeli? No, who cares? And so those were the Moroccans who were used as cannon fodder for this political trick. So it's not impossible, John, for Morocco to have been, agree with Spain overall historically about this territory. That's not that it's not impossible. That is true, right? So it's not impossible for that to be a factor, maybe a mid-sized factor, maybe a large factor. Maybe they're aggrieved about the Algeria situation. That certainly could be a factor. And it could be that it's not just binary, that maybe the Moroccan government was itching to do this anyway. But did it happen right after Netanyahu threatened Spain? Did Israel basically brag about it afterwards? Before and after? Yes. And it was certainly coordinated and gigantic and much larger than any other type of event like this. Leading me to wonder, is there anything that Israel is not involved in the world and that they don't somehow create giant messes in other people's countries purely for their own benefit? Is there no end to this madness from this one country terrorizing the world?
Well, damn, Shank. Tell them how you really feel. But all right, guys, now let's go ahead and get into a little bit of Ukraine coverage. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He says, who's going to catch these hands? Verbal hands, intellectual hands. He just want to have debate, guys. That's all. But yeah, who's going to catch these hands? All centralized systems are failed. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. Verbal hands.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the entire situation is effed beyond repair. None of this is how anything to do with immigration is supposed to work. And even I, a person who obviously, I follow the news every day, I report on the news.
But all right, yeah, let's get into some Ukraine coverage here, because let's see here. Zelensky says he has evidence of Russia's involvement in the Iran war. I bet he does. They are close partners. And we kind of knew that Russia was helping, Iran, since they had precise targeting on military bases and even CIA installations in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. It's like, how else would they be able to hit those with such precision if they're not getting outside help? Like, come on now.
He talked with him while he was in Washington to meet with President Trump at the White House and also to attend the funeral service for Senator Lindsey Graham. He came to the meeting at the White House with evidence, he says, shows Russian involvement in the Iran conflict. Mr. President, great to see you again.
Good to see you, Tim. Right.
Let me start with this. Is Ukraine winning right now?
Not losing.
Not losing.
Not losing. Yes, it's very important.
Lose like 20% of your land and you can't get that back, and you're also losing ground by the day, well, honestly by the week. They do say, oh, Russia's moving slowly. It's like, yeah, but they're still moving and taking more land. So like, yeah, I know, just saying they're moving slowly isn't really saying anything. It's not a real argument. You're just saying, well, they're doing it slowly, so isn't that a good thing? No. If your land gets taken in 1 month or two, doesn't really matter. It still gets taken. Are you serious? Is that really your logic? But that is some people's logic, sadly. And shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He says, Madison, Wisconsin, we will see libertarians versus Democrat socialists. See who's going to catch these hands. See their conviction like a junkie on the drug. Oh, damn. Okay, you going off on it. Yeah, damn. But appreciate the support, though. Razor blade. All right, let's get right back into it.
Between us, winning is not to lose our country and our independence. So from this side, we are winning. But from real situation on the battlefield, it's important that initiative is not in the hands of Russia. We are not losing, and they are not winning.
Do you know how many Russians have been killed in this war? Do you have an estimate?
Yeah. So their losses, 1,600,000 losses, and about 700,000 killed. About.
And then compared to Ukraine?
Compared to Ukraine, it's really very difficult to say. Sorry, be honest. I don't want to be very open about it.
Yeah.
Because Russians will understand what's going on with our army. So we have about 50,000 killed soldiers and we had about 400,000 wounded. And there is a huge number of disappeared.
Does President Trump see his conflict with Iran linked to your war with Russia?
I'm not sure. We didn't speak about it, really.
Do you?
I think yes. Look at this. Russia gave drones to Iran. Iran used these drones attacking Middle East countries and Israel. It's true. Yes, it's true. The details are Russian details in the destroyed drones. Everybody saw this. This is the field. Then Russia gave satellite images where American bases in the Middle East countries.
Yeah, we know. I mean, but here's the thing, though. What are we going to do about it? Like, what are we going to do about it, Zelensky? Because we can't give any more Patriot missiles because we're running low on them. So we don't know what to give you there. I mean, like what? We appreciate you for giving us what I've been telling everybody for a minute now. I'm like, Zelensky, what you're now telling the American people, I've been low-key been telling the entire world in front of this mic for the past, I don't know, what, 150 to 160 days about how China and Iran is helping, not China and Iran, but Russia and Russia and China is helping Iran with satellite imagery and possibly sending them, well, rockets, rocket components, semiconductors, all that crazy stuff. It's like, this has been known, and why wouldn't they? I mean, bro, we're engaging in a proxy war with Russia through you, my friend. So it's rich you being up here asking us like, oh yeah, this is why you should continue being a proxy. It's like, Zelensky, do you not understand like the situation that you're in right now? You've lost a whole lot of land. You lost a whole lot of soldiers. We don't got enough Patriot missiles to protect you. But now you want to come over here and snitch on Russia as if you're doing us a favor. And here's the thing: we've been new about it, but we can't do shit about it. Like, what are we gonna do to Russia that we haven't already done? What? Put more sanctions on them that they just skirt around? Cause we ain't gonna bomb them. You ain't dragging us into this. So well, what? What do you want us to do about it? It is what it is.
Gave it? Yes, they gave it.
And you're convinced?
Absolutely. Then Russia is very happy. We know from intelligence, they are very happy that there is no ending the war, real ending the war in the Middle East. Why? Because they understand that since United States in this war, they can't help Ukraine on the same level like it was before. For example, with the Patriots. Yes. Yep. Like one example, and there are a lot of other examples.
Just like I called out as well. It's like, bro, we're already tied up in our own war right now. We can't afford to give you any offensive munition or defensive munition. It's just cooked for you. At this point, you might as well call it quits with Russia before you lose more land. Because right now, you're taking an L. You have not got back 20% of your land. Russia's took it and it's about to become de facto Russia. Unless you want to lose more of Ukraine, you might want to concede. Can't do nothing.
We'll have more from my interview with President Zelensky on the war in coming days, especially when it comes to Ukraine's drone program and the use of technology on the battlefield. Tech that country is now sharing with the U.S.
Which is pretty damn impressive. I'm not even going to lie. I ain't gonna lie to what. Like, their drone tech is pretty impressive. Like, they're not gonna win the war, but I mean, hey, man, did they put up a really good fight? I'm gonna give them that every time. All right, though.
Are underway at this hour at multiple locations throughout Ukraine following a barrage of Russian strikes overnight. Officials say at least 8 people were killed across the country, and that includes 6 near President Zelensky's hometown. More than 20 others were wounded. Officials say the death toll could go up as they scramble to reach people who could possibly be trapped under this rubble. And all of this on the same night that the ominous sound of air raid sirens could be heard in neighboring Poland, which says that an unidentified object crashed and caused an explosion deep inside its territory during those strikes. And this new video is said to show a large crater at the crash site. Russia's targets, including Kyiv, where the attack demolished this market and killed 1 person there. Claire Sebastian keeping an eye on all those developments. She joins me live from London. Claire, what if we could start with this unidentified projectile that was reported in Poland? Is there any new indication on the source of it, possibly Russia?
Well, look, I think authorities in Poland and in Ukraine likely as well are still trying to work out exactly what happened here. But what we know at this moment is that the Polish military said overnight it was monitoring at least a dozen, it said, missiles over Western Ukraine that they said could pose a threat to Polish airspace. Then at one point after 3 o'clock in the morning, they noted that one unidentified object had crossed into Polish airspace. It then promptly disappeared from the radar, and Polish police then said that they found wreckage, a crater, and scattered debris, maybe in those pictures that we're showing now, in a village. We think we can show you a map of roughly where that crater.
Hey, shout out to my man Monty for coming in with 100. He said it call-ins, and I'm like, you know what, dog? I got you. Course. Shout out to my man Monty for opening up the call-ins, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the call in the post tab, and I'm gonna put it in the chat. All right, here.
is located about 90 kilometers or so from the border. So this is fairly deep into Poland, mounting, of course, the concern around this. The Ukrainian foreign minister is saying that a Russian Kh-101 cruise missile crossed into Polish territory. We don't know if it's the same missile that made that crater. It's still at this point an unidentified object that we're dealing with here. And there's no way to know, of course, if this was deliberate or targeted. These are cruise missiles. If it was one, high precision weapons, but still that work is still ongoing to determine what happened there. But it does come after a spate of warnings from Poland, from the Baltic countries, those closest to Russia, of the higher potential at this point in the war for Russian provocations, hybrid or other types of attack. The Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk warned just a few weeks ago that Poland was preparing for every scenario. He didn't want to scare anyone, he said, but those intensive preparations were underway. No reaction from NATO as of yet. Poland is, of course, a NATO member, but we are keeping an eye out for that. Right. And of course, this highlights very clearly, Poland, the risks, the spillover risks of this war, especially as these aerial attacks, these overnight aerial attacks escalate.
In terms of the latest strikes that we've seen launched specifically in Kyiv, Claire, I'm wondering if you could bring us up to speed on what we're learning there.
So look, this was a pretty major overnight attack. Even with that projectile crossing into Poland, we can't lose sight of the damage that it was inflicted on Ukraine. Multiple different areas of Ukraine were affected. And it comes, of course, 36 hours or so after President Zelensky.
Yeah, and this is the problem, though. It's like, while we were over here over-exaggerating the results of, Zelensky was able to send a drone into Moscow. And then what did Russia do? They went and started firing missiles and drones. 70 missiles, 240 drones into Kiev. It's like, do you see the problem here? And they don't really have nothing to defend themselves with. But hold on real quick. I use the restroom, and then we're going to go ahead and probably start a debate. Shoot.
He was in the White House with Donald Trump making an urgent plea for more help when it comes specifically to air defenses. I think it's notable because previously when we've seen meetings between Trump and Zelensky, President Putin has tried to get in and speak to Trump as well. We didn't see that this time. Instead, we simply see more escalation, this aggressive posture from the Russian side. So what we know at this point about this attack is at least 8 people were killed, dozens more injured across the country. Several notable incidents in Kryvyi Rih, which is Zelensky's hometown. A missile hit a residential home, killing 5 members of one family, according to officials there, including 3 children. And I want to bring you footage as well from Lviv, all the way over in western Ukraine. Dramatic video, if we can show it, of a boy being pulled out of a damaged building. City authorities say that he was born in 2020 and he survived, but with fractures to his leg. So very widespread. And of course.
And all righty, man. Monty, whoa, hold on. There we go. Yo, Monty, how's it going, brother?
I know you did not wash your hands.
Man, bro, hold on now, Monty.
What's up, man?
That was funny as hell.
Bro, you went way too fast. You were gone for 30 seconds.
But hold on, Monty. But no, I'm not even gonna lie though. I did rush read your message. I was about to hit you with like, oh no, you got me on that one. I did not fully read your message on that one.
Oh, you talking about the Vivek?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't saying the price of the home is included in property taxes, but you pay that with your mortgage.
Well, yeah, that's true. But if you don't got a mortgage, I mean, you're right.
And if
first the bank got to pay that price, or you pretty much.
Yeah. Like I understand. Yeah. I understand that it's not, your $6,000 a year in property taxes is not the price of the house. What I'm saying is the cost of home ownership, like the same way as the price of a car is not all you pay to own a car. Like you have your taxes, your insurance, your fuel, your maintenance, all that shit. That is the total cost of ownership. And that's what he was talking about. That's what I was commenting on.
In its totality.
Yes.
Okay.
And because I mean, here's the thing, right? You can buy a house for $400,000 if you have $400,000. Cool. You paid the price of the house. You're 100% right in what you're saying. But you're not going to keep the house if you don't maintain it, if you don't pay the property taxes, if you don't pay for insurance and it burns down. That's what I mean.
True. Okay, I will concede on that one then. You got it on that. That does play all into the overall cost then.
But the second point that he made, the one that you highlighted, is also correct. So fucking basic supply and demand, build more houses, and what you're talking about, the price of the home itself will go down because of supply and demand. Yes, that's why I said it's a two-pronged approach.
Yeah, good point though. Good point. I give it to you on that. But hold on now. First, yo, lunatic, that you?
Yo, can you hear me? I'm using the new StreamYard app to make sure when I'm a guest, I don't have any audio problems. Is it working?
It's working pretty good.
Yeah.
You have a StreamYard app? I didn't know there was an app.
Yeah, there's an app, Monty, so that if you're on mobile, if you try and use like Apple devices, you go onto the Safari and open the link. You got audio problems now because they created this app.
Oh, they're trying to push everybody to the app. Gotcha. That's good to know.
All right, gentlemen. I do want to pick y'all brains on some things, so this is going to be a fun one. But all right, guys. So current state of the war, people are saying that Iran is pretty much holding out its position. They're saying that they're going as far as saying that Iran is winning the war because of its new aggressive take. The war is now expanding into other countries like Yemen, Iraq. I mean, Egypt was even struck, even though they're not saying, they say they're not going to retaliate. But what is your guys' opinion in the state of the war as it stands right now?
I'll let Lunatic go first.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the state of the war, it's a complete failure. I don't think there's any strategic wins that we can do here. I know that we have the National Defense Authorization Act with shared intelligence and military access, we'll say. And then we also know that the draft is now going to be automatic. You don't have to voluntarily register for the draft for military service. That's coming into effect in December. People are extrapolating things from this that it's going to be a draft so that Trump can put a ground. And this is, I'm not taking the standpoint that I believe this, but this is the rhetoric that's going around the internet is that, oh, now we're going to merge with Israel. We know that we are in world conflict basically because all the superpowers are at war. And then we're going to be like, oh, yeah, well, we're going to institute a draft. And then if you don't get drafted, we're going to have Homeland Security, which has already employed IDF soldiers through ICE. And then be like, oh, no, so you're gonna do what we tell you. And yet again,
hold on. Time on that one. I do want to also hear from Monty. All right, Monty. So what's your reaction to that take and also your take as well?
So first I'll get to my take. My take is, so I said, what was it, 4 or 5 months ago, that if this lasted for 4 or 5 months, I would concede that Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And I think we're at that point. I'm not too fucking rich to admit that, like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He can't, like Libertarian said, there's no winning unless you completely decimate the entire fucking country, and that's not even winning. It's another Vietnam. It's another fucking Korea. It can only end in stalemate because we don't have the political capital to sustain a ground invasion, nor would we fucking want to. That doesn't make any sense, because for what? I am on day 10, day 15 of him doing all this shit. I was like, okay, we've done what we need to do. Why are we still here? And now we are 5 months in, or 4. When did this start? February?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're March, April, May, June. Yeah, we're 4 months in.
So my
bad. 5 months. Sorry, 5 months.
Yeah.
July.
While I agree for the reasoning of fucking what we did, like, I don't change my opinion on that. I don't think that this is in our best interest anymore. We're not doing anything. We're just pissing them off more. Should we concede the Strait of Hormuz? Absolutely fucking not. Should we concede them having nuclear weapons? We've already shown that we can fucking take them out. So what are we doing? Are we trying to escalate to a war?
That's actually a pretty good question. In my personal opinion, I
Or
think
not escalate to a war. We're already in a war, but are we
Yeah.
trying to escalate to a broader global conflict? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I completely agree with your take on that. I mean, bro, I feel you. Because even I'm sitting back here just like, hold on, this is like spreading out into other regions. I mean, bro, they're closing another strait, and at a certain point, it's like, yeah. So what's the goal here? Because if we keep this up, it gets worse. And I know walking away looks terrible. I know it does, but
you don't even need to walk away. Here's the thing: we've fucked them up. We could, as a country, say we have achieved our goals because all the goals that have been stated have been fucking achieved, short of destroying every single one of their fucking missiles. We have not, and we cannot do that without sustained ground forces. So we've fucked their nuclear program up. We've set it back. If they want to pick that up and resume it and fucking do it again, we can do it again. Why? We have the United States Navy. The United States Navy is fucking like 10-0 with global conflicts and fucking securing waterways. So fucking pull back. Stop. You don't have to keep fucking spicing it up. Is my opinion.
All right, so find a temperature and keep it there, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So because all you're gonna do is make it so that Russia or China get involved. And right now they're not going to get involved because fucking they got their own shit going on. But
they're not going to go, start sending troops to Iran. I mean, they'll send satellite images, but that's probably about it.
But here's the thing. I don't think there's any winning this for we're not going to be able to, in the traditional sense, plant our flag and say we won. Now, you can look back at fucking military strategies and military actions that have been taken and say those were all successful with very, very minimal casualties, might I add. Like what I think we're at 30, and we've done as much work absent fucking taking out the government as we did in Iraq or Afghanistan. And those took fucking 20 years. We've done it in 5 months. Leave it the fuck alone. Stop when you're on top. We are on top. We're going to drag ourselves down and fucking deplete fucking everything we have if we keep on. For what? For what?
Well, some may say it's for the security of the petrodollar. Some may say it's for the security of the allies of the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, South Korea.
Can they not provide their own security? Like I know you're speaking in generalities and speaking for the rhetoric, but can they not defend themselves? Do they not get fucking F-13 or F-35s from us? Do they not get fucking our equipment? Do they not train with us? Are they not capable of defending themselves? Are we going back down the path of, we got to be the world's police force?
Well, Ron Paul.
Right now, we're trying to be the world police of the sea.
We are. Okay, so the world police for the sea is actually the Navy's charter. Like the global force for fucking commerce and fucking securing our assets. That is the Navy's job. It's not to land the sea.
But you're right. Okay, that's true. That's true. But usually when we pull up, we usually don't get tested like this.
I mean, the Navy's not being tested. Our Navy is not being tested. It is our.
Well, I would say this: in tested in our Navy do got to stay out of a certain range. Like it can't get any deeper into the strait, or it's going to risk, getting struck.
Right, because we've invested so much in fucking long range attack that we can do that. That is a part of our strategy is to stay out. So, because what's the point of having a super destructive weapon if you can't reach us with it?
Yeah, it's true. But this is one of the reasons why we were pretty much staying out of the strait. Like the whole blockade,
Yeah.
like the blockade again. Like the blockade didn't even work to keep Iran from getting things from Russia or China. So what are we really
Because
doing this
that's a
blockade
land.
again for?
I mean, we can use a blockade. We have a lot of fucking shit we can do. But
I'm
for
be real with you.
what?
The only blockade that would work would be a land blockade, and that part we're causing a humanitarian crisis. And I'm
No,
just like,
not a land blockade.
You were former Navy, I'm former Navy. I want you to understand though, when you are shipping goods in between Turkey, Kuwait, Sicily, you are making other targets available so that you can supply the ships that are there. You would agree with that, correct?
Absolutely. Logistics is fucking what wins wars. So yeah.
Yeah. So when we talk about, the detriment that's going on right now in the world, we have Russia versus Ukraine, we have Pakistan versus India, we have North versus South Korea, we have China versus Taiwan, we have the American Israelis versus Iran, still have forces that are in Iraq and Afghanistan, no matter how you want to slice it. It's just the world is literally at war, and it is not being assimilated as this. And I think we really need to recognize what's happening, because World War III is literally when all the superpowers are engaged in conflict.
all right, now I do want to move on to the next topic. Let's go to like the most current event here. Though the 50K migrants rushing into Spain, like yo, so I know, Lunatic, you watched it here. What about you, Monty? You seen that?
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I mean, it's to be expected. There's conflict in the Middle East, and there's conflict going on around the world. That is going to happen. Does it make it Spain's responsibility to take a bunch of migrants? No. Is Spain taking a bunch of migrants because they're fucking liberal and that's what they do? Yeah. Are they going to be overrun with fucking migrants the same way we were overrun at our fucking border? Yeah. Is there anything we should do about it? No.
Hey, I agree with you. I feel you on that one. I'm like, hey, well, we're just gonna spectate and just take notes on this one, guys. Like, oh, okay, so
Yeah, we know what's going on. We feel your pain. We can't help you. We're still trying to clean up our fucking mess.
It's like, you know what? Maybe we should take this video to Congress and be like, this is why a wall would be nice. Really nice right now.
Because they can't come across 50,000 at a time.
Yeah.
But
like,
they
I'm be real with you. If they tried this at the right part of our border, they could successfully pull this off.
I mean, if they're willing to go through a fucking desert and across the river, yeah.
And bro, and that's literally what they said though, bro. So so Spain's Supreme Court pretty much said that we're not gonna be able to turn you around. We're actually gonna give you some type of chance at citizenship, or we won't be able to deport you as easily if you come through the sea or the water route. So these guys pretty much just
tell them what your weak spot is.
Yeah, tell them where your weak spot is and pretty much say, yeah, look, if you can survive the survival game of swimming through this deep ass little gap here, 3 miles out, and yeah, a lot of people did drown, about 30 of them. But yes, if you complete the survival game, you can come live in Spain. I was like, ain't no way.
But we also have to understand that area of land has been a source of conflict, of colonization, and reclaiming the land of Morocco, according to conflicts that has happened in that area. So technically, the Moroccans think it's their land. Spanish say that, or the Moroccans say that it's colonized. The Spanish colonized that land from Morocco. So it gets into all this.
You can only colonize it if you can keep it.
But that's what I mean. If it's not being able to be kept by Spain because they said, hey, here are our weak points, we're basically giving you the opportunity to come in at these points. And we've seen people swimming in with bicycles on their back. It's obviously not as great of a journey as being shown, because we have people that come on rafts from Cuba on literally 55-gallon plastic barrels. So if you can handle a couple 100 miles, you can get something done. But yet again, we have people that are looking to take this idea that the world has been taken away from us. Now we must reclaim everything. It's only going to create the idea of conflict instead of cooperation, because there has to be some superior entity that's going to take over and say, yes, now we are the ones.
And I went ahead and pulled up the, pretty much the country in question. And yeah, this is pretty much why it got so wild. Huh. So apparently a whole bunch of people over here just went ahead and took that risk. Oh,
I mean, I don't understand how this affects us. To be completely blunt, I
get you.
I am not worried about the politics and the fucking crisis going on in Spain. I'm worried about the politics and the crisis going on at our southern border, at our fucking northern border. I'm worried about the shit that's coming through our southern border, not the people. I mean, the people are a problem in and of themselves, but the shit that's coming over our fucking border from China, it's not just from Mexico, it's from China.
All right. Well, hold on now. All right. Well, then let's talk about something that is pretty concerning. The Democratic Socialists. Now, these guys have pretty much been gaining popularity, honestly, because they're speaking on all the things that the Democrats failed on. And I guess, like I said, when I say that when crony capitalism takes over too much, you start building a whole bunch of socialists. And these guys start, looking for answers, well, to the people with the most radical message towards these big corporations. And look, I kind of feel them in a sense, but when they get into, basically communism, I'm like, yeah, look, guys, I hear your arguments, but the way you guys are going about it is insane.
Nothing. Socialism is a knee-jerk reaction to I can't make it in life because of X, Y, and Z. When you create a victim mentality, which the Democrats have been able to do successfully for the last fucking 40 years, when you create that mentality, that breeds socialism. And I'm not surprised. I'm just fucking flabbergasted that no one can look at any fucking example of socialism and be like, oh yeah, that's working.
Yeah, but
hey, check this out though. When you look at the Democratic Socialists, right, they're showing democratic failures. But what we need to understand is that Democratic Socialists are now arguing with communists and fascists about who has it correct as far as this government ideology, right? And it's funny that socialism has never been equated to any kind of success, because it's the people, like Monty said, these are famines that couldn't participate in society, and then they are deserving of somebody else's labor. I always said when I failed. I tried having the gubernatorial national candidate Francesca Hong on my podcast to debate her on her policies as far as libertarians believe in capitalism. She's a democratic socialist, and they say that, well, the state should control the ability to control people's labor. But just think of that ideology. You want to control somebody else to have an output of labor.
That's slavery.
Yes, and that's what people don't understand. And then you have the Maoist communists fighting the socialists that says that the democratic socialists don't go far enough, and then the fascists are saying that, oh, we're capitalists, but check out, we're going to just support all the businesses and take away your wealth as we're doing it. And that's what crony capitalism has turned into. It has turned into fascism. And I agree with them with that. That has turned into fascism. But it's crony capitalism. It's not capitalism. True free markets do not eliminate the ability for somebody to prosper because they had an idea. Now, you may not like that idea, and that's where capitalism comes in to shut everybody down.
I don't think crony capitalism is capitalism. Crony capitalism, by definition, is socialism. It's just state-owned. It's not state-owned businesses, but it's state-funded businesses.
I call it more like an oligarchy. Like that's what we call crony capitalism. It's like
when you
one
bail
step
out
away
banks
from an
when they
oligarchy.
fail, yeah, that's an oligarchy. That's fascism. When you bail out banks, 2008, Obama bailed out banks when they should have failed, and the world economy
Yes.
collapsed.
Yes. Because if it collapses, it resets for the next fucking generation of people
and
to
do better.
Yes.
Yeah, and the subsidizing of companies that already make billions upon billions of dollars. So it's just like, yeah, at a certain point, like we are like this country is chilling out a little too hard for these corporations. And I'm like, look, we need them to create jobs and all that good stuff. I understand that, but we shouldn't throw the people under the bus for these guys. But go ahead.
Nothing at all should be subsidized. Period.
I agree with you on that, and I know you've had that stance for a while now. That's been one of your strongest stances, that we shouldn't be subsidizing a damn thing. But the problem is we do, and it's our taxpayer dollars going to these corporations, and the people see it. And these are the things that neither the left nor the right is willing to tackle. This is where the socialists gain a little bit of ground.
When we talk about
my bad, go ahead.
Sorry. When we talk about government funds going to corporations, I don't mind government funds going to a corporations to produce a thing. If the government wants to buy something at fair market value from a corporation, I think they should be allowed to do so, because the government needs shit to run. It needs a military. I don't think we should have a fucking defense industrial complex. I don't think we should have fucking a monopoly on fucking anything. But if the government wants to buy something, that's one thing. But straight up paying people to do something, paying people for their farmland to fucking subsidize their farmland, paying people to subsidize oil and natural gas, paying people to subsidize electric vehicles, subsidizing fucking any fucking thing. Because all it is wasteful government spending. It's redistribution of wealth the wrong fucking way.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, it's like if these like things can't hold on their own, then maybe we're supposed to find a way to advance it to make it cheaper instead of trying to be stuck in our old ways.
Well, we took away innovation, we took away thought, we took away creative ability, we took away everything that made people think.
Hey, I'm trying to put it back. I'm trying to put it back, damn it.
Oh.
I was surprised that Monty and I are agreeing so much, because this is kind of crazy that we have no skill sets being produced in schools, just regurgitation of information. You only have academics that are reinforced by them saying that they have a credibility and, oh no, they know the point. And Cornel West is a good speaker. Obama was a good speaker. But charismatic speech still needs to be cognitively deducted. It shouldn't just be pretty words. And that's what's got me crazy about what's going on with Fauci, what happened with the jab, what's going on in as far as Republicans and Democrats, what's going on with the Democratic Socialists. Like, we have an autonomous zone here in Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm going down there. And I'm going to be bricked up because I'm like, yeah, I want to engage you motherfuckers. Because it's going to be like, are you really skilled? Are you really skilled? Do you have a real argument? But yet again, if you want to just come at somebody, no problem. Just like 50 Cent said, hey, when they said, hey, we got a problem, I said there's no problem, because there is no problem to take care of the problem. And that's where people don't have the understanding, like, to have skill sets, to be skilled in disciplines that are not unique just to one identity. That's where people got it conflated. When we had specialized skill sets that made everybody special, that's where people had it fucked up, because you're only skilled in one thing. Can you be a mechanic and a boxer and a medic and a father? No, you're relying on everybody else to do at least one certain part of that.
Wait. You just described me, my guy. I am a mechanic, or I'm mechanically inclined. I'm not a mechanic, but I am a paramedic, and I'll fuck you up in boxing.
I mean, hey, I love it. Hey, I like to meet people in the physical and intellectual coliseum, so I feel you guys on that one.
Did you just challenge me to a fight set?
No, a friendly sparring.
With no headgear.
With no headgear?
With no headgear is insane. Like, hold on now. Hold on. I'm not trying to give
Hey,
each
that's how the
other
amateurs are
concussions.
running now, bro. There ain't no headgear in the amateurs no more at a certain
Yeah,
age.
I don't run headgear.
Shoot,
We
well, I actually
were
used to
getting
box, so I do.
We were getting rid of headgear when I was getting out of fucking high school in wrestling. They're trying to get.
Okay, yeah, no headgear in wrestling. Okay, that yeah,
I like fucking no headgear in wrestling. It's you have so much more situational awareness. It's fucking crazy.
Low key, it's like everything's. I don't know. You feel less constrained around the ears. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. And also, like you did it at the risk of cauliflower.
Cauliflower ear is cool, motherfuckers.
And that's you're really putting in work.
Yeah.
You got people faking this shit now, like slamming their ears between weight plates and all kinds of craziness to try and
my little bit of cauliflower ear is 100% fucking earned. I have a little bit.
But all right, guys. All right, now I do want to get over to another concerning thing that a lot of people are bringing up. All right, so they're trying to take away Trump's war power, pretty much. They're pretty much trying to make Trump stop this conflict, and you even got Alex Jones saying that we should call for a 25th Amendment on Donald Trump for not stopping the war, or even continuing it. So, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Because the Senate resolution failed 49-50, showing a growing bipartisan concern, but not enough support to stop or condition the campaign to stop.
You know what? Almost counts for fucking nothing. Almost counts for nothing.
Hey, I agree. Like, hey, it didn't pass. So it don't mean nothing.
He should have never had war powers. All war powers were supposed to go through Congress. It's
correct.
When they had the executive order to enact this garbage, and Congress was like, "Oh yeah, well because we're afraid, right?" They always use fear, just like why we have the Patriot Act that was supposed to be rescinded or sunsetted or whatever language you want to use. Oh, it was only supposed to be temporary. But now what do we have? We have a surveillance state, and now we have the timeline and the testimony over 40 years of why it happened, from think tanks, from supposed scenarios to the testimony of prime ministers and presidents on to our own Congress. Yet again, we understand the timeline of events that led us down this path. It is absolutely ridiculous. These people should not have. I am a very big proponent that we reduce all executive orders down to zero. That gives rid of a ton of regulation. That get rid of a ton of everything. But yet again, they do this so that they can enact shit 20, 50 years down the line. And then if you actually look at the timeline of executive orders, you will see how everything has been implemented strategically. And especially ever since the Federal Reserve took over.
I don't think we should reduce executive orders to zero, because executive orders should be a function of the executive branch, but executive orders should not hold the power of law. Executive orders are supposed to be, hey, fucking EPA, I want you to enforce this law this way. Not, hey, I'm going to create a new fucking law.
Sounds like a king's order more than an executive order.
Exactly. Yep. You're not. I don't like executive orders. I didn't like it when Obama does it. I don't like that Trump does it, because you're just bypassing Congress. Everybody's like, oh, Trump's a lame duck president because he hasn't passed anything. No, this fucking Congress is a lame duck fucking Congress. Trump's making laws. Trump's making laws left and fucking right because they don't challenge the executive orders, or they don't codify them as a Congress.
I mean, yeah, they want to codify the Doge cuts. They're not even trying to get through the SAVE Act. I mean, at least they're trying to get through the housing affordability. That's bipartisan. But I mean, come on now, election integrity. Like I said, like y'all can make Republicans shut the fuck up forever if you just pass this, and we'll never complain about election ever again. You will never hear a peep.
Hey, Seth, why do we need more legislation? We have laws on top of laws on top of laws on top of laws.
But we need one code for the look, I'm not in a full belief of it, but I'm giving you the argument for it because it's kind of convincing. It's like we actually do need an actual real code of voting. The fact that other states can do their own type of voting and it counts in with the national is insane. There should be one standard voting, especially when it comes to the politicians that we have running our country. It shouldn't just be left up to the state what voting program they want to use, how they if they want to count undocumented or if they even want to look at ID or not. That shouldn't be
Yeah,
left
but
up to the state.
said yet again, this is why the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists had their arguments that led to a civil war. Is that we had the Confederation of the States, it wasn't strong enough to borrow money. Okay, so now we have a union. We codified our Constitution. We have the Bill of Rights. The Confederation of States, the Confederates actually fought to have the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, but I'm seeing it like this. I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm seeing it a little bit too simple-mindedly, or maybe a bit too, maybe a bit too simple-minded. I'll admit that, but just hear me out on this. Like maybe this like election integrity needs to be seen the same way as like as a felony in a way. It's like we all agree that murder is wrong. We all agree that pedophilia is wrong. We don't leave that up to the states. But we all believe in election integrity is wrong. So why are we gonna just leave it up to the states?
Well, and I have no problem with what you're saying. What I think is the problem is people think they need to be anonymous when they vote, right? Everybody wants to go online and say, "Oh, I voted Democrat. Oh, I voted Republican. Oh, I voted Independent," after the fact, right? Well, if you're actually standing up, right? You can do a live feed. You can do a real-time live feed. You don't need any count. This is what it is in real time. But yet again, there's no security in the anonymous vote anymore. That's what I'm saying. You need to stand on your conviction. Oh, well, I don't want people to know if I voted Democrat or Republican. Who gives a shit?
It is
People
what it
stand
is.
on their conviction every day. Stand on
Yeah,
your
but
conviction in a real time. And I think the only way that you solve this is if people that are paying attention and are participating, you do a live stream vote and everybody actually has their name broadcasted with the vote they cast. Because then there's complete accountability. That's the only way.
all right, I hear you on that one. But shoot, I honestly think that there should be some type of national standard that we can all agree to, on a bipartisan standard that we can all agree to, that make sure that citizens are the only ones voting, and that's it, that's all. And that should just be the national law to make sure that when it comes to these elections for our politicians, we have to make sure at all costs that's only
That's
Americans
been the law
voting.
for years. That's been the law for years. But the thing is that when you change how you register the vote, how you count
The
the vote,
loopholes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a loophole.
so they created the system that caused the problem, and now they're going to try and solve it with legislation. We already had people that would come to the polls with a paper ballot and say, "This is my this," but then, oh well, we're going to stuff the ballot. We're going to see how we can cheat the systems because there's no integrity. And I think that's what we really need to get down to is, and it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu. People have lost their morality and their conviction as far as standing on business. But everybody wants to stand on business on everything else. So yet again, this is where I try and integrate people from business to the streets. You want to stand on business in the streets? Okay, well, come stand on business in real business. You want to stand on your convictions by one way, but then you want to hide behind legislation the other. And that's the shit that has me fucked up with politics. And I'm just going to be completely honest.
All right. Well, I can feel you. I feel your stance on that one. But shoot, though, as far as everything goes, though, with Trump, Monty was making pretty good points. It's like, all these executive orders, it don't really amount to much if Congress don't like codify them. It's like, and he made a really good point. It is like just basically like, bro, just like you're wasting energy, and it's like you're just doing this to what? Go in front of the camera and start talking your shit. I mean, it's fun, it's funny. I mean, shoot, we appreciate it, but what is this really doing? It's like all
The
performance, no substance.
Yeah, it's grandstanding because every executive order that has ever been written by one administration can be reversed by the next with a simple stroke of the pen. I will rescind as president this executive order. And that's why it's political dogma. And because Congress isn't really passing anything as far as real legislation other than funding bills, then what are we doing here? That either you keep the status quo or you don't. Well, if I don't keep the status quo, I won't get funding for my next campaign. So I'm going to keep the status quo because the lobbyists run my fucking campaigns. And yet again, if you were to get rid of all the money in politics and lobbying, then now you actually have to really do real change. But yet again, if we go a little bit further, you take the monetary value out of that position. Period. You get paid per diem when you come to Washington D.C. and you vote. We'll pay for your plane ticket. We'll pay for your stay. You come do your job, and we're going to send your ass back to your constituents and start gathering data to figure out what else they want you to do. That's your job. It's not doing anything for lobbyists. That's literally your job as a representative of the people. You go and represent them when it's your turn, and then when it's not your turn, you are doing your regular everyday 9 to 5, but you're gathering data from your constituents of how you're going to make life better for everybody.
Man, hey, man, I can agree with you on that one. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it on that one. But, guys, shoot, it's about time for me to head to bed. But, all right, guys, this is Said What Said Media, guys. Make sure you double tap that screen and like the video on the way out and subscribe to the channel, guys. We try to do this every day. And shout out to our man, Monty and Lunatic Libertarian, man. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate always being on your platform because it's unbiased and it really gets points across and it gets ideas out there for everybody to listen to. There's no real right or wrong way. The only thing that I think is right or wrong is cooperation versus competition. But yet again, you have to understand who you're cooperating with and who you're competing against. But I'm the Lunatic Libertarian. I'm a lunatic for a reason, and that's why I chose that name. Holla, Set.
All right, man. Appreciate the support, man. Hey, man, you have a good one. God bless. But all right, man. Let's go ahead and give my man these guys their celebration because I forgot to give Monty a celebration for his baller alert and as well as Lunatic.
Razor blade.
And all right, guys, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead. Actually, you know what? I can give some time for you guys. Look, guys, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat in. I'm gonna go ahead and play this about 4-minute video. So give you guys some time to super chat in any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements that you have, and I'll be happy to engage with them. Or I guess if there's a clip or something that you want me to watch. But all right, though. 4 minutes starting.
We are getting AI Fahrenheit 451 one-shotted. I mean, hello? You remember this? They may not be burning, but they cutting the spines off, buying books from everybody saying, oh yeah, we need to scan them. God forbid, electricity and computers shut down one day. Then what the fuck we gonna do? We got rid of those books. That's the problem. This is the start of a dystopian society. I'm just saying, I could be overreacting. I don't think so. There is a more humane and more expensive way to do that, but Google's Anthropic was like, we're just gonna buy books in mass and then never again. And it's like, that's not a good fucking idea because that's exactly what people could start rewriting history to exactly how they want it to be. Which makes me sometimes wonder, conspiracy theory is like, maybe we've got to AI before and cooked ourselves into fucking human extinction. Which seems like we're on the fast track to do again. Genius Military, led by Henny Hegseth, produced this actual picture saying, we're using AI agents to help us with war. And this is the official picture. Let's get some work done. Okay, I need help building an AI agent to create war. I mean, hello, are you guys fucking stupid? Actually, I know that. You are. Oh, that's our weekly action report. That's what we're doing. This microaggressions will not stand. You guys are fucking stupid. And it gets worse, because now it's AI and robots only from the US. We suck. Great free country where we can buy from whatever we want. Well, actually, not anymore. No robots made outside the US. I mean, no moving, grooving, vibing, sliding from China ever. Why do we always just ban them niggas when they have better shit? Oh, well, you can't trust foreign-made robots. They can start spying. You guys spy way more. I would much rather China and other robots be spying on me, especially if they have better product. I know y'all gonna make a shitty but more expensive one. And the next thing you know, I'm supposed to have to buy it because, oh, no, China's bad. Fuck y'all. China already doing robot fights and not those lame-ass ones where shit just be sliding on the ground. No. UFC, now, they're not the best yet. As you can see, they don't know where he's at. But he just knocked that nigga and he's cheering. Talking shit. None of our robots can do that. Which makes me believe that China's probably a little bit more advanced than us in the fucking robot section. Next up in the AI slot, we have Orchid. Now, what is this AI app going to do for you? It says save your relationship, aka be the intermediary and person that both you guys talk to and talk shit about each other while simultaneously trying to be in a successful relationship. Yeah, that's actually insane. Can you fix it? Like, AI not supposed to be talking about behind my back like that. That's supposed to be her best friend. And then the best friend's supposed to call me like, you forgot the fucking anniversary, dickhead? And then we supposed to be planning some shit out together. Now I have AI that's supposed to be doing both. And then you have, obviously, the loser boyfriend that forgets everything. And then Orchid saves the day, gets her flowers, sets the dinner reservation. Wow, I'm keeping this relationship afloat. Yeah, sounds like you guys aren't meant for each other and this dude don't really love you. Leave. Wait, what? It's the same day every year, by the way. There's weird sarcasm in AI. Let me tell you right now, people at home, if you named your AI and you two be talking back and forth, seek fucking help because you're on a very, very bad path and quickly. Not done yet. Next up, we have Hey Jen. Their new pitch is AI podcast that never fucking happened. 2 fake people in a room recording a fake podcast so you can push whatever narrative you want. Right? Sounds fucking dystopian. And who's the target audience? Because most people, as soon as you find out you're watching AI, you're like, what the fuck? An AI podcast? So now I need to see fake conversation between 2 different people? I mean, wow. Just as bad as I thought, like, the OF creators could get with their fake messaging, running them on bags on stupid-ass people, this could get scary. And it's like, who the fuck would actually generate a fake podcast? But there's people out there that would definitely do this. That's why my hair finally looks good. No, nigga, you ugly. That's your problem. Very clear that AI is happening way faster than even people that are in the AI sector are expecting. And singularity has damn near already been reached, which means that the computer's smarter than humans and can develop faster than humans, which means we need to get this shit under fucking control. And right now, the people leading the charge in AI, warmongers, sick fucking idiots, and just the wrong type of people to be in control. Like Sam Altman, Peter Thiel. Yeah, we're fucking cooked. They sound like the Antichrist.
We'll make sure my sound is back on. All right, yeah, we're good. All right, let's see here. Any questions and comments? All right, never mind. Just sounds like you guys are just going off on each other on the chat, which is perfectly fine. I mean, I can head up out of here. All right, guys, I appreciate you guys for tuning in, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're going to leave out on some wise words, man. Peace.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.
Everyone wants a strong mind, but most people refuse to build the body that protects it. The Stoics understood this. They trained daily because a weak body creates a weak spirit, and a weak spirit collapses under pressure. When your body quits easily, your mind quits even faster. When you let yourself get soft, your discipline dies with it. But when you train, truly train, your thoughts sharpen, your emotions steady, and your will becomes dangerous. A strong body isn't about vanity. It's armor. Armor against fear, against laziness, against the part of you that wants the easy path. If you want resilience, train. If you want clarity, train. If you want to control your life, train. Because the person who cannot command their own body will never command their mind.